And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you? I turned cold, lost control. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah? Well, I see your
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Ghetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. My mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, open the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. For me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
both just real lies. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
The rising tides of Asia Pacific have arrived. These are the top teams of your countries. Some are out for dominance, some are out for vengeance. They'll give it their all, so you better watch out. This is day one of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers.
Pero ngayon, ito si Sam na magarang pag-isa at sa orang diri saja banget. Si Tochi abe gue surat omak gerai ay terlap.
Use the drone information. Patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall, which is not the Oma of your Loma.
They'll gamble and we go quiet. 后续 BBR 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Welcome back to why did I say welcome back? A little bit of muscle memory happening over there, but I'd like to say welcome to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. This is the long-awaited competition. This is the last chance on a regional level to make it to Masters and eventually champions. After all, this is the year we only get 2 stages of VCT. There we go. I can see my co-panelists with me right now. Hello. We have a lot of things to cover as it is day one here on APAC. But before we do so, allow me to introduce our lovely panel. I will be your host. My name is Likeable. Beside me are the ever lovely panelists Fluffy02 and Tricks with the One. It is day one again of stage 2 of APAC. So why don't we get a little bit more comfortable here on the panel and actually introduce ourselves to our audience. I'll start. I'm Likeable. I'm a Valorant enthusiast, dog lover, and my hobby is to pick on Fluffy. Fluffy?
That would be me. Yeah, hello. Very happy to be back here on panel. My name again is Fluffy02. I am a very, very big nerd, especially for Valorant. I love everything. Kind of five-head about Valorant, no matter how small it may seem. And I was the former professional head coach for Oasis Gaming up until the end of stage 1. I'm still a content creator for them. But today I'll be your English panel analyst for the rest of APAC, along with Tricks.
Wait, okay. Fluffy, you tried too hard on your introduction. I feel bad about mine now. Wow, what a flex!
It's not a flex. Tricks is pro too, you know?
Oh, that's true.
I was. So hi, I'm Tricks. I also love animals. But yes, I was a pro player and head coach for Enigma Galaxy, and now I am here in the analyst for APAC.
Welcome back, Tricks. We're happy to have you back here on our team on VCT. Now, I do feel a little bit of the heat and excitement getting to us here on the panel. But before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's take a moment to hear about the tournament format for a better understanding of how we'll be moving forward. Here's Mika Fabs.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Again, that was the very lovely Mika Fabs with a great explanation of how things will flow. With what Mika just explained, Fluffy, 2 teams from each group here in the play-ins will be moving forward to the group stage. So how do you think their first match will be affecting their running here?
Well, I feel like the first match really is the one that sets the tempo for the rest of how they're going to play. Because as the format stands, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that you basically cannot lose 2 games. Every team has to really try hard their best to get out of this stage and move on to the next part of the tournament. So really, it's the teams really starting their momentum strong, and the teams that can really start strong normally finish strong, meaning that you really have to have your A game and put in your all, even at the very start, just so that you lessen the risk you have and increase your odds into moving forward to the tournament.
Oh, definitely. So again, we've got our play-ins, we've got our group stage, and of course the playoffs. It's a lot of ground to cover, and to be honest, I'm a little bit overwhelmed off the bat. So why don't we focus on the now first? Let's have a sneak peek of the first matches we'll be witnessing here on APAC Stage 2. Here is our match schedule, you guys. So here you have it. It's gonna be Boom Esports versus Cerberus Esports. And then we got Bleed Esports versus Ghetto Artist. Top of your head, Tricks, who's a team you're excited to see play?
I've been waiting to watch Boom Esports play again to see what kind of innovations they've made since the previous APAC Stage 1. And honestly, after watching the performance of Ghetto Artist in their qualifiers, I'm excited to also watch them.
I'm excited to see that too. What about you, Fluffy? Any teams you're looking out for this stage?
I am really looking forward to see Cerberus Esports play in the first series, but I'd have to agree with Tricks as well. And I think Ghetto Artist has a lot of potential, especially the way that they're playing right now is so interesting that for me versus Bleed, they would be what I'd be focused on the most in the second series.
Interesting. So we're taking a look at the group play-ins right now. As we can see, this is Group A. As we just mentioned, it's Boom Esports versus Cerberus Esports, and down below is Made in Thailand versus Enigma Gaming. Very interesting. We'll be seeing Made in Thailand and Enigma tomorrow battle it out. But over here on the Group B play-ins, we do have Bleed again, and then Ghetto Artist, and then Rexregum Keon versus Team Big Bam. Very interesting matches up ahead. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves because we will be discussing these teams as we go into their matchups. You know, a lot of things to discuss, a lot of ground to cover, as I mentioned before, and I'm very excited. So why don't we head on over and just really focus on the very first match that we'll be witnessing this time. Whew, look at that. Look at the brackets. Very nice. In your head right now, Fluffy, is there anything enticing, or is there any match that you're kind of afraid? How should I say this? I'm trying to look for the better phrase for this. In terms of brackets, do you see any team that might not be as fortunate as the others?
Overall, like the entire tournament? Not really in the play-ins, because play-ins is more like a test of skill, but after the play-ins, for those who seeded a bit higher in their regional tournaments, I think they're very interesting brackets. I'm kind of excited for the bracket, of course, with Oasis Gaming, but that also has Paper Rex in it, so seeing them on an international stage outside of our current PH region, because most of us here are from the PH casting region, would be a very interesting sight to see, especially against a great team like Paper Rex.
I like how you were able to still sneak in a little bit of Oasis Gaming over there, Fluffy.
Gotta stick to the heart, you know.
Now, Trix, at the top of your head, what do you know about Boom Esports?
Boom Esports has a lot of skill in their, like, throughout their games. They have a lot of aggression that you see, especially during APAC Stage 1. I feel that there still is polishing that they have to do there in terms of playing at a disadvantage, because I have noticed that during a disadvantage, they get a little more lost than when they're at a 5-man stack and they're just executing a site together. So I worry about how that's going to be punished by Cerberus.
That is a very interesting point that you pointed out there, because there is like an emergency that has gone down with Boom Esports, meaning that it's not their usual roster that we'll be seeing today. But I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Why don't we introduce this team formally? This is the team that finished top 1 in VCT ID Stage 1. They went straight to the group stages of the previous VCT APAC. This time around, they're in a trickier situation, not just because of the emergency that I mentioned before, but they're also going to be starting off at the play-ins instead of the group stages like they did last time. But maybe this is their started from the bottom, now we're here story. This is Boom Esports. Here you have it, guys. It is Boom Esports, and you know what? I just said that they're gonna have substitutions, but scratch what I said. League Ops just confirmed that they are gonna be playing their main roster. So we're gonna be seeing some action from Berserks, Blaze King, Flipjitter, Frostmite, and Tempotol. Woo! Gonna be a stacked team over here. Now, although being at the play-in seems a little bit for a rocky start from Boom Esports, they're definitely not a team to sleep on. After all, Tricks, they did finish they did finish 4th in their APAC Stage 1 run.
Honestly, I'm really excited to see how Berserks is going to perform, because just seeing the way he's been playing, it's been amazing. Especially with the rest of the lineup, you have Tempotol as well, who's just been stepping up, and Flipjitter, who I hope to see even more of during the Stage 2 APAC.
Yeah, so I hope that, you know, we get to see the strongest performance from this team today. Now, I did mention a little bit that they did have an emergency, and I hope that it's nothing too serious, but I'm glad to see that the entire team or like the main roster will be the ones that are going to be playing it out here on this matchup. Now, on the flip side, they're going into a battle against a team that is also no stranger here on APAC. This team, like Boom Esports, went straight to the group stage last time, but failed to make it to the playoffs. I think that a situation like this is enough to get your blood boiling and come back with a vengeance. So with that, let us welcome the second team that will be stepping up on our stage. This is Cerberus Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, the second team stepping up on our VCT APAC stage is Cerberus Esports. We've got Akashi, Daikute, Kishi, Loki, and Suka. Very familiar faces again stepping up to the plate. Actually super familiar since this is the same lineup that we saw last stage. Two players that caught my eye would have to be the very explosive jet player Daikute and the ever so powerful initiator Kishi, who has been with the team since its conception. What about you, Fluffy? Who are the players you want to talk about from this team?
I feel like the player that represents this team a lot, at least in their vibe, is really Suka. You know, that guy has really sacrificed a lot to be with his team and really practice. And as we know, these dangerous dogs are really back and off the leash, as they are the most consistent, in my opinion, and most, in a way, it's predictable, but on the other hand, it's very precise and stable, as they play a lot of similar comps. They rarely have any variations. They're very dedicated as a team in general, playing up to like 4 in the morning. This is one of the most consistent teams that are coming into APAC. You've even seen them consistently play throughout APAC in stage 1, where they slightly fell short versus Made in Thailand, but they came back very strong in their own VCT regionals, going through a sway of 2-0 streaks up until except for their opening game, up until the end, where they ultimately fell to Fancy United and moved still into APAC, but it's now their job to get back on top of the leaderboards. But with that dream today, it might be delayed if this three-headed dog really lets in an opening for Boom Esports and get lost chasing bones.
Perfect. You know, funny enough, as soon as we introduced Cerberus Esports, my dog started barking.
See?
I don't know what that means, but it's something. Bark, bark.
It's the connection.
Wait, are we allowed to bark on the podcast? I don't want to get flipped over this. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how this team is gonna be playing out today. Cerberus Esports, just something else. It's a lot to take in. You know, we got these players, we got their mechanic. I am interested because I haven't had the biggest exposure when it comes to these APAC teams, right? Of course, PH teams are our homegrown teams. We've come so used to them. We're very familiar with them. But what else can we say about the teams that are stepping up over here, Trick?
I think for Cerberus, looking back at the way they've been just the amazing plays that they're able to do, I find that they lack a bit of coordination, so I'm looking forward to see how they might have worked on that coming into APAC Stage 2, to have more of the executions and really working together with the refrags, making sure to actually commit to their pushes, but also not overcommitting, having that balance that they need as a, three-headed dog.
Yeah, I feel like it's also a nice matchup today because, as Trix really explained really well, there's one team like Boom Esports that looks more put together when they're in that 5-man execute, play together death ball kind of strategy. Whereas there's another team, which is in Cerberus, as she just mentioned, that is kind of weak at that, but strong where the other team is not. They're kind of better at that default, better at getting picks and playing more of the macro game. So it'll be a very interesting match to see if one can really counter for example, the 5-stack potential of one, or if they know how to play the long game and really they play out the entire round correctly, the early, the mid game, and up until the end.
Interesting. Trix, I already asked this question to Fluffy way back in the PH Challengers, but I want to ask you, How, if you were in the spot of these players, how would you prepare for a big day like this one, being the first day of APAC?
Watch the VODs of your opponents, but also to watch your own VODs to see where you're lacking, what is being punished from your, like what the opponents are punishing on your side, but also keeping a level head that you have trained hard enough and you have trained long enough to also be able to overcome the issues that may arise in the matches.
Perfect. Why is it so serious? Okay, so I have a bit of how should I call it, contrast when it comes to the panel. There are times wherein Fluffy is like the super serious one, and then there are times that he gives us like really laid back answers. Example, when I asked him this question, he said that, you know what, we wake up pretty late, like right before the match from time to time, and then we got Tricks. And then we got Tricks who's like super serious with the answers. But enough daddling around for now. We're gonna be heading over to our map vetoes, and I'm excited to take a look at where the setting for this storyline is gonna take place. So let's go.
I think in terms of map vetoes, yeah. Excited to see maybe Haven come out because both of them have been performing on it a lot.
Really? Haven, interesting map. I would say too, generally a great map for both of these teams. Probably on the side of Boom Esports, more on the attacking side is their forte. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. What about you, Fluffy? Any maps that you're looking forward to seeing in this series?
I'm actually very excited if we do get your favorite map, which is mine, because Cerberus Esports, at least in VCT Stage 2 VN, had a 100% win rate on Bind in all the games they played. I think they played like 4 games on it, and like what Trix mentioned, they also have a very strong Haven, but aside from that, they also have a pretty decent split. So I feel like if any of these 3 maps go through, especially the Bind and the split, it will make a big difference. And it looks like on the side of Boom, they really did their research, because as expected, they just banned out the map that the other team never lost in. Kind of smart move, honestly.
You know, that makes me really sad. I was really hoping to see a Bind map over here, especially since this is a map where both of the teams have actually picked Fade before in their respective nations. But yeah, we're not gonna be seeing that today. Neither are we gonna be seeing Fracture. No Fracture today, Trix.
Fracture is a good map for, at least when I watch Boom Esports, I really love them on Fracture, but there's the Ascent, which both teams have been performing consistently on, actually.
Ascent. I would say that Ascent is like a comfort pick for Boom Esports. They keep coming back to this map, and for very good reason. In general, their defense has been really good, but in the recent national run, we've seen their attack really improve here, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent is really one of those maps, like we always mention, is about fundamentals, and a strong team like Boom Esports can really leverage that. But looking more into the map veto, for the next map that I believe Cerberus is going to pick, it looks like they're going to go for the Breeze pick. Very interesting, as they have played this in the past, but I wouldn't say it's the best on their track record. But of course, APAC is completely new, completely different. A lot of teams come in with new strategies, as well as new tactics for them to really pull off in these big games. So I'll be surprised to see what they can pull off. But I'm more surprised that we still don't see Haven either pick or ban for either team, because like what Trix mentioned also, Haven is one of the maps that both teams are very comfortable on. And based on how the map veto is going to go also, I'm wondering if Split is going to get banned or go through. And it looks like Haven is going to be the one that's going to be banned. Yeah, very interesting. Which leaves both, I believe, Split as well as one more map still open. Split is weird because if you give it to the opponent on the decider map that gets the side pick, if you don't have a good attacking plan, it can be very one-sided because it'll be like a stacking around fest on the defensive side. So you have to have a lot of confidence to be able to leave it open, or a lot of practice at least, to have the ability to say, okay, it's fine, we'll play that map for decider.
Interesting.
I'm leaving
really
it up
curious.
to Icebox.
You think so?
I just think that leaving it up to Icebox on Cerberus side, I'm not so sure, but that's what they do. Because Boom Esports on Icebox has been performing well, and I feel like, especially because it's an execute map, they might have the edge there. Since Boom in general has a lot of coordination, or they've been showing a lot of coordination in previous matches up until now.
So we got Ascent, Breeze, and Icebox. Totally not what we were prepared for. Because again, we were really looking forward to that Haven. And we were hoping to see that Bind, but not today. These teams said, nope, not today, not today.
Yeah, but the challenge moving off from your regional tournaments and coming into such a major tournament like APAC, which is the first stepping stone into that international scene, maybe moving on to even champions if you make it all the way, is you cannot remain the same team that you were consistently winning your regional tournament. You have to evolve as a team because the more you play, the more you show, just like how Boom Esports banned out Bind in the first phase ban here, a lot of teams will really look into your strategies and try to figure out your team. So if you don't constantly evolve and practice all these other maps, which even though us on the panel, we rely on the statistics, so we base it off that, it really depends on the team itself and how practiced they end up being to really pull off what it takes to be an APAC qualified team. Because it's not about being the best team in your region anymore, it's about being the best team in Southeast Asia. So you really have to you can't just rely on like a few tricks that your team has anymore. You have to have the whole rounded out team philosophy.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's one thing to, again, like you said, us as analysts, we look at the stats, we look at the numbers, but behind the scenes, we're not really sure what's going on. These guys have their scrims, these guys practice, they try out new strats behind the camera that we just don't get to see. And that's why from time to time, even though we have the numbers ready, they still surprise us. For example, these map picks, just amazing right now. Now, as amazing as these things may be, and as you mentioned earlier, we need new tricks, but here on the panel, we don't need new tricks. What we do need is our prediction. Very dreaded prediction. See, just the way Fluffy reacted, it's just... I don't know, I'm out of words just thinking about how the predictions is gonna go, because this is something that could potentially embarrass us here on the panel. We're supposed to be the people who look at the numbers, who look at the stats, but again, the surprises keep on coming, especially on a scale as big as APAC. So with that, Trix, because you are new on the panel, you are first blood. Please let us know your prediction.
I am predicting that Boom Esports will come out victorious in this matchup. Also based on especially the map picks, I'm really hoping to see their performance, but I do know that there are some external factors that may be affecting their gameplay today.
Hopefully nothing too major though is happening behind the scenes. Fluffy, your turn.
Right, so like Trick said, the maps are kind of favored for Boom, and I kind of agree with that, but knowing that they were the ones who chose Icebox essentially as the decider makes me feel a little more confident thinking they have a plan. So for me, I'd go the other end and vote for Cerberus Esports.
Okay, so we got one panelist for Boom, we got one panelist for Cerberus Esports, and we got one more for Boom Esports. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Boom Esports for this one. Dude, they did so well in the last APAC Challengers. You can't blame me for having faith in this team. What? What do you want to say?
Well, one of us will be right, I think, maybe.
I mean, it's impossible for no one to be right on this panel. I think two of us will be right though, Fluffy.
I guess we'll see.
I like to be on neutral ground. I look forward to how both of the teams perform and look forward to seeing what they've brought for us.
Look at Trix trying to be neutral, but deep inside she's like, I want my prediction to be right. Please let it be right.
Nah, she wants Boom to win for sure.
Sometimes I think it's unfair to lock these predictions in before we even get to see what's coming up next. Like a lot is in store. I don't know. These players, man. And plus, we haven't seen the full potential of these teams. We've seen some of the VODs, we've seen some of the numbers, but it's just different, especially on a scale as grand as APAC. Again, as you mentioned earlier, Fluffy, the national level isn't the same as the regional level. Some teams out here can really pop off in their national level, but not do so well here on APAC. And the same goes the other way around. Sometimes they do really well here on APAC, but not so well on the national level. So, it always boils down on how they're able to adapt to what kind of competition that they have. Wouldn't you agree to this, Trix?
I would. I think that the most important thing for any top tier team is to be able to adjust and adapt on the spot and understand your opponents and how you need to play against them.
Oh, that requires a lot of studying, and that is what we've been doing here on the panel.
Yeah.
I've been studying so hard for this because APAC is something that I've been looking forward to. After all, you know, these are the best of the best in this region. These are the players that are really fighting it out to make it to Masters. And I can't wait to see what kind of strats they're going to be pulling out today. But Fluffy, I know that you are very close with Oasis Gaming. Do you have some intel on what kind of preparation an APAC qualified team as them has been doing behind the scenes, like before we got to this point?
I feel like in general for all teams, of course, after your VCT, some teams take a break, some teams keep on the grind. It depends on their environment and the attitude, etc. But generally speaking, every team doubles down on practice and every team doubles down on research because, like I mentioned, like even as an analyst, you have a lot of information that is available, but it's very hard to tell if it's accurate all the time. You can always sense habits and patterns of certain teams and kind of get the identity and idea of a team, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to show up in your game. As when you move on to something like APAC, it's kind of like a mental and like board reset, you know? You have the statistics, but all of these things are just reference. It's really now is the day zero and how teams perform today and right now. It doesn't matter how they did in the past, really, honestly. It's how they do right now in their games that will set their tone for the rest of the tournament. And then maybe later on in the tournament, that's when you can have more reliable, more relevant stats. But besides that, it's really, the opening is always a surprise, you know?
Oh, that's true. And you have these teams trying to get more comfortable, trying to get a feel of how teams from other nations are going to be performing, right? They may not be on the same level of aggression, the same level of strategy as the teams that you have in your country. So there's really a lot to take in over here. And I'm sure that as we, the analysts or like the panel over here are kind of overwhelmed with all of the information that we have, I'm pretty sure that the players out here also feel that same level of overwhelmingness. Is that a word? Is overwhelmingness a word? Basically, they feel overwhelmed. Trix is just laughing. She's probably thinking, I don't think that's a word. Is it?
It's okay. Maybe. I just think that as Fluffy mentioned, all teams right now, especially if they have done their research, have all the pieces of the puzzle. But it's a matter of them putting it together and figuring out the perfect combination or permutation of those pieces of the information that they have in order to best play against their opponents.
I'm so glad I'm just in the panel here. Fluffy, Trix, you guys have been No, because the pressure is different. We're just here overwhelmed, right? Like, oh wow, I want this team to win. I want this team to win. I've been studying them. I think they're gonna win. But to actually play and to actually have something on the line over here, I mean, I'm pretty sure it feels different. You guys probably know that.
Yeah, for sure.
That's true.
I mean, I feel like another big thing is that there are a lot of teams, you know, obviously being a C qualifier means that you come from different regions, and every region, even by a small margin, has their own little permutation of how they play their Valorant, their game. And it's how these ideas clash from region to region, even those slight differences that can really throw off a player that's used to just being the best in their region compared to being the best in C overall. So if you're not a team that has consistently been going to APAC recently, for example, Team Secret or Oasis Gaming from the PH skipped one from last stage, you kind of, although you have a lot of experience, especially for Team Secret, you kind of lose out and lose touch from how Valorant is played outside your point of view. So it's really a big clash of ideas for a lot of teams that aren't very used to it. And being the best of the best at this level really means that you just have to power through and be able to adapt very quickly. I feel like that's the important word, very quickly, because a lot of teams can adapt. Some are slower than others, if I'm going to be honest. But the ones that are the best normally are the ones that round by round can just look like a different team suddenly.
Yes.
Oh, well, continuing off of what you just said, you said that teams who aren't as familiar with how APAC works or are new to the APAC scene would have a little bit more of adjustments to do. So do you think that this is going to be a problem or an issue for a team that we're going to be seeing later on, which is Ghetto Artists?
I think...
You go.
I think Ghetto Artist actually comes from, some of the players come from CBT Gaming from memory. So I find that they've felt that pressure. They know what is required of them, and at least being able for some players to give that information to the newer players would really help them in terms of adapting on the spot, as Fluffy is pointing out, because that really is the most important. Coming into something that is no longer a region, like a national tournament, that's a regional tournament, you really need to be able to know yourselves as well as your opponents.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. And well, if they already know who they are, I'm excited to get to know them more, you know? This is my first introduction to some of the teams over here because I haven't been quite acquainted yet with some of the teams over here on APAC, but that is what brings out the excitement even more because I don't know what to expect from these teams. I've seen the numbers, I've seen some of their VODs, but always a different level here. And I want to see the action. I want to see the prepared or like the study that they've shown or like they've done to pop off in their games. Very exciting.
It is very exciting, and I really am excited just to see how everyone has adapted, because I find that every time I watch them, I'm constantly surprised by the kinds of rounds they're pulling off, or just the sheer amount of confidence some rounds have. And then on the flip side, the amount of indecision you can see in the players on other rounds. So I'm wondering how everyone has been working on that to have more of a level head in the middle of high pressure tournaments.
Okay, now that you mentioned having a level head, again, this is the first day of this tournament. Do you think that there are still players out there who have like the first day jitters as they go into APAC?
I think everyone will always have first day jitters.
We have
exciting.
first day jitters. Yeah. If we're being honest here on the panel, we have first day jitters too. What about you, Fluffy? Are you feeling the first day jitters?
Yeah, a lot. Like you said on your part, as much as I did do a lot of research, there's still a couple teams that we haven't really seen go into APAC. So looking into them more, I hope that I'm pleasantly surprised in the future and even in our upcoming series.
Oh, for sure. Series are something else. Do you think that it would have been more effective to see how these teams would battle it out if it were more of a BO5 instead of a BO3, especially since we'll get to see more maps, Fluffy?
I think that in a long-form tournament like this, playing in multiple best of fives might not be the best because one, it's tiring for the players and it is detrimental to some of the teams, but also moving forward, it's also harder for you to evolve as a team and keep some strategies secret if you have to basically play a grand finals every game. So I think a best of 3 is fine because a best of 1 could be just a stroke of luck, but winning 2 out of 3, you can see a lot of 2-0s and a lot of reverse comebacks as well, or comebacks. So it's consistent enough and short enough to really show a team's mettle over just straining them straight out.
That's true. Another point that I'm thinking of because of that is that they kind of get to secure more of their strats. It's not always revealed because when you have a best of 5, just too many maps are exposed and it kind of limits the creativity that they can have because it's always going to be easier for their opponents or like their future opponents to study the previous maps that they did. So that's a very good point. Plus, again, the fatigue, you know, we don't want that to happen to our players over here. But now that all of that is said and done, I think we're just about ready to officially introduce what kind of agents these teams will be picking out. Yeah, we've already locked in our predictions, so there's no going back now, despite the agent selection we'll be seeing. But in terms of composition, I guess we already have a bit of expectations on our end. But Fluffy, what do you think we'll be seeing on Ascent over here?
I feel like Ascent, I'm very interested to find out if there's going to be a Sova or Fade, but as we can obviously see right now, it's going to be the Sova lock. More traditional initiators coming out, a more stable lineup, something that I know at least from Cerberus is a more practice thing. They don't really change their comps at all. It's kind of like that DRX vibe where they just grind and grind the same comp that they can figure out, oh, this is our weakness, or it's about learning themselves and knowing how to react with mastery of their own lineup rather than trying to evolve as quickly as other teams. But on the other hand, we see Boom Esports running very interesting that they're playing Ascent with the Astra versus the Omen. I feel like that's a big difference from both of the teams, as the controller role in name alone already shows that they are the agents that generally at least have a big impact in setting the pace of the game. And the big difference on Astra and Omen is Omen can be like your pseudo duelist. It's kind of like a really slow jet, honestly, with a with a smoke and a TP. But with the Flash itself, it's more supportive where he's in the fight, whereas Astra really has a global presence, having not just the ability to place the smokes at any range, but also those small things by dissipating certain angles, as well as having stars ready, is already innate pressure, or what a lot of teams like to call perceived pressure, where they can block out a lot of info, and especially on the defensive side, is a more powerful agent to have on your roster than something like an Omen, unless you really practice with using that Omen pattern.
What about you, Trix? What do you think will be the win condition for either of the teams here on Ascent?
I think a big part of it is always going to be the KO knife, being able to deny information and protection from especially a setup like the Killjoy. But as you mentioned, the Astra global ability to constantly have pressure is going to be very important, and I wonder how Boom Esports is going to pull that off. Hopefully not having the Astra in any position to die too early.
Okay then, so there we go. Hopefully no controllers die too early so that we get to see a really good matchup over here. But now guys, the maps are locked, the agents are locked. On top of everything, our predictions have also been secured. So at this point, there's no going back. Casters, let the games begin.
Good morning sa inyong lahat, at sabi nga ni Vil, ang layo na ng narating natin dahil nandito na tayo sa VCT Stage 2 APAC, first day dito sa Play-ins. Ako si Riri at syempre kasama ko ngayon si Vil at kami ang magkakast dito sa Cerberus versus the guys of Boom Esports. Pero Vil, anong masasabi mo sa dalawang teams na to?
Bale, yung nakikita natin dalawang teams ngayon, syempre, ano na to, filler games, of course. Kasi alam naman natin na talagang Pinoy ang mananalo dito. And syempre, dito sa Philippine Broadcasting, gentlemen, magpapaka-unbiased kami, di ba? Hindi dapat talaga dito biased talaga. Unbiased dito. So, eto dito sa dalawang teams na to, Boom tsaka Cerberus, maglaro na lang kayo, bahala na lang kayo dyan. Kasi interesado na naman talaga kami sa Pinoy. Pero yun nga, I mean, umpisa pa lang! Pero ano, I mean, itong dalawang teams na ito, medyo matagal na rin talaga sila naglalaro dito sa ating tournament. And syempre, nakita rin natin itong dalawang teams na to way back noong 2021, noong VCT 2021. Yung first year niya, andito rin to, di ba? Sa APAC 1. So talagang pwede nating sabihin na hindi talaga sila parang new faces for each other. Ilang beses sila naglaban. So, dito lang din talaga sa pinakahuling APAC ng taon, pinakahuling chance nila para makapasok sa VCT Masters, ladies and gentlemen, is this. Pero, before sila makapasok sa group stage or sa playoffs ng APAC, kailangan muna nilang manalo dito sa play-ins. Kasi ito kasi yung mga teams na siguro mga third or second sa kanilang mga respective countries, respective regions. So talagang makakita tayo dito ng mga malang impact moves na talaga para nakikita natin si Untitled Chapter will gonna deal that first blood onto this game right now with a big 2K already onto that chamber though. Pero 5v3 na nangyayari dito mga kaibigan, pero nga mukhang medyo kinakabahan ata dito ang Cerberus Esports kasi mukhang dalawa na ata agad ang nawawala sa kanila, pero importante is tatlo dito sa BME is super low already. Akashi catching one with a headshot with a right click onto that classic mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang, Blaziken trying na magmaasim dito, pero at least alam niya yung impormasyon, pero hindi siya nakakuha ng any damage at all. Pero nga low-key with a 1-for-9, catching one already. 3v3 onto this game. The clock is ticking for the side of BME. They need to defuse the spike. Suka, low on HP, still gonna get that headshot on number 6 right now. Pero Tebotol, andito dito sa may guilty, pero nga lang Frostmine, medyo mahirap siya na masave itong defuse na gagawin ni Suka kasi napakalayo niya. Nandito siya sa B-main right now, and sabi ni Suka, sige pre, alam mo na malayo yung kalaban mo. All you're gonna do is defuse that spike. 1-0 already. We really thought that BME could get that. There's a 3v5, but still CES, despite natuto lang sila, syempre, sila pa rin talaga nakakuha nung round number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, day number 1 of APAC. Pinoy lang sa kalam.
Wala namang Pinoy dito.
Nampake. Pinoy pa rin.
Yung Boom Esports guys, throwback lang tayo. Sila yung nakatalo sa Team Secret, formerly known as Bren Esports, nung nandun pa nga sila. So, ito yung naging problema. Tapos natatalo naman ng mga PH teams to eh. Wala lang to sa sa RRQ ata eh. Pero, Machine takes out the flash. Pero nga lang, yung Cerberus, parang biglang kinakabahan ata itong Boom Esports Vil eh. Pero may mga nabalitaan nga tayo. Sinabi din nila sa mismong Twitter nila, di ba? Yung update.
Naku
So,
po,
hopefully
Twitter.
talagang maging okay.
Huwag ayaw na pag-usapan yung mga Twitter na.
Nagka-trending eh. Nagugulat kayo sa biglang may mga trend. Pero ang galing naman ng palong-palong Cerberus. Dati, binubugbog lang to. Ngayon, comeback is real.
Nako, pag nakalaban nila ang Pinoy, literal nabugbog talaga itong mga to. Pero ito,
Huwag kay Nexi to.
grabe itong Cerberus sa BME, labanan ng aso, kalaban ng mga lobo, di ba? Kalaban ng labanan ng kalaban ng ganyan ang mangyayari natin dito mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga, a big shoutout nga pala sa pinakabagong muka ng VCT. Hindi ko siya ang problema kasi hindi siya nakikita on screen. Pero a big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Padlan. Si Mr. Oye. Hello sa inyo, bro. Welcome sa VCT. Pero nga alam niyo, Tebotol, meron tayo sa may galing na. Pero nga lang mukhang makikita ata sila. Tebotol na J. Rizal, si Kishi agad. Nabaril sa likod.
Bilis naman ni Tebotol gumawa. Alam mo daw, sabi nila, ano daw to, parang Ekok Omsim yung pangalan ni Tebotol. Pero nalaman ko kahapon, parang Pocari Sweat. Not sponsored by the way.
What do you mean by that? I mean,
yung pangalan ni Tebotol, di ba, drink? So, akala ko soft drink. Oo!
Talaga? Oo nga no! Indonesian drink siya. So sa atin dapat RC, ganon. RC, fruit soda, ganon. Diba? Pero kung si Tebotol ginawa niyan, pwedeng RC, pwede mo naman baliktarin CR, pero medyo may yun. Pero fruit soda pwede rin. Pero at least, diba, I mean, for the side of Cerberus Esports, that is a big 3-0 already. And for them, this is a huge jump to start off the day number 1 of APAC Play-ins.
You really want to get that slot eh. Kasi guys, tatandaan nyo, dalawang group dito sa Play-ins. Dalawa lang per group pa makakapasok. So, ang dami nag-root for Boom Esports. Pero ngayon, with the performance of Cerberus, baka ito na talaga din ang oras na makakapasok sila ulit. Pero si Suka, sabi niya, flip sitter, I'm just gonna be taking you down. And biglang talagang aim duels pa lang, Vil. Parang out of this world. Ang mga taga-Boom Esports, parang hindi sila in sync.
Oo nga eh. Alam mo yung banda? Yung NSYNC. Alam andun si andun si Justin Timberlake, 'di ba? Sa Westlife. And then sa NSYNC siya andun siya. Yung literal na noodles yung ano na nun, yung ano niya, yung buhok niya kasi literal na yellow. Parang instant noodles, parang ano, tick-knock, not-knock. Pero dito naman talaga ngayon sa players ng BME mga kaibigan, it's just an Aldron trying to catch up. Itong mga players nandito ngayon sa may short pero yung ano, low-key. Probably he knows it already na talagang isasarada talaga nila yung pinto dito and probably talagang binate nila yan na inantay nila talagang makuha yan kasi syempre nag-ingay sila sa harapan para makagalaw. Si Daikute dito sa may likod pero Suka catching one, trying to go to the second word right there. Alam na meron tao dito sa may backside and now Blaze King is the only man remaining together with Tebotol but Suka with a big 3K and Daikute mga kaibigan will gonna save the day 4-0 agad just to kick off itong mga players na to for BME. They don't have any money. For Cerberus Esports, I mean, don't fix what's not broken mga kaibigan. I mean, kung talagang nag-work naman yung kanilang mga retakes, talagang itutuloy lang naman talaga nila yan. Pero sa tao lang, ang Boom Esports kasi kilala natin yan, one of the best here in Asia Pacific region. One of the best talaga. Kasi alam natin na ilang beses rin talaga sila tinalo ng Pinoy at gumugusto pa.
Talagang mapapansin mo dito, Phil, na ang Boom Esports, ano nangyayari? Okay, Blaze King. Si Blaze King talaga usually gumagawa ngayon, nakita naman natin. Pero so far, I think it's not still working. Si Daikute, oh. Kaya pala Daikute kasi sabi niya, cute na siya, pero always work it. He gets one and gets the second at buti na lang. Ang ganda din ng setup mula kay Suka. At Cerberus still wins this round. Ang bilis lang. Parang 30 seconds lang ata. Tapos na naman ang Boom Esports sa isang iglap.
Oo. Pero syempre dito naman ngayon mukhang sobrang baba. Uy, si Daikute to. I really thought na talagang sasakit na yun pero it's fine kasi blades nandun naman. So talagang literal. Nalumipad yung kutsilyo papunta sa kanya. A big shoutout nga pala kay Pico. Pero 5-0 already for CES, for the players of Vietnam. I mean, sa totoo lang, idol natin itong mga Vietnam kasi meron tayong tropa dyan eh. Inatago ko lang siya sa pangalang Jin. Diba?
Ay, oo.
Oh, andito si Jin eh. So, syempre, I mean, a big shoutouts nga pala kay Jin na nasa Alpha Esports. Pero, sayang no, wala sila dito. Pero at least, diba? At least talagang nakabawi naman talaga sila lahat kahit papaano. Si Pico gusto rin daw talaga mag-cast, bes.
Oo. Sabi niya yung tatay daw niya nagkakasi, so sama din daw siya. pero, alam niyo ba guys, konting ano lang kay Jin. Kay Jin Bilog. No isang araw, kasi nag-cool down kami ni Taylor. Sabi ni Ching, single daw na Radiant na pogi.
It's time, Ray.
Jin.
Feeling ko, yun na yun.
Tapos tinanong ko muna, ilang taon?
Ilang taon ba si Jin?
Magta-21 ata.
Oh, magkasing age lang kayo.
Oo, magkasing age lang kami.
Di ba, ano ka na, di ba? 31?
Sagot na daw. Ang sama na ugali mo sa akin. Gagraduate nga lang ako bukas, bes. Grabe ka naman.
Bakit? Ako nga 8 taon sa college.
Okay lang yan, bes.
Oy, Daikute up. Nasilip ni Daikute na sumisilip talaga yung nguso ng baril ni Berserks dito. Pero maganda yung pag-jumping dito ni Berserks mga kaibigan. Para syempre makita yung tao dito sa may mid. Pero the Owl Jones are now flying away just to catch the information kung nasan ba yung mga iba't ibang teams dito sa mapa na to. Flips, ladies and gentlemen, trying to push slow dito lang sa may short. And for the side of CES, they need to catch one off guard. Probably yung nasa tao sa may short, pero yung nga na si Flips mga kaibigan, the information is there, trying to go on with that discipline para lang syempre, trigger discipline para syempre what if meron pumasok dito? What if meron nag-trade? And si Pico nakatingin sa ngayon 4v4 onto this game, and that is a lockdown coming in for the players of CES. Para syempre hindi pa mapapasok dito ang Boom Esports mga kaibigan. Nade, pero yun nga lang medyo malalim yun. Makakapasok pa rin talaga si Akashi dito if ever gusto niya mag-swing, if ever gusto sumilip, pwede yun. Berserks mga kaibigan is inside already, and Akashi well, gonna fall down to the hands of Berserks as well. Pero napakagandang rotation naman ng ginagawa nila. Isipin mo, B ang pasok pero si A pa napupunta. Pero wala silang idea at meron tayo sa main mid. 13 seconds in, wala silang oras mga kaibigan. They need to go in. And for the side of BME, kailangan nila muna patayin yung Omen doon sa may likod. Pero Toybetol, nakadalaw na talaga dito. And Loki, all we need to do is wait because wala na sa kanilang oras. Nasa inyo na ang panalo in 6-0 for the side of Cerberus. Ay, Pico.
Pero malay mo, makatouch pa ni Tebutol sana, kaso nga lang, yung oras talaga ay magiging malaking kalaban. So, ngayon, Cerberus leading by 6 to Pagtoville, 13-0. History maker talaga malala. Dahil kahit may mga trigger discipline mula sa side ng esports, pagdating sa Cerberus, ang galing nila mag-cut off eh. Talagang different ang Cerberus this time around. And sabi nga nila na nag-uusap sila nung mga panelists. Ang problema lang ng Cerberus is to how to end a series. So kaya sila natalo ng Fancy United. But overall, sila talaga yung malakas na team na nagre-represent sa sarili nilang region. But then, let's go. Baka si Tebotol may ginagawa na yung Astra niya. Duelist na.
Oh. Diba? And sila naman talaga yung duelist talaga. Pinapakita talaga lang talaga makakabawi siya dito kahit papano. Pero ang problema talaga is si Tebotol is super low on HP already. Pero nga sa CS mga kaibigan is at least talagang kailangan talaga nilang makabawi dito kahit papano. Kasi wala, medyo mahirap pa rin talaga yung nangyayari dito na it's just everything is not in their favor already.
Tapos ngayon, 4v4, may pag-asa ba? Nope. Ano nangyayari sa Boom Esports ngayon? Talagang tutok pa lang. Olats na. And buta lang Tebotol. Tiniming nga. Naganda na timing mula sa kanya. It's gonna be trimming down with a 3v3. Pero nga lang, si Suka na nilalagay mo kapag gusto mong kasama ang iyong Olympia. It's one. Nagpapa-audition sila. And now it's gonna be 7-0.
Oh my God! Game number 1! Ano nangyari? Ay, Boom Esports, kayo pumili nito! Boom Esports, kayo pumili ng mapa na to. Ba't 7-0 kayo ng Cerberus? Pero okay lang yan, tuloy na lang yan.
Okay lang.
Okay lang yan. Okay lang yan. Sige na. Tuloy na lang yan, guys.
Kung PH team tayo, di happy sana. Ano kaya napipil ng mga mga Indo na casters?
Ha?
7-0.
Ay, malungkot sila. Pero wag natin silang pansinin kasi sila lang naman nagkakaintindihan. Diba? Wag natin silang pansinin, guys. Sila na bahala dyan. I mean, at least alam naman natin kung sino ang panalo, kung sino ang malakas. So, hayaan na lang natin sila. Pero Cerberus talagang 7-0 to start off the first game. Magandang nangyayari dito. Kasama ko si Rere. Mukhang ito na ata ang minsan lang mangyayari kay Rere ito. Pero malay mo, biglang pumawi ang Boom Esports. Ayan na. Tumataas na naman ang sumpa ng isang Racel. Pero for side of BME mga kaibigan, they're actually trying to do every strategy na meron sa isip nila. Pero lagi silang na-catch off guard ng Cerberus. I mean, every time. Pero nga, ng Kiss is trying to be really aggressive right now. Blaze King, we're gonna take him down. And finally, nakabawi sila dito kahit papano. And still 5v4, 3v5 nga kanina. Panalo pa rin ng CES. 4v5 pa kaya. Pero importante, they have the money, they have the firepower. And Flips, medyo delikado yung position na dito. Kasi once na talagang tumama yung pot shots na ginagawa dito ni Akashi, this is gonna be a huge problem for him for sure. Pero there's a showstopper from Berserks mga kaibigan. Not gonna catch anyone but Suka with a perfect angle, perfect position, catching one already. Akashi, buhay na buhay pa. Suka catching one for the second one, but yun nga lang, not gonna be in his favor. 2v2 onto this game. Daikut with that operator, this is gonna be really hard reader for them. Feeling ko, si Daikut, pwede naman siya kumuha dito ng Vandal or Phantom. Yes, he can do that. But yun nga lang, that is a one tap to the head at the end of the day. Pero yun nga lang, low-key, just trying to stop all the possible push na pwedeng gawin dito ng BME. That's why talagang sinasarado niya ang lahat ng butas na pwede na silipin. Pero 1v1 onto this game and Frostmind. And finally, BME now getting the first point para sa team nila after 8 rounds mga kaibigan.
At ngayon, finally, mukhang narinig na nalang galit mo, Bill. Sabi ng bubumis. Ito na, Bill. kalma ka lang. Pero sa tingin ko, sa round na to, medyo outnumbered lang yung Cerberus eh. So, medyo minalas lang sila ng konti. Pero big shoutout na pala kay Georgie na nagko-comment dito, inaasar ako. Ako, Georgie, ako lang magsalita.
Totoo naman eh.
Agsama ka mo sa akin, best ah.
Ay!
Anong ay?
Sorry. Hindi ba tama na 32 ka? Sorry. Sorry yan. Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Neutral. Yeah, idol namin yan. Ahu-ahu daw eh. Oo naman, di ba? Ano bang ginagawang sound ng ano? Ng wolf? Di ba? Awu?
Ano?
Di ba? Awu!
Totoo naman, Besh.
Tama naman, di ba? Kailangan,
Tama.
bakit kumakahol ba ang ano? Kumakahol ba ang wolf? Hindi. O nagmamiyaw ba ang wolf? Hindi. Awu lang sinasabi na. Oo, pwede rin ano. Yung minsan yung mga wolf sinasabi pa nila, I'm hotter than you eh.
Ay, nako. Sabi dito ni William, inaway pa na si ano eh. Si Boss Franz eh.
Hindi niya alam eh. Okay lang, hindi naman nila alam eh. Okay lang, hindi naman nila alam. Pero kung di dahil yan dyan kay Mr. Neutral, wala tayo dito. Wala kayo napapanood ngayon. Pero Pico, mamaya ka na kumahol. Alam kong puro aso yung mga nandito ngayon sa screen natin, pero mamaya makita natin yan because that is the first search with the big engine right now. Double satchel in. Pero si Suka nandun lang dito sa may likod ngayon, pero yung nga lang kailangan ng gumano because of the pain shells nandun lang din sa Ghetto niya. Pero first search mga kaibigan with a swing. Oh! Nag-pop yung head niya ng isa. Pero 2v5 retake, can they still get it? I mean, yes, pwede. Pero medyo mahirap din talaga. Pero nga, flips mga kaibigan. Ooh! Double headshot onto the players of Cerberus right now in 7-2. And kakasabi ko pa lang ng 7-0 na kanina. Wala na yung Ray Rakers. Biglang bumawi ang BME. Haha, watch me. Yan ang sinabi ng BME. Pico, ano ba?
At ngayon, kita mo naman kasi na Ray Rakers na nga. Tapos, itong Boom Esports, ba konting inaantok lang kasi medyo maaga yung game nila ngayon. Kaya, kailangan lang nila ay konting kape lang at back to the ball game na muli sila. Pero, Cerberus, mapapako ba sila sa 7? Nandyan na yung momentum. Bibitawan mo pa ba ang taong para sa'yo? Pero, Boom Esports, kilala naman kasi natin tong team na to eh. Nakakapagtataka nga na nasa play-in sila eh. Dapat nga, nandun na kagad sila sa group stage. Pero kasi,
nakagulat, di ba?
Ikot lang yan, di ba? Yep.
Nakakagulat, di ba, na nandito sila? Kasi, for the side of Boom Esports naman, alam natin talagang, hari ng playoffs to eh. Nasa playoffs sila all the time, di ba? Pero, wala eh. Kasi lahat ng teams kasi sa Asia Pacific, lumalakas. Lahat sila pataas ng pataas. Yun yung journey nila pataas. Hindi sila constant na nandyan lang.
Wala eh. Talagang nagbabago-bago ang ihip ng hangin. Tingnan mo, ngayong APAC Stage 2 sa PH, mga representatives natin. Walang representative ng Stage 1. Wala ang APH, wala ang NAOS, wala ang SBE. Napalitan ng Team Secret, ng RRQ, tsaka ng Oasis. Tapos na-post pa ako. Na-post pa kami ni Terror ng RRQ. Na-content pa kami.
Oo.
Okay lang yan. At
shoutout nga pala sa RRQ kasi bibigyan daw nila ako ng jersey. Maraming salamat.
Nag-message din yung RRQ. Bibigyan din daw ako ng jersey. So, salamat RRQ.
Oo.
Mananalo kayo ngayon.
Maraming salamat. Ganun lang yan, guys. Kailangan ng jersey para syempre manalo kayo. Ibig sabihin, basbas. Kailangan ng basbas ng Tagalog casters.
Bakit tayo nang binigyan tayo ng naos? Natalo sila.
Ay! Hindi pa kasi natin nasusuot. Pero, dahil cute! Quick kills onto Cerberus right now, pero 4v3. Dapat ito ng flips and Frost medal dito sa side ng Boom Esports right now. So, ang the best na pwede mangyari dito is 7-5, 8-4, or 9-3, or 2-10. Ganyan lang ang mga puntos na pwede nila makita ngayon. Pero for the side of BME, sila ang may lamang dito. Why? Kasi they have the economy And if ever kahit matalo sila dito, meron pa rin sila economy next round. So pero talaga tayo makakita dito ng 7-5 though. Pero for Cerberus, they need to win this round kasi walang-wala na sila, men. Ubus na ubus sila. Pero Loki, what a perfect execution with that paranoia! Napakagandang paranoia, mga kaibigan. Silip ni Suka, silip ni Loki, catching 2, and it's 8-2 already for the side of CES, mga kaibigan, getting that lead dito sa first game, dito sa mapang pinili ng Boom Esports mismo. Pero sila yung natatalo dito. Napakagandang paranoia dun sa may dun sa may A main base. Paranoia, silip ng isa, patay nung isa, ubos pati kaluluwa.
Pinakitaan ng Kamehame Wave yung mga taga Boom Esports. Pero ano daw ba yung Cerberus, anong bansa daw? Sabi nila, di mo, nandun nakalagay sa taas, Viet. Ano yung Viet? Vietnam, guys. Pero to, with control mula sa side ng Boom Esports, si Flip Zither, gumagawa na muli, and it's all up to Suka. Going up against the 3 members pa ng Boom Esports. Medyo maging maasim yung Cerberus doon, pero aware ba sila na merong magagaling sa likod nila at timing? Sayang, napag-cross na agad sila galing sa may catwalk. Pero nga lang, alam ba ng Boom Esports na nasa behind the scenes lang si Suka? Pero medyo mahirap to ma-clutch dahil nga 3 taong pwedeng mag-swing sa kanya galing sa aiming. So, if magiging aware lalo tong mga taga Boom Esports, then it's just, that's it. 8-4 to or 9-3 malamang.
Alam mo ba, sa totoo lang, rare talaga yung pinaka-solid no? Lalo nga si Suka, nag-iisa dito, kulang na lang toyo ng girlfriend mo, talagang literal na may adobo na kayo. Pero dito naman sa 3 players ngayon ng BME, mga kaibigan, are medyo they know it already na talagang sila talaga makakuha nitong round na to. Kasi kung napapansin mo si Suka, hindi talaga siya sumisilip dito kahit ano mangyari. Kasi alam niya na walang pera dito ang Boom Esports. So ang gagawin niya is sirain nilang din yung economy ng Boom ngayon, isa-isa, para syempre talaga makakuha pa ng Cerberus ng lead kahit papano. Pero ang problema, isa lang ang nakuha niya. And napatay pa na yung may pinakamaraming pera sa totoo lang, which is si Tebotol. Pero at the end of the day, makakabili pa rin sila dito kahit paano. Yes, they have the economy, they have the utility. So, kung napapansin mo, Ray, I mean, ang Boom Esports, parang hindi talaga sila nag-save no? Walang save na nangyari dito. I mean, sorry sa Cerberus pala. Walang save round na nangyari sa buong Cerberus. Probably ngayon. Yeah, and then last round na So, kung napapansin mo, yun nga, wala talaga silang save kasi lagi naman sila nanalo. They have the money, they have the economy. Why do you have to save? Pero, nagpaparinig ang Boom Esports dito. Dito lang sa may B, mga kaibigan, dito lang sa may rafters. So, they have an idea already kung saan ba yung titignan nila. Tour de Force is now lock and loaded for flips. And ang pwede lang talaga makatingin yan, syempre si Loki. Maganda yung position niya dun sa may taas ng A, dun sa may boxes. Pero si Daiki with that updraft, not gonna catch anyone, not gonna pick off anyone lang din talaga para siya makakuha ng impormasyon kung meron matalo dito sa may middle. Pero mukhang wala naman talaga dito talaga ata. Pero napakagandang execution na ginagawa ni Flips dito agad-agad together with Frostman, taking down the 2 remaining players of Cerberus dito sa may A and dito sa may B and dito naman sa may mid. Pero 2v5, mga kaibigan, halos wala pa rin talagang bawas ang binibigay dito ng BME. Pero Cerberus Esports, they have 2 players remaining. And Suka, maganda yung position niya, pero siya makakuha na isa dito. Try to go with the second one right now, pero muntik na siyang makakuha din talaga isa dito sa may likod. Pero 2v3, winnable pa rin to sa side ng Cerberus kahit paano. It's long as hindi pa rin talaga nila napaplant yung spike. Oh my god, it is a 2v4 situation. Naging 2v2 pa nga. Ito na naman, lumabas natin din talaga yung switch na dito. Pushing it out to a 2v1 situation right now. But Blaze King, mga kaibigan, we're gonna end the life of Cerberus and we're gonna start off the second half with an 8-4 score. Ito Ray, nung dumating sa 7 points, ang Cerberus talagang iniisa-isa nila. Iniisa-isa ng BME ang Cerberus dito. I mean, yes, medyo tulad ng sinabi ng panel natin kanina, meron tayong mga day 1 jitters. So ito ata ang day 1 jitter ng BME. Pero at the end of the day, play-ins to. So napaka-importante ng lahat ng matches nila dito for them to have a slot dun sa may group stage. Kasi alam ko, play-ins, wala atang puntos to sa sa circuit Wala atang circuit points ang play-ins I'll check.
LCQ Beshi, di ba?
I'll check, yeah.
So, ibig sabihin, kung may mga points pala na Nakapasok ka ng groupings. So may pag-asa pala ang mga taga SBE.
Groupings.
Sa group stage pala, groupings.
Sa
Ang
groupings,
may
sa
pag-asa
school
pala
yun
ng SBE, APH, tsaka ang NAOS, mapunta ng LCQ kung sakasakali.
Tingnan natin, makikita natin yan sa tawag dito. Sa
future. In the
sa future, kasi wala pa naman tayo sa exciting part, mga kaibigan.
Si Blaze King, memorable talaga tong player na to eh. Noong time na tinalo niya yung mga Bren Esports, parang buhat niya eh. Blaze King and Friends. Yun ang talagang real, yung letter B sa Boom Esports, Blaze King. Pero ngayon,
kumbaga, wala pa. Walang points ang SBE Naos. They don't have any points here. Kailangan nilang makapasok dito sa Asia Pacific for them to get that points. For them to be there sa LCQ, sa totoo lang. Yung LCQ kasi, yung LCQ kasi guys, is this slot for champions. Champions na to, guys. And sa ngayon, ang qualified pa lang sa champions sa mga kaibigan is Paper Rex and Cirque siya. In terms of total points, So yun. Yeah. Ang SBE meron. They have the points. Naos para they have the points as well. So meron silang chance para sa LCQ.
Kaya nagtataka. Alam ko 88 lang yung wala kasi di sila nakapasok galing play-ins. Pero here it is. Gising na ang Boom Esports. Ito na yun. Kasi sobrang imposible nung kaninang nangyayari sa kanila. Pero after that timeout, after the first almost sa mga few rounds, after the 7 consecutive rounds, nag-timeout na sila eh. Ang sabi ng Boom Esports, hindi na to tama. At ngayon, gumagawa na sila ng tama muli. Kasi itong bracketing nila, pagdating sa grouping sila, dapat ito yung VIP pass na kagad sa Boom Esports kasi we all know how good their performance is eh. Pero, best time around, ang next na maipapakita nga ng Boom Esports para manalo against Cerberus in a map pick by them. Pero alam mo, Valorant yung kinakas natin, pero ang kinakas ng mga nagko-comment ay iba, basketball.
Wala yan, man.
Saka masaya. Yun lang. Huwag mo sisilipan sa Berserks.
Boston kasi versus Golden State eh. Pero kahit anong mangyari, dun pa rin tayo sa Dun pa rin tayo sa Ginebra. Pero for the side of BME, mga kaibigan, they have the money, they have the Spectre, so they have the chance for them to get this round, mga kaibigan. 5v2 and from 7-0 scoreline, naging 8-6 pa nga, Ray. The Raykers is totally alive right now kasi kanina medyo tulog pa no? Pero biglang nagising ang diwa nung pinansin ni Kuya Vil. Sana pala hindi ko na pinansin.
Di nga ako nagsasalita kasi para fast games eh. Pero napinansin mo eh.
Sorry ako may kasalanan guys.
Ikaw may kasalanan. Alam mo ba kahapon guys, nag-rehearsal kami, sinabi ng direct namin. Sabi niya, sana tignan nyo, malamang may Raykers. Akala niya, wala ako dun sa Discord channel. Narinig ko lahat. Na talagang nasisisi ako sa mga games. Sorry.
Ako naman, Ray. Hindi na bago yun, best.
Pati nga hanggang sa love life, meron na din akong Raykers. Hanggang 3 years lang ang kakatagal na ng aking love life. Pero ito na, Blaze King takes down one. Napaka-aggressive. Sinamahan pa ng surprise. At ngayon, ang Boom Esports,
Crossmind!
I love how they decoded, but wala na.
Ito na ata ang pagbango ng api ng Cerberus, mga kaibigan. They have better guns. Yes, so talagang pwede sila makabawi dito kahit papano. Pero let's see if ever magagawa rin ba ng BME yung ginawa sa kanila ng Cerberus kanina, na kahit sila yung may lamang ng baril, panalo pa rin dito ang Cerberus. Pero mahirap din talaga pwede sabihin, si Tebotol, hindi siya nag-check ng corner siya. Wala sa idea at all na meron pa rin nagbabalik dito sa may mid. 3v2 on this game right now. Blaze King getting that Vandal dito sa may mid. Pero Berserks, mga kaibigan, with just that Marshall, at least makakuha naman siya ng Vandal dito. Pero ang problema, the clock is ticking already. All they're gonna do is probably go in kasi meron pa naman silang pera next round though. So 2v3, yes, winnable to. Pero they need to race for that time already. Pero dito lang at least sa may speedway, masakit yung nanostorm grenade ni Suka ngayon. Nakakuha pa nga ng 4. Ano?
At yun, ang score natin ay 6-9. Nice! Leading ang Cerberus in their full buy, although there's also the potential coming in from Blaze King, pero unfortunately, pinag-aim love si Suka, at alam naman natin pagdating sa player na to, isa talaga siya sa magaling na sentinel sa sarili nilang region. He never disappointed us with that killjoy of his, pati yung tutok na talaga, sobrang talagang somehow it can overpower yung mga ka-head-to-head niyang sentinel then. But here it goes. 3 rounds left para maging Taito. And Flip Zitter, he tries to take out one, pero very smart move din mula sa Cerberus to actually pop off with that sky.
Yeah. I mean, syempre sisimulan mo na yan with a Trailblazer or a turret dito ni Suka. Nakadepende naman talaga yan kung sino yung mauuna. Syempre, mahirap lang din talaga mag-peek knowing na they have an idea na si Flips dito is, oh no, walang natamaan yung flash. Oh no, this is actually a big problem. Yun nga! Maganda yung position dito ni Flips. Talagang alam niya na hindi siya tatamaan ng flash dun sa may angle na yun. Yun kasi yun, guys, ha. If ever na you're actually playing with an operator or you are a duelist or any agent at all, dun kayo sa angulo na alam nyong hindi kayo tatamaan ng flash. Kasi once na walang matamaan yung flash ni ni Sky, so iisipin niya na walang tao doon. Pero yung nga lang Daikute, mga kaibigan, nakapatay na nga na isa po dito 3v4 situation right now. Pero sa Daikute na unang mamatay dito in the hands of a Berserk. And meron pa dito Showstopper, but Suka gonna deny that Showstopper. Pero nga lang Akashi, nakakuha pa ng isa. First man na yung Joe, may meron dito Shock Dart. Pero nga lang Blaze King, alam niya kung nasa si Suka ngayon. Pero pushing ito 2v1 right now. Suka, the only man remaining. And it's just really hard for Suka on how can he handle this situation right now, and they have an idea. Suka dito na sa may mid, pero yun nga lang, Frostman gonna shut him down, and 9-7 already. And Cerberus, what is happening to you, Step Bro? Pero mukhang BME talagang bumabawi talaga paunti-unti.
I love how Boom Esports handled that round. Once again, Blaze King is gonna be your problem. Tapos si Flip Zitter, nandiyan na rin kagad ang kanyang pag-trade off mula sa kanyang teammates. Pero maganda na sana ng hold ng Cerberus eh. Pero hindi nila in-expect talagang malinis na retake talaga mula kay Blaze King. At ito talaga yung malaking problema na kailangan may takedown sa side ng Boom Esports. Pero nga lang, kilala si Frostmind, kapatid yan ni Brain Freeze. At ngayon, ang Cerberus time out na. Frostmind, Brain Freeze.
Ilang araw mo inisip yun? Ilang araw mo kinontain yun?
Hindi, dati pa to. May nagsabi. Dati pa natin sinasabi yan.
Oo, tama.
Sobrang dami lang natin kinas na pangalan. Nakakalimutan natin minsan.
Totoo naman.
At, guys, habang naka-time out tayo, i-congratulate nyo ako dahil magmamarcha na ako sa UST bukas. So, ako ay may graduation, so di ako makakapag-cast. Sabihin ko na in advance, walang kasterere bukas. Siya ay gagraduate muna, magpapakastudyante. Pero, malaking advantage na sa Boom Esports. They win this round. Most likely, magiging tie nga to against Cerberus. Although, Cerberus on the other side, we can still see the potential naman nanalo sila. But Boom Esports, ito yung specialty map talaga nila eh. So they know how to make good comebacks naman against Cerberus.
They have the biggest potential sa totoo lang ha. Pero ang problema din talaga sila sa Cerberus, pwede natin sabihin at the end of the day, talagang BME pa rin talaga ang kumuha nitong mapa na to. So sila pa rin talaga ang may bawi dito kahit paano. Pero Berserks is gonna be revealed already. Tamang patches na talaga, tamang wallbangs ang ginagawa dito ng Cerberus if ever para lang syempre makakuha sila dito ng mga informasyon and syempre ng mga quick frags. But Tebutal will gonna be down. BMA and the Blaze King all the way dito lang sa may short, pero yun nga lang makikita mo na si Akashi. The damage is not enough for him to take down that guy. Pero si Daikute gonna start it off with the kill. And syempre ang tanong, makakuha mo siya ng isa dito pero siya mag-updraft. He can actually take down Frostmine right now with an updraft and kill na pwede nang gawin sa totoo lang, pero that's gonna be really scary if ever gonna do that. Kailangan talaga hindi ka dito nag-dry peak, pero maganda ang ginawa ni Kishi dito, nakapatay agad ng dalawa. Pero Daikute, hinahabol niya yung isa. It's all up to Flips. Is he gonna save that operator? Probably yes. Flips Jitter, we're gonna take one down with that headhunter na ginawa dito kay Suka. Pero 1v4 situation right now. Flips Jitter, talagang inuubos pa rin talaga ang lahi dito ng Cerberus. Hindi na makukuha ang operator ko. Sa akin to. Pero 3v1 onto this game, talagang hinahabol nila para syempre mas mahirapan pa dito ang side ng BME na makapag-defend lang din talaga. Pero hindi na naman ako si Flips ngayon dito ng dito sa flash na ginawa ngayon ni Sky. Pero Flips catching 2v1 is parang are they gonna swing Flips or not? Probably hindi na rin talaga, and maganda ang ginawa dito ni Flips mga kaibigan kasi nakakuha pa rin talaga sila ng 3.
Ano ginawa ng Boom Esports? So that round should have been sa kanila, Vin. And yet, may konting pagkakamali sila. Medyo nagmadali at hindi nila in-expect na ready na nga kagad ang Cerberus. Pagdating sa Bladestorm, pagdating sa impact kills na naman muli. And this is something na dapat ginawa na ng paraan ng Boom Esports. But here it is. It is what it is. Buti na lang may nabawas. Inasil ni Tebutal si Daikute. Perfect timing mula sa kanya to active. But there's the trade coming from Kishi. Once again, naging duelist.
Kita mo!
Si Kishi nyo.
Si Kishi, grabe yung mga swing niya. I mean, for sure, kanina pa na ginagawa yun. Every time is Kishi is right here. Medyo talaga nakakakuha talaga siya dito ng mga 2Ks. Probably like maximum of 3. Pero meron pa dito talaga nito mga kaibigan, nakakuha siya ng isa. Pero that out drone, quick scope onto Flips, catching one as well. 2v2, Berserk super low on HP. Akashi and Suka the only man remaining for the side of Cerberus right now, pero wala pa rin talaga namamali dito mga kaibigan. Problema din talaga si Frostmine is nakaklasik lang din talaga. Pero makakuha ba sila ng isa dito, pero yung nga na si Berserk super low on HP right now, putting it on 1v1. Pero mababa pa yung isa, pero yung nga na Akashi, una nang nakita yung ulo ni Berserk right now, 11-7, and actually, meron pa naman talagang chance na may makuha si Berserks doon, pero ang problema, ang pinakamahirap lang din talaga is, madali na mag-flick left and right. Mahirap mag-flick pababa. Pinoy lang nakakagawa niyan mga kaibigan. Kasi iba talaga ang flicks ng mga Pinoy.
Iba talaga kamay ng mga Pinoy. Talagang matibay yan.
Shoutout nga pala ulit kay Oye. Yan, matindi ang kamay ni Mr. Oye.
Oo, pero Boom Esports, naipako sa 7 na dapat sa kanila na kanina pa. Well, shows to us talaga na malaki din ang step up mula sa Cerberus. Pero guys, Flip Zitter takes down the 1 and he gets the kills. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa double initiator na setup mula sa Cerberus, at tagal na natin din nakita itong Sky X Sova. Sobrang last year pa itong meta na to eh. Pero it still works sa side ng Cerberus. They can take down yung denies mula kay Tebutal tsaka kay Berserks.
Solid naman din talaga ang iba pa rin talaga ang double any dito sa Ascent. Ito talaga ang pinaka-stable na strat composition dito sa sa Ascent talaga, yun nga, double ini. Pwede kayo mag-double duel sa Reyna and Jet. Yeah, pwede. Pero wala, double ini pa rin talaga sa Kalam. Kasi napakadaming angulo dito na pwedeng tignan sa Jenny, sa Heaven, sa Hell. Alam mo yun, napakadami rin talaga eh. Pero nga lang, sa Daikute mga kaibigan, nakakunin siya ng patay dito. Pero that is the smoke coming in from that Omen. Pero hindi alam na Berserks na meron pantalo dito sa may baba. Pero wala silang alam na meron pantalo dito sa may hit. Pero 3v3 right now, Berserks. Tassel will not gonna catch anyone. Pero yun nga lang, nag-iingay lang siya dito. And siguro they have the meron sila impormasyon because of that satchel na ginagawa dito ng ng BME. Naghihingi na si Berserks. Feeling ko, manahimik ka na rin din talaga eh. Jiggle peek na ginagawa ni Akashi, mga kaibigan. Not gonna catch anyone, pero Blaze King catches one down below. Blaze King with a big 2K. Flips and Loki. Is this gonna be a match point for the side of Cerberus or not? Medyo mahirap pa rin ito natin malaman, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, they need to go in. They need to get everyone na pwede lang tignan. Pero nga lang, Flips with a big flick! Catches one, 11-8. Buhay na buhay pa rin dito ang Boom Esports. At wala pa rin talaga match point na pwede makita sa may server dito sa side ng Cerberus kasi BME ang pumili nito. So talagang dapat meron silang bawi dito kahit papano. And knowing the game number 1 sa sa VCT Day 1, mga kaibigan, laging merong dito, laging merong may 2-0 dito. And feeling ko ito na yun. If ever Cerberus ang manalo dito, kabahan ng Boom Esports sa next round, sa next map, kasi yun ang pinili ng kalaban nila. Di ba, Pico?
Kanina, ako.
Mahilig talaga ako mag-aw pag wala akong magagawa.
Ikaw na ba si Jacob sa Twilight?
Oh, I'm hotter than them.
Pero Cerberus, ang bilis na nakapasok agad. Nasa market na ang mga taga-Cerberus. Press W. But on the other side, si Akashi, may kina-cut off lang siya dahil alam niya usually nandyan si Blaze King. But the next thing that they need to face is gonna be Tebotol. At kung nasaktuhan sila sa kanyang between, that's gonna be the bigger advantage na meron sana ang mga taga-Boom. Pero nga lang, naiwan si Frostmite. Naiwan si Berserk. Si Tebotol, inaantok pa. Blaze King na lang. Tsaka sa Flip sila natitira.
Anong nangyayari literal na Cerberus, mga kaibigan, they're manhandling BME na sobrang dalit nangyayari, pero nga Flips with that big up 4v2 onto this game. Blaze King needs to play close kasi judge ang gamit niya. Medyo mahirap to, pero kung napapansin mo sa Daikyu tsaka si Loki, pumupulo na agad sila sa pwedeng gawing rotation dito ng BME, mga kaibigan, and wala silang choice at all kundi mag-back na rin din talaga. Hindi sila lalaban kasi alam naman nila na sila yung may lamang dito kahit papaano, and now Loki knows it na merong tao dito sa may wine, pero ipupush ba niya? Pero oh no, hindi niya alam, pero shorty lang gamit ni Flips dito. Pwede ba siya makakuha ng isa? Pero sisilip pa si Loki, mga kaibigan, and yes! He's gonna get that kill. Walang pera ang Boom Esports!
Match point.
Oh no! This is really bad for the side of Boom. They don't have money. Wala silang jet, so wala silang Blade Storm. 2K lang yung pera ni Loki at saka ni Flips dito. Anong mabibili mo dyan? Half armor, tas stinger, tas gawa ka ng trap?
Alam mangyayari dyan.
Hindi. Spectre half armor. Yan, 2,000. O, sige, bahala na. Kahit walang trap, sige.
Laban lang. Press W
oh,
na
wala siyang trap, oh. Ay, oh, tama, wala siyang trap.
Tapusin ito, Cerberus 2-0.
Oh, wala siyang trap, man. Men, lahat sila, except Frostmite naka full armor, pero lahat sila half armor lang. Except Frostmite, of course, naka full armor siya, pero wala siyang baril. Siyempre, kailangan niya ng pang shock dart eh. Or owl drone ata. Owl drone, feeling ko. Pero, Flips na ngert na nga dito agad, mga kaibigan. Still, 5v5. At alam ng Cerberus na walang pera yung mga kalaban nila. Nakita nila yung dalawang players dito ng BME is walang pera. 200 pesos lang, 2K lang daw sa kalam. Pero there is the Hunter's Fury! For the side of Frostmite right now, gonna deny that lockdown and they're gonna go here in A instead. Starting off with the push from Akashi, mga kaibigan, catching one already, and let's see if he can actually catch someone off guard na papasok lang dito sa may A, mga kaibigan. Loki getting all the damages for the side of BME because of the utilities, pero all the way from behind, Flips catching Akashi right now. Daikyu sees one, Berserk nakapatay pa with a showstopper, 2v3 onto this game, and everyone for the side of BME, they have the money. Suka kills one, 2v2 onto this game. The clock is ticking. It's just gonna be an over time or probably not for the side of CES, pero yun nga lang, sabi nila, we don't have enough time because we're just gonna end this game with a 1-0 dun sa mapang pinili ng mga kalaban namin.
Cerberus, slowly but surely, at kahit maraming rounds ang nailalaban sa kanila ng Boom Esports, the fact that they went with the 7-0 and they were far more powerful noong nag-switch ng sides, they will be able to take it. At ito guys, sabi nga ng iba, free pass sa Boom Esports, pero let's not deny ang Cerberus pagdating sa kanilang improvement, pagdating on how they're one of the teams that we are looking forward sa mismong APAC. At buti na lang, ito yung mga nalagpasan ng Cerberus again sa Boom Esports, sa mismong ascent map kung saan talagang nang bubugbog ang Boom Esports. Itong ba ata yung nerf na nangyari sa Boom Esports or talagang bad start lang mula sa kanila? Medyo malamig-lamig talaga yung ginagawa nila so far dito sa ascent.
Yeah. And dito naman talaga, I mean, at least comeback pa rin talaga kahit paano ang Boom Esports. Starting off with a 7-0, that is actually bad for the side of Boom Esports. I mean, we've been working this out for a couple of months already, for the whole year. Tapos we're gonna start off the game with a 7-0 scoreline. Hell no, babawi talaga kami dyan. Pero what if this is gonna be a map pick curse for the side of Boom Esports and Cerberus? What if ganun talaga ang mangyayari dito sa game na to? Kasi meron naman chance na baka nga ganun Ray na talagang kunyari sa asin, oo, panalo ang Cerberus, pero yun nga lang, game number 2, baka panalo ang Boom Esports. Pero we're gonna know if ever talaga that would happen. And knowing na Boom Esports, kilalang talaga natin to na lagi talagang nasa playoffs if ever. So talagang this is gonna be a big hindrance for them though. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Phil. Together with me is Ray right here, VCT APAC Play-ins. We'll be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction.
Welcome back to the VCT APAC Play-ins. We are back at the panel. It's the likable, Fluffy, and Trix. And I would like to say that Fluffy was right. Only one of us was right so far.
So far.
Gotta say so far. We're not yet done with the series, Fluffy.
For sure. But, you know, looking back at this game, it was really intense for the first map already, especially because it was Boom's map pick and CES did end up on top. Very interesting start for them. Good momentum coming in, especially from a couple of players, especially Suka, I think. He ended up with so many impact frags, not just because, you know, he's a great fragger overall, but more than anything, it's because his positioning really allowed him to play into the plan of Boom Esports, especially because their KO knife, as Trix mentioned a lot earlier, did not get a lot of value, especially early on into the game.
Well, I did see that, like, Suka was really popping off over there, but we're gonna look at the numbers to let these numbers fully explain to us what was going on throughout that game. There you go. Look at these objectives. You got 13-8 on the side of Cerberus Esports. And you know, when you mentioned their name earlier, Fluffy, my dog barked again. I think it's a sign. Again. CES, bark bark. But looking at these numbers on the board, Trix, so what can you say about the performance that these two teams had?
Cerberus just doing so much damage, winning all of the frags that they had to, and the objectives. I know the casters pointed it out. Suko was just playing so well, especially on the defender side, forcing Boom into certain angles, as well as constantly changing his setup so that so that he wasn't so predictable, which I find is a mistake a lot of players make on the Sentinel, that they become extremely predictable. Players are able to know where they are, but they had all of these amazing bait setups, especially with the Omen Flash and the Killjoy turret. So I thought, it was really great to watch.
It was definitely great to watch. Again, Suka, just on a whole other level. We love seeing that. We're used to seeing the duelists of these teams pop off, but today it was a Sentinel, and we love it. Fluffy, economy on the board. Oh, never mind. We've got the MVP, rather. We're skipping that for a little bit. I mean, you guys saw it. It means a lot to us, but we want to talk about the ACS, the kills, the MVPs that we got on the board, Fluffy.
Right, so overall we have our MVP Flipster just really standing out on that chamber role, really carrying his weight on Boom Esports. But unfortunately for them, CES does take this map with Suka, as spoken about a lot, has really proved himself as one of the best Sentinels so far that we have seen. And like we mentioned earlier, with APAC being relatively new for us, it's a reset to zero for statistics. So having new statistics like this really shows the potential of a team that is relevant currently. And I feel like it really shows throughout the game. Aside from him, though, a lot of the standout players for me for CES was really their duelist that could really putting himself in a lot of prime positions, especially early on when they had that very, very strong lead. I think it was 4 or 5-0 when he got into logs and came up with a great timing play, as well as Zuka's nade to create a great nano swarm vulnerable for his knives. It was such a good play that really emphasized the team play. And I think team play is a good key factor here. CES, although they have won a lot of their duels, mainly because Boom didn't get a lot of the trade frags, it also was because they slowed down the tempo of Boom enough for them to not be able to play their classic very good executes that Boom is known for, and is forced to play more of the macro game. However, for credit for Boom Esports, once they did slow down their game a bit, they were able to get more control, especially on the attacker side.
Yeah, I found that Boom gave up quite a bit of space, especially on the attacker side, which put CS in these advantageous positions, although I felt that sometimes it seemed that the refrag was lacking, but since the opponent, in this case Boom, was not capitalizing on the spacing of CES, CS just always had the advantage on position and information.
I think it just goes to show how well prepared for this matchup CES really was, because they could read through the rotations, they could read through how much space Boom Esports was giving away over here, and they really capitalized off of what they were able to research up. And we see Suka again. We've seen Suka have those massive 3Ks as he held the site. Regardless whether Boom Esports was going into A site or B site, it was just always off guard for them. Cerberus Esports was just well prepared, especially after we saw that 7-0 opener. But if we can remember, it was Frostmine getting the clutch that became getting the clutch point, or like the first point for their team, that became the catalyst for this team to start locking in points. I mean, right after that, Flipshooter got a solid 3K afterwards. So there was a lot to take in this series. But what do you think, Trix? What do you think Boom Esports could have done better on the side of the attacking?
In the side of the attacking, I had hoped to see more pressure applied by Boom Esports to take back control of the map, force the defenders into certain areas, or at least not give up certain areas of the map, because I find that's where Cerberus was able to especially capitalize on Boom.
Oh, definitely. We saw that too. Again, that's how we saw it. Like Boom Esports, whether they go A or B side, Cerberus just has that map control. And the casters were saying earlier that they would have loved to see Boom Esports have more of that controlled push that we were hoping to see in a map like Ascent. Again, Fluffy has pointed down that several times that it always boils down to the fundamentals when it comes to Ascent, because it's been a map that has been around since the beginning of the Valorant scene, right, Fluffy?
Right. It is one of those maps that really shows the team's mettle, and more than that, I feel like in this game specifically, in the context of what we just watched for the map 1, CS just really had not only better positioning, but they look like they're like one step ahead of Boom Esports, where instead of being as reactive as you'd think a defensive team would be, especially on that side, they were a bit more proactive in thinking ahead, whereas Boom Esports wasn't as proactive enough to make sure that they keep the advantage going, or just get the strengths of the attacker side, which is normally the fact that you can play with a man advantage and take that advantage into a conversion for the round. Because what ends up happening a lot of the time is they either get countered, or they look like sometimes that they're kind of hesitant or hesitating when they do push in, and it's so detrimental because they lose a couple people on entry, and then it's very hard once it comes to the retake because they have no utility and they're stuck inside. So CES just playing beautiful Valorant right there, but Boom Esports still with a lot of flashes of brilliance, which the series, as this map is over, the series isn't over yet, so still a lot more hope, especially with a top team like Boom Esports.
You were talking about the confidence that Boom Esports had here and how they were kind of lacking that level of confidence that you'd hope to see from them. But I guess one of the reasons behind this is, again, the timing that Cerberus Esports had. They were phenomenal with their rotations. They could always just catch their enemy opponent off guard with the positionings that they had. We have Kishi hiding in a corner that we weren't expecting him to be on, and once Boom Esports starts to entry or perhaps retake a site, they just start scattering all over the place because they're not sure where the enemy team is going to be coming from. Is it going to be a double flank? Is it not going to be a double flank? There's a lot of possibilities when it comes to Cerberus Esports, and that is the type of play that we love to see here.
I felt like in terms of seeing Boom's lineup with that double initiator of the KO and the Sova, I had actually hoped to see more aggression on that defender side. Although we saw the jet updrafting on Cerberus' side to make sure that the KO is not peeking A short, I felt that Boom could have still done something more to take map control from the opponents rather than just playing it like a default and reacting. As Fluffy pointed out, I had hoped to see more proactive plays.
Proactive is the name of the game, and that's something that we really saw from Kishi. Whether it's going into A site, pushing through a smoke, or going into mid and peeking out market, Kishi had a lot of that proactiveness in his blood. But now we're going to be looking forward to the next map that these two are going to be fighting on. It's a map that's close to the ocean. It is Breeze, and we're excited to see what kind of compositions they're going to be pulling out over here. Fluffy, from what we know from these teams, what comps do you think we'll be seeing on the side of Cerberus Esports?
I don't think that there's going to be anything too special. Cerberus Esports, as I mentioned before, is a type of team that really runs the same composition over and over again. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the standard agents on Breeze like Sova as well as Viper. And it looks like they are going with that with the Chamber, with the Jet. Nothing really special. Sky is something that a lot of teams flex on. You know, some people run a different initiator. Sometimes I've seen teams run the KO Sova or the Sky Sova variation. Some teams who are very confident sometimes run that Breach, very rarely, but they're going for the more standard approach, the more practice approach. And I feel like if it fits their game plan, as we saw on the first map, it shouldn't be a problem for them, because overall, Breeze, in a way like Ascent, although it's wider and it's bigger, it's still a lot of aim and a lot of fundamentals that comes in that map, because it's really about how you control space on a wider map than actually doing anything relatively flashy. There's not much tricks that you can do from the map itself, and there's not a lot of special lineups and stuff that you can do or we have seen yet, but I'm willing and hopefully I'll be super pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, as Fluffy mentioned, the map is very large, but I find a mistake some newer players make, or newer teams to the scene, is that they try to contest these sites rather than setting themselves up for a good retake. Because I find, as it's so large, it's better to retake, especially on that A site as the defender.
Well, Breeze is something else. This is a map that, again, requires a lot of the individual skills to shine. Not necessarily the whole team play, the team setup. I mean, of course, that's a factor. But when it boils down to it, with all of these long-range fights, with all of the space that we still have here, you gotta be able to aim. You gotta be able to outfrag your opponent, and that's kind of the name of the game here for Breeze. Not necessarily the entire game, but it's a huge factor. Gotta do it. But There we go, guys. Fluffy is leading in terms of our prediction. But there's still hope for me and Trix to get it right. So Boom Esports, Cerberus Esports, give us your best, and casters, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back dito sa ating game number 2 for the VCT APAC Play-ins Group A for the side of from Indonesia. We have Boom Esports dito naman sa side ng Vietnam. We have Cerberus Esports 1-0 already. And dito naman ngayon sa game number 2, ito yung mapang pinili ng Cerberus, mga kaibigan. So talagang kailangan kabahan ng Boom Esports dito kahit paano, kasi knowing na talaga na 2-0, knowing na 1-0 kayo dun sa mapang pinili nyo, that's actually really scary. Tas nasimulan pa nila with a 7-0 scoreline. I mean, what is happening sa Boom Esports? Hindi ito yung Boom Esports na kilala natin dito, Yar.
Speaking of nga, hindi nga ito yung Boom Esports talagang iba yung performance na binigay nila on the first map itself, pero let's not deny that they're also good on the second map. Pero Cerberus, now that they're in a game where they have the momentum, isa na lang before they can take already yung isa pang game to actually go into group stage, malaki talaga ang tsansa mula sa kanila. Dahil nga, every stage, pinapakitaan tayo ng mga teams na usually natatalo. Talagang nagiging maganda yung performance nila. Then, right after that, nag-i-improve naman sila. And hopefully, Cerberus can actually get this. I mean, it's time already na sila naman ngayon ang makapasok din. Siguro, papunta sa group stage dahil usually itong play-ins yung nagiging problema nila, di ba? Na talagang na-dedenine sila ng iba pang mga teams. But looking at it, sa format siya, sa bracketing nila, sobrang malaki din yung advantage nila, especially if they'll be able to take down si Boom Esports. Pero Boom Esports nga, nakita natin yung potential kagad ng kanilang pagbawi right after that 7-0 na tuloy-tuloy na Cerberus. Although marami na nga rounds na pwedeng maitay nila, siguro papuntang overtime, pero marami pang recklessness mula sa kanila. Hindi pa sila sink in. Pero ngayon, baka sa next map, makakapag-reset na nga sila.
They're actually trying to be safe pa rin talaga. Pero yun nga lang, yeah, we can say na they're actually na sobrang reckless lang din. Knowing sa game number 1, tulad nga sinabi ng panel na we are actually expecting na talagang sana naging mas nakokontrol pa ng Boom Esports yung buong mapa. Pero hindi. Isipin mo, round number 1 rather, there's a 3v5 in favor of Boom Esports. We really thought that Boom Esports, ito na yung kilalang Boom Esports natin. Na talaga sa umpisa pa lang, literal na galit na talaga. Talagang sila yung mga players talaga na sobrang aggressive. Pero tama rin yung sinabi ni Trix dati na kanina, na talagang if ever na nagkakamali sila, if ever na talagang sobrang taas ng problema nila kung paano sila makakabawi. Talagang yung mga ibang teams kasi, yun yung way nila na para mag-boost sila ng moral, mag-boost sila ng confidence na bigla na lang may magka-clutch or anything like that. Pero wala, naging tuloy-tuloy yung problema dito ng Boom Esports. Hindi talaga sila nakahanap ng sagot sa tanong, mga kaibigan. Pero dito naman sa Cerberus Esports, yes, they're actually trying to be really confident din kasi knowing na game number 1 is napunta sa kanila. Pero dito sa game number 2, it's just gonna be the same thing. Kasi napupunta tayo sa breeze, isipin mo, di ba? Nagulat na lang pala tayo. Round number 2 na. And Cerberus nakakuha ng first round dito, Ray.
Talagang gusto na nilang nakawin. Para fast games lang tayo ngayon, syempre.
Diba? Direct sana pinasok mo nung match point na ang Cerberus, pero para talagang literal na fast games. Pero Kishi, we're gonna plant the spike already, pero meron pa naman tayong Recon Bolt na probably nasa Shockguard. Yes, that is a Recon Bolt, and now Kishi is now revealed. Pero wala silang alam atol kung nasa yung remaining players of CES ngayon, pero yung Frostman nakakuha na isang kill. Pwede na makuha yung Spectre niya, pero yung maganda yung position ni Suwa ngayon. Tamang one tap to the head, and that is the thing that he's gonna do! Pero Blaze King! Guns out, kapatid! Gamit ang kanyang Oni. Si
Oni-chan.
Daisuke desu. Pero ito
Mama Oni.
Si Mama Oni knife. Natamaan siya ng shorty like a melody in my head. Pero suka, bam! Headshot. Pero to, Guns out ka kasi kapatid na Blaze King. Yes, alam mo yung alam mo yung impormasyon. Pero syempre, anong gagawin nila? Probably push out. Kasi they can actually hear kung nasan ka, kapatid.
Talagang timing eh. Pero may info naman siya. Pero yan yun na guys. Baka naklik lang yung niya. Kung ano man yung nakabind sa kanyang knife out. Pero na-reveal na nga kung nasaan sila Daikut. Pero hawak-hawak niya ang kanyang SpongeBob SquarePants na bundle. Pero speaking of, bilisan na nga nakatik mula sa B-side. And now, Frostmind will be taken down by Suka. At ngayon, back siya nag-updraft. Pero sige, okay lang para kay Berserk. Nakabawas naman siya ng isa. But then Tripsider, talagang minamanipula lang niya ngayon sa may backside. Ano to? Pinag-game labs. 1v2. Pero aware ba siya kagad to take them out? 1v1 with the Great One.
1v1 with the Great One, mga kaibigan. BME. Oop! Nakakita. Alam mo, suka ko nasa yung isa. Pwede nang kunin itong Vandal na to. Pero yun nga lang, iniikutan lang siya ni kaibigang Flips, mga kaibigan. So, 1v1 onto this game. Flips Jitter! We're gonna go down to the hands of Suka. We'll get that 4K and we'll still get that plant. Plus 300 pesos pa rin sa side ng CES. And it's just the same thing all over again. Hindi pa rin talaga makahanap ng butas ang BME dito kung paano nila sasagutin yung ginagawa ng CES sa kanila.
Mahirap to Tricky pero si Flipsider. Nakakagawa naman siya. Kaso nga lang yung info kasi alam na pero low on HP din si dun si Suka.
Trip mo ba yun? Trip mo yun yung niya? Tawag dun? Yung Vandal na yun, yung Neptune.
Hindi. Parang SpongeBob SquarePants.
Parang ganun yung tuloy ko.
Parang sa ilalim ng tubig.
Parang nasa ilalim ng tubig.
Pero sounds niya.
Parang hello, I'm under the water. Parang ganun yung nangyayari. Pero Blaze King, mga kaibigan, with that Sheriff! And he's gonna go down to the hands of Daikut. Tebotol, the only man remaining. Ito ang RC ng Indonesia, mga kaibigan, yung Tebotol. Maraming salamat sa sinabi mo, Rere, pero yung Tebotol catching one. Daikut is now down, pero pushing it to 3v1 right now. Tebotol super low on HP. It's just gonna be a swing coming in from him. Pero yun nga lang, he's gonna be revealed by that Recon Bolt and Akashi who's gonna do that walleye instead. 4-0 for BME. Man, I actually don't know anymore kung paano sila makakabawi.
Alam mo kung anong pinakamagandang gawin na lang ng Boom Esports, Bill? Surrender na.
Pwede naman Pwede naman mag-slash
Pero, ikaw nagagana ka ba sa Neptune? Pero, or hindi? Yung Vandal, okay lang. Pero ang distracting kasi tignan.
Ito sa totoo lang yung good sa kanila. Yung good dyan sa na yan. Maganda naman sila. Maganda naman lahat. Pero ang gusto ko yung shorty.
Yung shorty. Baka nga, tama ka. Maganda yung shorty, yung puti. Yung puti. Diba ang cute? Kawaii ne. Pero ngayon, full buy na muli sa Boom Esports. Ito na ba ang oras para ma-deny ang round streak mula sa Cerberus? Pero fact na si Daikut ngayon, duel sila, talagang so much potential Pero on the other side, Blaze King is gonna be aggressive.
Oy!
Pero dito mama, umiswing si Loki, gumedli lang. Walang nangyari kay Blaze King at nilabas na nga nila ngayon ng mga repolyo para makakuha ng information. Pero si Flipsider kailangan nilang tapatan ngayon. Si Flipsider daw nakapatid ni PP sa SBE. Magkamukha na daw sila pero Akashi still gets him. And now, Berserk's Frostmind na lang together with Teboto lang natitira. Pero aware pa sila, natitira kagad si Daikut. Cute! Pero Frostmind will be able to take him down. And it's gonna be Berserk's shotting off si Suka. At ngayon, 3v3. May pag-asa pa ang Boom Esports dito, Vil.
Yeah. And dito ngayon sa mga side ng BME, mga kaibigan, I mean, for Berserks and Tebotol, yes, natamaan siya ng Hunter's Fury, pero yun nga lang, this is gonna be really hard for him though. Kasi ang BME talaga hindi pa talaga nakakulit kahit pa paano yan, low-key catching wall. Pero si Tebotol, bakit ako natigil? Fake don't close, mga kaibigan, and yun nga! BME is still gonna get that defuse! And ito na ata ang pagbawi ng api ng BME.
Ang ganda ng ginawang retake. Hindi na binitawan and knowing na nakabawas sila because of because of si Loki na shutdown kagad sa post plant. I rather si Suka na dapat makakapitas ng isa, si Berserks. Di ko alam kung bakit naging messed up yung post plant ng Cerberus when in fact dapat may papanalo nila yung round na yun. But still, marami naman silang pera. They've been winning consecutively. Pero that's already a sign that Boom Esports wants to tie this game. Pero dahil cute, sino mauna, wala. Misses kagad dito si Berserks and he was able to bail out of this.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa BME mga kaibigan, at least they have the shoulder to lean on for them to have all these points na pwede talaga makakuha dito ng mga pwede na makuha ng team nila dito sa game na to. Pero, Berserk, ladies and gentlemen, is this gonna be a pick from him though? Pero at least ako siya ng isang kill dito, pero yung nga ng 2v5 onto this game, Akashi, together with the only one player, which is si Flips. Yes, there's actually hindi si Flips, sorry, si Suka. Yes, pwede nalang mawawi ito, pero 40 seconds, medyo mahirap na din talaga ito. Exit frags, yes, that is the only thing that he can do. But Tebotol mga kaibigan, ito na rin talaga siguro talaga ang pagbawi ng api. Kasi kung napapansin mo, 2v5 is gonna be really hard for you to do that. Knowing na lahat ng kalaban mo may baril pa. And pwede kayo manalo dun if ever kunyari siguro naka-half ba yung kalaban nyo. Yes, pwede yun. Pero ang problema is napakahirap lang din. I mean, they have the advantage, yes, and all they're gonna do is capitalize everything that they have. But Tebotol mga kaibigan, at least bumabawi siya dito kahit paano, and they don't want to repeat the same mistakes ever again. Kasi if ever na paulit-ulit mo ginawa ang mistake, man, paano ka pa magsasorry niyan? Kung paulit-ulit na lang din naman talaga, di ba?
Sabi mo, sorry akin, bes. Pero, kahit kahit Boom Esports tsaka Cerberus yung kinakas natin, ang daming nanonood. So, shoutout sa mga nasa YouTube, nasa Twitch, at syempre na nasa Facebook na nagko-comment at nakikinood pa rin. Na dito kayo pwede magiging analyst, guys, sa mga laban ng hindi Pinoy teams. Pero, yung Boom Esports, I think, they're the type of team that takes so much time para mag-init. Mabibigay talaga na yung first 4 rounds, siguro talaga on a spree yung kalaban nila. Pero once na nagising na sila, and looking at it, sobrang palong-palo na si Berserks and si Flipzitter. Marami talagang potential pa kung pwede nating makita mula sa Boom Esports. Pero there's no denying that Cerberus on the other side has still that advantage. And ngayon na si Suka also is really improving so much. Mahirapan din ang Boom Esports to actually rattle ang gustong ipakita naman ng Cerberus.
Pero at least for the side of Cerberus naman, yes, pwede mo sila makabawi dito kahit paano kasi they have the firepower. I mean, medyo mahirap kasi tatlo naman sa kanila ang may pera dito, ang may Vandal, pero yun nga lang, medyo desperate ba? Yes, that could happen, pero that is actually a big kill. Dito na ginawa nga ni Berserks dito, taking down the man na may hawak ng Vandal, so probably pwedeng kunin yun ni Chamber if ever. Pero Suka mga kaibigan, with that tour de force on hand, is this gonna be a winnable side for CS mga kaibigan? Oh, all these pot shots na hindi talaga nag-work, pero yung low-key, what a really great entry na ginawa nila dito. Ang ginawa nila sa mid is nag-ingay lang siya para syempre makapasok yung mga tao dito sa may likod, pero yung nga lang Kishi mga kaibigan with a big flash, pero muntik na makuha yung isa, but Flips catching one. Berserk super low in HP right now, and that Viper Spit will give them that enough advantage para syempre talaga makabawi sila kahit paano, pero 3v2 onto this game. Medyo mahirap lang din talaga ang position nila kasi dahil sa Hunter's Fury though. Muntik nang makuha ngayon si kaibigan Kishi, pero yun nga lang, Loki will gonna be down. That Viper Spit will gonna be denied pa rin, pero Blaze King really thought that Suka ang makakuha nun, pero yun nga lang, they have that time though for the 3 and CES. Slowly but surely nakakabawi na rin talaga ang BME.
Expected na sana ni Suka yun eh. Pero ang confident ni Blaze King to actually get that top dahil naka 2D4 si Suka doon. Pero ginawa niya, hintayin kong pumikto sa akin sa may kanang banda. And kita mo, hindi na siya nagparatel. Pero this one was really onto the side of Suka. Pero alam na rin kasi information ko saan siya manggagaling. Plus, nasabayan parang Hunter's Fury kaya si Loki walang chance at all. But if he just only got that amount of time to get that discipline coming, dahil isang second na lang bago ma-detonate eh. Nung dinedefuse ka agad ni Blaze King, maglaki sana yung pag-asa ng Cerberus. But right now, 1 round left. It's gonna be a tie. At malaking problema to na kailangan hanapin ang Cerberus. Yang si Berserk hindi nag-whiff. Ang ganda na nakagad ng well-coordinated na ang Boom Esports this time around dito sa Breeze map.
Yeah. Pero, on to the side of the players of BME, mga kaibigan, they're actually trying to shut down everyone dito sa CES. Pero Berserks, this is gonna be a really bad thing for him. So, kasi all the flashes of CES is connecting onto his face. 3v3, Daikute, dashes no more. Blaze King with all the swings na ginagawa niya. Catching one is gonna be a second one for him, maybe not. Alam niyo na Daikute na medyo delikado if ever nag-push siya, pero yung nga wala siyang idea at all na meron pa tayo sa may likod. Takashi, mga kaibigan, Flipjig nakakuha ng isa, pushing ito at 2 versus none. CES
out of charges.
From 3-0, I mean from 3-0 ba o 4-0?
4-0 best.
From 4-0 to 4-4. Comeback it is na ginagawa dito ng mga Indo.
Boom Esports. Ito yung Boom Esports na nakikita talaga natin. Ito performance nila, pero Cerberus on the other side. Remember, they're on the attacking. This is their map pick. A huge advantage that they're using this map against other teams sa own region nila. Pero pagdating sa APAC, mahihirapan din sila dahil Boom Esports is also strong pagdating sa mapang ito. Pero let's see if it's gonna be that round advantage mula sa side ng Cerberus or talagang ang Boom Esports ay nakakabawi na for the 5 consecutive rounds they need to get. Pero as they have the crossfire, tapos eco din ng Cerberus, alam mo na eh, that Boom Esports can somehow get this round once again dahil alam na rin nilang information kung nasaan ang mga miyembro ng Cerberus.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa side ng BME, mga kaibigan, at least they're all getting the frags that they need. Pero for CES though, I mean, they don't have enough money. They don't have enough ultimates as well. So we have no idea at all kung kailan ba sila papasok dito. They need to get that spike down, probably here in B, because that is the place to be. That is the easiest site right now na pwede nilang puntahan. Pero are they gonna commit or not? All the traps are now being denied by CES, pero BME, Frostmind knows it already that they're all inside. Pero maganda yung ginagawa ni Suka dito though. Trying to catch someone off guard dito lang sa may likod. And for the side of BME though, at least Tebotol catching one. Blaze King will deny onto Akashi right now. Daikute with that blade sword, mga kaibigan. Will gonna deny one as well for the side of BME. Pero Daikute getting tagged. He's super low on HP right now. And tamang double pick natin talaga. Flip Jetter will get that kill, and Tebotol will gonna end his life 5-4. And finally, after a lot of time na lamang ang CES for the first time ever sa buong best of 3 nila, lamang na ang Boom Esports.
Boom Esports is back, my friends. And si Suka bot yung team eh. Pero kasi si Berserks gising na rin. And alam naman natin na yan sa mga magaling na duelists. Nakikita ko yan pag nanonood ako ng Radiant Games eh. Sa mga nag-stream, pero nonetheless, if you just give Berserks a good opportunity na makapag-pick off gamit ang kanyang operator, then yan yung magiging malaking problema ng Cerberus. Paano ba natin isa-shutdown si Berserks pagdating sa long angles, especially in this type of map? Pero speaking of, mabilis ang pick-offs lang at naratal na naman muli ang mga taga Cerberus, Vil.
Rattle of the palate indeed. Rattle of the palate indeed, mga kaibigan. That is a thing na talagang kailangan natin consider dito. Pero meron pang tao sa may makdo. Pero Blaze King is gonna be down. Meron ngayon pera ang Cerberus if ever. And syempre, talagang si Loki, yes, pwede siya mag-swing dito. Pero yun nga lang, Loki will gonna shut him down. Pero Suka, they're actually trying to puncture the walls of Boom Esports right now in Frostmind. The only man remaining, 2v1. Can he get that spike done or not? Frostmind with a swing and Frostmind with a kill. 1v1. Buhay na buhay pa rin dito sa Chamber, mga kaibigan. Chamber versus Chamber. Indonesia versus Vietnam. And ladies and gentlemen, BME still gonna get that big clutch. 4K for the side of Frostmind. Yes, meron siyang oras for him to defuse the spike. 2.28. Mahabang oras for you to get that done. And still, na-save pa niya yung operator. Wow!
ROI.
ROI, di ba?
Kanina pa yung operator na yan, guys, ha? Ilang rounds na yan. Kaya pa matagal yan. Kaso, yung Boom Esports, yung Cerberus, pangalawang round na talaga nito, ha? Na dapat sa kanila na yung round bully if they can just allocate that time. Pero unfortunately, hindi na naman nila nagagawa at all. Now, Berserk, starts to become at this one. Makakakuha nga na naman siya. Sinamahan pa na short nila ka-Melody, pero di na agad pinabayaan ni Daikut. Pero niline-upan lang on the other side ni Blaze King. Pero, we think 3v3, pag-asa pa ba ito na Cerberus or hindi? Oh, ganda mo ka ng Tableton. Nakuha niya si Loki na naman.
Yeah, kuha talaga niya yung mga bagay na talagang makukuha dito, mga kaibigan. Siyempre, di ba? Tamang focus lang din naman talaga tayo dito, for sure. Pero 2v3 onto this game. Suka with a swing and Tableton will still gonna get that kill! 3v1, Kishi, mga kaibigan. 1v3. If ever na clutch ni Kishi to, magkakaroon na ng jowa si Ray, tandaan nyo. Pero, mukhang wala pa ata. Nadamay ka, pre.
Ayaw ako ipag-jowa ng Cerberus, ah. Jojowain or totropahin APAC edition na ba tayo, guys? Meron akong jojowain talaga, pero sa group stage pa natin may kita. Si Foxy. Si Foxes, diba? All-time crush ko yun. Tangos na ilong. Pero
ilong lang ba ang basehan mo, Rere?
Inagaw po talaga niya. Like, kahit anong kulay ng hair. Stage 1 pa lang last year na APAC, ha? Yung so-called masters.
I'm gonna ask you. Diba? I'm gonna ask you. Vil or Foxy?
Foxy.
You want to play? Let's play.
Nag-busy, no? Pero, I mean, like I said a while ago, this could be a map pick curse for the side of Boom Esports, yeah? But Flips, my beacon, catching one down. And Spike is now dropped here lang din sa may end ng tunnel, end ng cave. Viper Spit for them to secure that win, secure that advantage dito lang sa may cave. And for the side of BME, I mean, they know it already that they're gonna go there in B instead. I mean, why do you have to push in dito sa A knowing na may Viper Spit dyan? Probably gonna go there in B na lang din talaga, di ba? And now, dito lang sa may mid, mga kaibigan, it's just Jet waiting for that corner, waiting for that angle, waiting for the perfect execution for them to push that. Pero siya yung magiging, dito, siya yung pwedeng maging anchor dito if ever kung talagang para mahanap yung isa. Pero yun nga lang, that is a kill coming in from Berserks right now. Pero yun nga lang, that is gonna be a big problem for the side of BME for sure. Suka, to be honest, why do you have to push that? All you're gonna do is wait. And knowing na tatlo ang kasama mo dyan, para meron silang idea at all, no? Pero yun nga lang, mukhang meron tayong makikita ngayon, and that is Berserks, mga idea. We're gonna shut him down. Plus the Hunter's Fury for them to get that information. Kung nasa ba talaga si Akashi ngayon, the 3v1, meron tao sa may mid, pero that is a kill from Akashi. Won't gonna catch one down, dash from Berserks, pero that is a jump plus the swing plus the kill onto that Blade Storm, onto CES 8-4. This is the same thing all over again. That is the same thing that happened. This is game number 1, 8-4, pero baliktad na. At tama ang sinasabi ko kanina, this is gonna be a big map pick curse if ever.
Or talagang ang Cerberus ay mahina sa attacking side nila ngayon, pero denied eh. Kasi ito yung merong magic pagdating sa nasa defending ka here in Breeze. You can just wait for them to come at you. Especially nga, maraming magagandang angulo. Pero ngayon, meron tayong tinatawag na jet diff mula kay Berserks together with Daikut. Kaso nga lang, kailangan makabawi ng Cerberus kung gusto na nga talaga nila kagad ma-confirm na yung panalo against Boom Esports. Mahirap pagpupunta pa tayo ng map 3 kasi strength talaga ng Boom Esports ang Icebox eh.
Yeah. Alam mo ba, Ray? Meron akong gusto i-shoutout. She's a good friend of mine, to be honest. Mabait siya. Ang pangalan niya is Coca Kyla. Yeah. Shoutout mo naman si Coca Kyla.
Coca Kyla.
Yeah.
Yan. Shoutout kay Coca Kyla.
Kasi mahilig siya sa Coke. I mean, yung inumin na hindi yung isang bagay kasi medyo delikado yun.
Pag mali ng pagkabigkas mo ng Coke, iba yun.
Oo, tama. Babasa yan, kumbaga mahilig siya sa Ekok. Ekok OMC, man. Nakalaro ko na siya pero 2 times lang din. Sana makalaro ulit kita soon. Nanonood siya ngayon live. Nasa siya ngayon, nasa ano mo magandang bansa?
Bicol.
Sa Bicol siya ngayon. Nanonood siya sa Bicol ngayon. Tabi lang. Bicol? Yan. Nanonood si Coca Kyla live from Bicol. Ayan. Nasa Pilipinas siya ngayon. Nasa Pilipinas siya. Ayan. Nasa may Luzon. Ayan. Nasa may bandang feel ka nasa may bandang north siguro. Ayan.
Sa Nueva Ecija ba yung may 4 hour difference?
Ewan ko sa dalawang yan. Pero yan. I mean, Coca Kyla, if ever you're watching, a big shoutouts to you. Maraming salamat sa panood. Nahiya ako bigla kasi nanonood siya. Nahiya ako. Alam mo ba, shy type ako. Best alam mo ba? Pero, ay nako, Phil, contain yourself. Kaya terror kung nagsasalita ka dyan, manahimik ka na lang, okay? Pero going back here in this game right now, that is Daikut, mga kaibigan. At least it's checking all the corners, checking all the angles, pero yun nga, meanwhile, Suka giving that lowest of all HPs na ginawa dito kay Tebotol. So, 3v4 onto this game. Daikut catching one. Blaze King waiting for that swing. Nakita na yung isa, pero wala siyang idea. Meron pa isa dito, pero nga, dalawa na nakita na, pero that is Kishi. We're gonna take down one. 2v1 onto this game. And Daikut, the last guy standing for Cerberus Esports right now. Frostmind giving all the damage in his life right now. Tebotol, we're gonna shut him down instead. 9-4. At talaga bumabawi na rin talaga dito ang BME knowing that they have this advantage na this round ito, they can get all the Spectres that they want in order for them to win and in order for them to get a double-digit score into this game. And for the side of Cerberus, what is happening to all of you guys, Step Bros? Kasi knowing na ang ganda nung intro nyo, pero dito sa game number 2, parang dinudurog na kayo ng BME. It's like, parang no? Maybe we can see a reverse sweep dito na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng mga Endo.
At baka doon rin ang Breeze map kung saan tambak ang Cerberus. Dahil gising na nga ang diwa ng Boom Esports, pero Berserk sa dash in lang kagad sa may site mismo. Talagang wala siya tinatamaan, pero buti na lang just si Frostbite to take down Kishi. And it's up the last one member na lang, at si Daikut nga. Kaya siya naglagay ng Daikut kasi cute siya. Frostbite takes him out, and Boom Esports is on a double-digit round score. At tatlo na lang bago nila makuha tong series, and we're gonna be flying off to Icebox most likely. So kung gusto niyo nang mag-map to Boom Esports, sabihin nyo lang at tapusin nyo na kagad yung map 2.
But I can actually feel the frustration dito sa side mo. Tapusin agad yung map number 2. Pero meanwhile, for the side of CES, mukhang babawi pa rin talaga sila. They have the firepower, they have all the Vandals on hand, so they can actually push it. Pero nga lang, Kishi, mga kaibigan, that's a big pop flash that he did, catching down 2 already. Flips! We're gonna swing and flips. We're gonna get that 2K as well. Tamang 2K lang din talaga ang ginagawa dito, parang 2K Sports. Pero low-key, mga kaibigan, oh my god, that's gonna be really hard. May shock dart na, may snake bite pa. Sinong unang titignan mo doon? 3v2, Akashi, mga kaibigan, still full HP together with that big Viper spit that they did here in A. Flips, mga kaibigan, wala silang sustain. That's gonna be a big problem for them though. At mukhang BME pa rin talaga makakuha nito. They have the Viper Spit and still hindi na retake ng CES to. Hirap na. Sad.
Sad, no? Undas.
Kaya malungkot ang undas, mga kaibigan, kasi pag binalik mo, sad, no?
Ay! Natawa ako sa na may nag-trend sa Twitter.
Huwag natin pag-usapan yun.
Hindi, ninakaw niya yung cup noodles nung kasamahan niya. Kasi naman.
Alam ko, ayokong pag-usapan ng Twitter ngayon. Can follow me on Twitter at Vilsanity with a double Y.
Follow me at Ray_Uhu. So natapusin talaga ng Boom Esports to. Wala na ito ginagawa yung Cerberus, antok na eh.
Oo nga, anong oras na rin kasi, di ba? So feeling ko kailangan talaga nilang magising dito and we're probably gonna win 2-0. Pero, muntik na. Pero nga lang, Berserks, mga kaibigan, I really thought na talaga maubuhay pa rin siya doon. Pero nga lang, tamang marshal din daw sa kalam sinasabi ngayon na Loki. The only my remaining for CES and Loki, kapatid, sabi yung plant, pre.
Sabi yung plant. Kaya pa ma-clutch? Pag na-clutch si Loki, to mamahalin ko talaga siya. Pero mahirap ata to. Oo.
Parang ayaw ata magpamahal, bes. Loki, low on HP. Shock dart not gonna connect onto him. But all they're gonna do is push. They're pushing really hard right. Ginawa ko ni Blaze King, yes, naganon lang siya. Kasi medyo mahirap naman talaga patamaan ng ganyan eh, no? Pinaglalaroan lang nila si Loki ngayon. Let's see. The God of Mischief, mga kaibigan. We're gonna go down. Loki 1 pala siya.
Loki 1. Ba't kaya? Kaya yan pa. Hindi, Loki lang dito pero Loki 1 dun sa ano. Ewan ko anong tip niya. Pero, match point na mula sa Boom Esports. Ang real quick lang naman pala na itong match nila between Cerberus and them. Parang nagsispeedrun lang. Press W unrated. Tunay na Boom Esports talaga. Alam mo, palong-palo. Pero itong Cerberus, talagang ano lang eh. Magiging intro boys sila pag natalo sila sa third map. Hanggang 7-0 lang naman pala.
I cute with a swing. Muntik na makakuha ng dalawa. Pero Kishi, let's gonna be down for the count. Pero meron pa naman mga ibang players dito sa may likod, mga kaibigan. Meron pa talo sa may orange. Pero yung nga lang, Akashi will gonna get that 2K! And ladies and gentlemen, BME is at a match point already. And sa Indonesia, all they're gonna do is win. And di pa rin talaga sila natatalo dito sa sa buong second half. Isang beses lang nanalo dito ang Cerberus daw.
Pero pag nakaka-comeback ng Cerberus, naniniwala talaga ako sa comeback ko. Pero hindi sa X. Yan. At 7 na lang. Bago mag-overtime to, pero pababayaan pa ba ng Boom Esports? So knowing na 3 out of 5 ng ultimates nila, are you ready na? Kaya to si Frostmind. Nag-iisip kung meron ba siyang mapipick off or wala. Pero the location has been revealed. Good information mula sa site ng Cerberus to. Para malaman nila if ipupush pa sila ngayon ng Boom Esports or hindi pa. Pero Flipzitter is actually expecting someone going into elbow. Pero map control lang. Pick-offs lang mula sa Boom Esports ang ginagawa nila ngayon. Sobrang careful.
Yeah. Ang sabi pala ni Coca Kyla is natutuwa siya sa greet natin, Rere. Coca. Diba?
Ano ko natutuwa? Ako di na ako natutuwa eh.
Wala eh. Natutuwa si Miss Coca, si Kyla. Ano ba yung mga kinakanta ni Kyla? Di ba singer yun?
Nakalimutan ko eh. Sorry
Okay lang. Matanda na kasi. Pero nga ng Blaze King. We're gonna catch one down, Frostmind as well. Pero 3v4, that recon ball will gonna be denied by CES right now. Pero yun nga lang, literal na sinasagasaan ng BME ang Cerberus na parang jeep.
Ang sabi ng jeep, and Devoton,
patok na jeep, man.
Kishi, and 13-5, let's go, Icebox. Pero okay lang, kung ganito yung map 2, Okay lang mag-map 3 kung ito kakabilis nga naman mula sa side ng Boom Esports, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, if ever na ganito, though, I mean, ito yung mga tropa natin sa BME, yung isa maglalabada pa ata sa likod. Pero, pero kung napapansin mo, parang hindi sila sama-sama, though. I mean, for Boom Esports, di ba, this is the first time ata nakita ko na they're not actually together. Kasi they have, di ba, no? They have a bootcamp there in Indonesia. I mean, maganda kaya ang bootcamp ng Boom Esports. Pero yeah, wala tayo magagawa if ever ganun talaga. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you see already the game number 2, and it's just Boom Esports winning that with a 1-1 score now dito sa ating best of 3 series. But we still have game number 3 later on. So this is gonna be a reverse sweep na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng BME or talaga makakabawi dito ang Cerberus Esports from Vietnam. Medyo marami din tayong kailangan i-consider din dito kasi yung mga players nga talaga ng Cerberus is medyo talagang literal na sinagasaan sila ng BME dito sa Breeze. Well, this is their map pick and talagang siguro nga tama yung sinabi ko kanina, it's gonna be a map pick curse na pwede mangyari dito sa game na to, and that is the thing that happened, really. I mean, for the side of Boom Esports, talagang at least they have the advantage. Kasi ito. I mean, if ever kunyari, ako si Team Vil. Tapos, ikaw si Team Ray. I mean, I'd want to win sa game number 2 if ever talaga gusto ko mag-game number 3. But yeah, mga kaibigan, we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we are casters. My name is Phil. Together with me is Ray right here. You're watching the VCT APAC Play-ins. We'll be right back.
We are back here again at the panel. It's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trick. So we just witnessed Boom Esports absolutely dominate Breeze with a 12-5 scoreline. It looks like it's not a good day for map picks because Boom did pick Ascent and they lost, and then Cerberus picked Breeze and they lost. So there's an irony there. But the good news is we're headed off to map number 3. We get to see them in action over at Icebox. So let's dissect how this game went down by looking into our post-match stats. Post-game stats. I was gonna say post-game stats. Let's go. Whoa, okay, we're waiting for the numbers. Here they are. So off the bat, we see the score. Sorry, I said 12-5 earlier. I was lacking 1 point. It was 13-5. There we go. And look at these. The headshot percentage, the damage, the fragments, everything was just pointing onto the side of Boom Esports. And it just goes to show, Fluffy, how dominant they truly were over here at Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports, when the game first opened, I was kind of worried that it was going to fall back on what happened in map 1 with Cerberus going for that 4-0 lead. But as they got a grip on the game, they went through an amazing streak, completing the first half dominantly getting every single round after that, moving on into a very, very confident second half where they only gave up one round the entire time, ending the score, as you mentioned, as 13-5. I think the biggest difference from the Boom Esports we saw on map 1 versus now on Breeze for map 2 is that Boom Esports felt like they were the ones this time who were more prepared, especially when they got the operators in hand. Sometimes they even have the operator as well as the Tour de Force active just to double up for these strengths. Cerberus Esports tried to do a little cheeky things and try to do a lot of explosive plays at times, maybe just to shake things up to try something on the attack. But Boom Esports always ready and having good retakes as well, showing that they are still a team, a top team that we have to really look out for. Just because they lost the first map does not mean it's over.
Oh, definitely. And we can see here, look at the statistics for the economies over there. It was really a struggle for Cerberus Esports to follow through with the dominant performance, again, that Boom Esports has been displaying. Now, Trix, we talked about Breeze being an aim-heavy map, and we can see that in the results of each and every round. And we can see that here on the average combat scores on our screens too.
Yeah, I'm not sure how everyone else feels, but to see Berserks on that jet, it's good to see him on the jet. I find that Raze was great on the first map, but on the second map on Breeze, just the amount of mobility the jet has and the way that they can block vision with their own smokes, it allows more room for Boom to play that proactive side of Berserks and get those early picks, which you could see they were capitalizing off of.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Berserks was something else on the jet, and he also brought out the operator. I think it was Flipster who brought out the operator during Ascent, but this time Berserks was just popping off with that op. He would go through one corner, look for somebody to put their game highlights. See? They're bringing it all out. And again, as Fluffy mentioned earlier, we were a little bit worried on the side of Boom Esports because Cerberus Esports, again, had such an amazing start. Suka was really feeling it too. He had an opening 4K that was incredibly clean. But in the end, Boom Esports, Tricks, they really dominated here.
It was really good to see the fact that they were actually taking control of the map, taking those early picks that we've seen Boom do over and over again and do well. It was fantastic. The fact that they would line up all of their utilities and actually capitalize on having that KO and Sova, pushing and forcing their opponents into certain angles to get that advantage. It was fantastic. The 5-man pushes, the executions. It was the Boom I was hoping to see starting map 1.
Yeah, and we actually talked about this in Ascent, wherein Boom was giving away so much space. But Fluffy, I don't think that this was the case moving into Breeze.
Yeah, I feel like we mentioned a bit even earlier, teams at this level need to know how to adapt to the correct situation and adapt really quickly. And it looks like we're looking at a different Boom Esports than we had on the first map. We started out a bit shaky, and like you guys mentioned as well, a lot better utility usage, a lot more value coming out of things like the KO pick from the side of Boom Esports. Whereas in the first map, you can really see how even though they were playing the double initiator comp as well, they didn't get enough information and enough usage out of what they were trying to get in the early round, so that when they get to the mid round, it's kind of confusing, and then they always had to run in towards like last 20-30 seconds for like the last push. At that point, it's like a short commit, so everyone just rotates and out positions them. But here on Breeze, it was completely different. They were able to spot out a lot of threats early. They were able to use their usage, util usage, to force them, like Trix mentioned, into angles where they could really capitalize on, especially with the operator, which I feel like is such a big part in this map specifically. It's very hard to push the operator out of the angle that it's holding, especially because of the patch that we're playing on means that Sova's drone is a lot shorter than it used to be, and of course the Sky Dog is not as far as anyone would like to be. So if you're playing really, really far back, aside from a flash and the recon dart, there's not much that can really push you off the angle. So having such an aggressive operator like that really shuts down a lot of the early plays that CS can do.
Not to mention how Berserks has been repositioning himself every single round. And I think that it's good that you mentioned the usage of utility over here, because I think one of the reasons why Berserks was so successful in his operator stint over here is because they weren't using enough flashes to kind of counter him out from the angle that he is trying to hold, right? And that is why he's able to get all of these opening picks, or sometimes he hits people when they least expect it. Like when they're trying to push a site, you'll be surprised that Berserk is already right behind you, and whoever's the last to enter the site gets picked off. And it's just very unfortunate for them, but on our side, it was very pleasing to watch. We even got to see a little bit of Blaze King tricks being a little bit cheeky towards the end of the game, wherein he was just trying to jump around, trying to bait Loki. But eventually, I think it was Flipstutter who got him. Wait, I might be a little bit confused here.
It was the one in Spawn. I remember that round too, where the opponent had a scout. I think that in general, Cerberus played well. But I think what they could have worked on was definitely the retakes. As I mentioned before the map started, Breeze is primarily where you want to set yourself up for a good retake because it's such a large map. It's okay to give up certain locations so long as you retake it together.
So with that said, what do you think that Boom Esports was really doing well on the retake side?
I think the fact that they closed off all of the flank possibilities, the fact that they were patient waiting for other players to rotate from the attacker side as well, it always set them up for success because everyone was always locked inside the site. And if they weren't in the site in the timing that Boom approached it, it meant that they had to be in the tunnels. So either in B main tunnels, A main tunnels, they were always in choked angles where Boom would always have the advantage if they took the sites.
Well, I guess this is where the adaptability that we keep mentioning comes in, right? Because in game number 1 or map number 1, we saw Cerberus Esports having all of these little cheeky corners that they try to hold. They try to go into unexpected spots to really surprise Boom Esports in a sense. So I guess Boom Esports was able to adapt to that fully here on Breeze because they weren't taking it like no more cheeky angles. We're not gonna be flanked twice in a row. I don't want to do this anymore. We want to win this game. We want to show them that we have what it takes over here on APAC to survive and just make it to the group stages at the very least. And very good performance on the side of Boom Esports. To the very end too, Fluffy, we saw Kishi just trying his best to buy more time for their team to recover, but Boom Esports just didn't allow it.
I mean, they did what they could. They did a lot of cheeky things, CS. They tried as much Kishi, especially on that Sky, trying to create space for his team. But at the end of it, I really think it's a solid discipline that teams like Boom Esports really present, especially in this game. And I feel like moving on to the next game, if they remain to have the same confidence level and the same tactical pressure that they have here on Breeze, it could be an upset, at least for my prediction.
Well, that is something very interesting. Before we head on over to the agent selection, I do want to ask, who do you think Icebox is more favorable for? Fluffy, let's start with you.
Given that Icebox is the type of map where it's hard for defenders to quickly rotate once you do give up sight, and knowing that Boom Esports is a type of team, in comparison at least to CS, that feels like as a unit, they are more coherent, I feel like it's leaning towards the side of Boom Esports, although since I do know that CES did ban out, I believe it was Split, to get Icebox to be the decider, I'm sure that they're also coming in with a plan to really stop that, or else it would be kind of not that smart to make that ban choice. So I'm pretty still confident in CES, but on paper I would have to go for Boom.
Ooh, okay. It just got a little bit more interesting because Fluffy got slightly persuaded by the results so far. Now, I'll have to hold your word for it for now, Trix, because we are going to be heading over to the agent selection. So maybe you can divulge on that topic a little bit more as we head into it. All right, we're headed off to Icebox. Trix, I just want to continue off what we were talking about earlier. Who do you think is more favored in terms of going into Icebox?
I think just the fact that Boom's executions, especially during Breeze, were really good. If they keep up with the kinds of agents that are able to get that early aggression and safely reposition themselves with the mobility, I think it would help them a lot. Seeing as they even pick up that chamber that can easily reposition alongside having a Killjoy that can set up and anchor a site, I think shows a lot of promise from Boom's side.
Let's take a look. I love these. I love it when we present all of the agents like this, all 3D. It looks so cool. But yeah, even the cooler plays over here. One thing that I've noticed over time is that most of the teams that we have here, Fluffy, usually have a set-in-stone composition for Icebox. Why do you think that is?
I feel like Icebox is just one of those maps where agent flexibility is not as high as other maps, just because the layout specifically of the map really heavily favors certain agents. For example, there are a lot of initiators that are very good at getting info, Fade or Sky and stuff, but because the drone effect, your dog or the Prowler is ground-based, you don't get a lot of the angles that you have to clear with Sova because the map is so vertical. So it's normally an insta-lock-in. Viper as well, as a map that you normally full commit, similar to Breeze on the side, having the constant Viper wall as a threat and having it be able to block multiple floors, it's really the vertical aspect of Icebox also that plays a big part of it, as well as the fact that once you do take the site, you don't really have to do anything else except for essentially not throw. So it's really almost insta-locks at least 2 agents, and because you have to have a duelist normally, or not, you don't have to have a duelist, but you prefer an agent that has that verticality aspect as well. You're normally locked into like 3 agents. But moving on to the actual agent select, I'm really interested in knowing what CES is going to play, because taking a look at their history for Vietnam VCT, they actually didn't play Icebox like at all. So I would really like to see what they're going to come up with this game.
Yeah. It's a big question of whether they were trying to avoid Icebox because they didn't feel comfortable with it, or perhaps they had something up their sleeves that they wanted to pull out over here on APAC Stage. But with that said, we're just ready to get started with the game. So again, on the panel, it has been Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. We're passing you over to our casters so we can begin with the game. Casters, take it away.
Hello guys! What's up again? Dito sa mismong VCT APAC Stage 2 Play-ins. Ako si Rene. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil. At kami pa rin ang magkakast dito sa game number 3 between Cerberus and Boom Esports. Gaya nga nakita natin sa game 2, Vil. Speedrun lang. At yun yung mga okay lang eh. Hindi yung mabilisang, hindi yung mabagal na game 2 eh. Para magkaroon ng game 3. And looks like Boom Esports, they're back! And we're gonna be seeing them sa Icebox match muli.
Yeah, and the thing is, what's gonna happen here in game number 3? It's just gonna be a match for Cerberus or sa Boom Esports. A lot of things that can happen. Pwede tayo makakita ng one-sided match, pwede tayo makakita ng really close match. Kasi dun sa game number 1, game number 2 natin, pwede natin sabihin na talagang nagka-one-sided match tayo dun sa ating dalawang teams. Pero dun sa game number 3, there's gonna be a whole different thing already. Ito yung mapang walang pumili. Ouch! So, talagang, pero dito sa side na to, for Icebox to, yes. So, we can say na Boom Esports, they have an edge here.
Mm-hmm. And sabi nga ni Trix, si Berserks is back on track. Everything is going well together sa Boom Esports, while Cerberus seems like nawala sila out of their own goal, out of their own tracks. But maybe you're in Icebox, they'll be back. Pero it will take so much time, syempre, sa side ng Cerberus to realize. Walang duelist yung Boom Esports, at hindi lang sa wala silang duelist, walang KO. Kundi, double sentinel.
Napanood ko na to. Ilang beses ko nang napanood to. Oh my God, ilang beses na talaga. Okay sana kung KO eh. Di ba? Okay sana kung KO. Pero, sino ba naman tayo? Sino ba naman tayo para syempre pangunahan sila, di ba? Hindi naman tayo pro player. Ay, pro player pala ako. Sidestep. Pro player pala yung sidestep. Pero yun nga lang, Berserks! Ang sakit, napakamahal na round yan para kay Berserks, mga kaibigan. Magkano yung putok na yun? 100 yan kada putok at marami siyang naputok doon. Napakamahal.
Kumahal talaga ng putok na yun.
Oo, man. 100 yun kada tokpo. So, paano ang gagawin sagot dito sa side ng BME? Though knowing na wala na si Berserks, pero yung flip side na ako na isa dito. I could do another one right now with a headshot on the temple. Pero 40 seconds in, where it's a spike. Probably they're gonna go here and B instead. Pero yung nga lang, it's just Loki trying to catch off sila dito sa may mid. Pero yung nga lang talaga nakaparang sila. And that is mid already. is really open for the side of Blazing and Cute. Nice trade na ginawa ni Bates King dito pa siya ito 2v2. So, walang may lamang. Pareho silang may lamang dito mga kaibigan. So, yun nga. Crossmind mga kaibigan. All the way dito sa may second floor. We're gonna catch him one down. 1v1 with a great one. Akashi versus Frostmind. Frostmind still full on HP. 3 seconds onto that recon bolt mga kaibigan. Pero tayo sa may kitchen. And Akashi doesn't know that! Hindi niya nakita si Frostmind doon sa may kitchen. And Frostmind getting that tag. Pero meron naman siya heal dito. Pero this is gonna be in favor of Frostmind. Frostmind, ladies and gentlemen, despite of them not having any duelists at all, getting that first round of the game, hindi nakita si Frostmind sa kitchen, Bessie Wap!
Nakita lang hibla ng buhok eh.
Oh, yung ano, yung sumusunod. Sigalaw mo.
Bakit ko alam yung kantang to?
Tapos ano, with matching pa sway-sway ng hair, you know what I'm saying?
Pero Bill, 1-0 na. Boom Esports. Sabi nga ni Bill, nakita na daw niya to eh. Yung triple na Sentinel eh. Well, technically, para naman duelist to si Berserks, pero Tebotol, pinakitaan si Suka kung anong mas masarap. Susuka pero di susuko. Uy, dahil nagsusuka.
Yan! Yan ang ano, yan ang
mga alam.
Yan yung talagang kailangan talaga natin gawin mga kaibigan. Alam naman natin na talagang medyo nakakasuka pero talagang hindi talaga tayo dapat sumuko. 'Di ba? Puso lang mga kaibigan. Jumbo hotdog nga ginaya eh. Ito pa kaya.
One enemy remaining.
Pag natalo pa tong Boom Esports, ewan ko na lang kung inaantak ba sila o hindi Ang ganda ng icon nito, parang side ng Cerberus. Akala mo 5v2, naging 2v2 pa. At binakitaan na nga ngayon ni Blaze King. 2-0 so far. Well, alam niyo ba guys, fun fact tungkol para kung gaano ka-fan ni Blaze King, is really one of the best Sovas sa APAC scene. As in, kung hindi man siya magsisova, mag-i-initiator siya. And sobrang galing niya talaga. Sobrang consistent. Idol ko yan eh. Pasabi na lang sa kanya na idol ko.
Kanino?
Si Blaze King. Idol ko yan. Bakit?
Ano?
May mas idol ka ba?
Oo.
May mas idol ako syempre.
Mas may idol ako. Idol ko si Koka.
Koka. Parang kokak ng ng kalakal.
Labas ako dyan. Hindi ako nagsabi nga.
Shoutout ka pala kay Mateo. Wala kang riot gun ba din na giveaway dito? Kulit mo.
No. Huwag mong pagpipilitan ng mga wala naman, di ba? Oh, pero ginagawa mo dyan pa, hinahawakan mo ang sago. Pero yung nga na suka. Sama ako ng kill dito, Frostbite and Sabotol. Sabotol super low on HP, pero okay lang naman yan. Sabi ni Frostman, healing for everyone. 3v1 onto this game, and Sabotol will gonna be down to the hands of Loki. 1-2 and BME, I mean, yes, they know it na may lamang talaga ang CS dito because of the firepower that they have. And syempre, hindi naman nag-force ba yung BME nung mga namatay sila kanina. So, of course, you need to make the most out of everything that you have in life. Pero si Daikut, I mean, it's fine if ever I'm not gonna buy anything. I have my Blade Storm anyway, so I need to make the most out of that ultimate that I have.
One enemy remaining.
Make the most out of it. Loki, kahit low on HP. Alam mong isa siyang God of Mischief, gaya nga sinabi mo. Pero, uy, cute. Kala ko wala lang, tumingin lang ng information kung meron siya mapipitas mula sa side ng Boom Esports, pero wala. Pero nga lang kayo si Suka. Naghahanap. Pero ingat lang, may trademark na nakalagay kay Berserks, pero buti na naglabas sila ng recon, pero there's just one here sa may yellow that's going to be Tebotol himself. At na-reveal nga ang lahat. Oh no, Consider, wag ka ma-excite masyado. And it's up to Tebotol kumakabawa siya. Yes, Tebotol gatalit ka. Yan ang sinasabi ko, nag-energy drink na ang RC Cola ng Indonesia.
Pwede bang fruit soda? Pero Frostmind, he knows it already. Merong nagpa-plant ng spike dito lang sa may BE. Pero all they gotta do is wait as well. Pero dito naman sa side ng CES, ang sabi ni Akashi, sige bre, if ever nakuha ko yung kill, magkakaroon naman ako ng Hunter's Fury if ever. Pero yun nga lang, Berserks, at least pwede siya makapag-mamba out lang din dito agad because of that rendezvous that he placed down here below. Pero yun nga, that's gonna be denied by Akashi. Pero yun nga lang, Kishi catches one. 2v1 onto this game right now. Tinagda nga yung spike. Pero yun nga lang, magpupush ba siya o hindi? Pero tamang bait lang din naman talaga. Pero yun nga lang, that is Akashi. Saktong parkour moves lang din talaga going up to that wall with a swing, with a kill. 2-2 already dun sa buy round ng BME.
Hindi ba dapat sa Cerberus yun? Ay, sa yes yun. Ay, hindi pala. Okay, wala. Naano lang ako. Akala ko lang. Sorry, akin. Na mali lang ako. Wala. 2-all nga. Pero sayang to. Hindi niya naganda ng wall eh. Pang ano eh. Pampabor sa CS. Nice one, Frostmind. Nakapatid ni Brain Freeze. Pero ito may lineup si Akashi, oh. Gagaling na soba eh. Galing nga ni Akashi, galing niya sa Kuroko no basket. Pero there's still the Hunter's Fury. Dedicated para makapick off ng isa. Pero sinabayan nga din kagad sa nagsasabayan sila ngayon. Nag-rock and roll to the world. Pero nga advantage ng baril ay nasa side ng mga taga-Cerberus. Pero flip zitter. Kapatid din daw ni SB Flippy takes down one, and it's up to Daikit and Loki to actually win this round.
Eto na, Daikit trying to play slow. Flips jitter mga kaibigan is just outside A, pero yun nga lang, are they gonna swing? Are they gonna do something for them to get this crowd? Walang pera ang BME dito if ever. Si Flip Jitter and Blaze Kim, yes, naka-sheriff lang naman sila. One tap to the head, yes, that could happen. Pero Daikit mga kaibigan, waiting patiently if ever makakusya na isa dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga na Flip Jitter trying to swing out, trying to catch someone off guard. Pero nga Daikit masal gonna get that kill instead. Pero pang Vipers dito mga kaibigan, pero yun nga lang, that is a kill coming in from Daikit. Hindi ko alam kung bakit naging ganun yung physics ng weapon, pero but still, it's all up to Tebotol with that Vandal on hand. This is gonna be a big winnable decision for the side of BME. Yung talaga makakuha na to CES though. Tebotol waiting for that information, getting all the information that they need para syempre makakuha pa siya ng 2v1 clutch dito if ever. Pero nasan ba si Loki? Nasan ba si Viper? They need to get that kill. Pero mukhang hindi na ata mangyayari because the time is not in his favor right now. And now, Viper's bet is now over for Tebotol mga kaibigan. Wala na siyang oras ngayon. They need to defuse that spike. And Zycute, he knows that they have that advantage and still gonna get that 4K onto the hands of Cerberus Esports from Vietnam.
Cerberus is back! Akala ko ang lakas ng Boom Esports dito sa Icebox, pero nga lang. Yun, triple sentinel pa more. Pero let's see. Kung may Miraglo pa, pwedeng ibigay ng outstanding performance mula sa Boom Esports. Ngayon lang nakita nyo ito, tanggap ko pa yung walang Dubilis pero double initiator. Pero ito, 3 Sentinelville, out of this world eh. Mega Mind! Pero Cerberus, still default lang yung kanila. Kung may KO siguro tong Boom Esports, siguro ang laki ng advantage nila dahil naka-jet si Daikit. Pero wala eh. Wala pa tayong nakikita talagang very particular na Boom Esports solidified gameplay mula sa 3 nilang Sentinels. But let's see, baka naman meron pang mangyari kay Frostmind. And kita mo, saktuan nga si Daikit.
Kamuntikan pang hindi tumama pero at least nakakuha na isa dito ang side ng BME though. Pero yun nga lang, ginagawa lang dito ng BME is trying to push slow lang din talaga kasi if ever na they tried to be really that aggressive, that's gonna be a really bad thing for them to do. Kasi at the end of the day, sa totoo lang, itong lineup ng BME, this is actually a really good thing. I mean, they have all the sentinels, they have all the initiators that they need. Triple sentinel to, di ba? So baka makapasok talaga kayo, di ba? So ang tanong, paano kayo magpupush kahit triple sentinel to? So, ang nasa isip ngayon ng BME is syempre, talagang kunin nila lahat ng rounds na panalo sila. Huwag nilang hahayaan na makapasok dito ang Cerberus. Para syempre, talagang wala na silang poproblemahin pagdating dito ng second half. Kasi sila na yung lamang if ever because of this composition, pero yun nga lang, it's like hindi ata ganun na nangyayari ngayon. Pero si Akashi trying to push in, probably gonna see one, siguro pwede na makita dito si Frostmind, pero yun nga lang, we're still gonna get that kill. Tebotol is in an open spot right now. Berserks, mga kaibigan, dito sa may backside to. Kishi will gonna plant the spike, and Loki will gonna take one down, but it's all up to Kishi. 1v2 situation right now, and that is the players of BME trying to lock down everyone, and sinaksak sinaksak na nga, just on the things, mga kaibigan, sinaksak sa muka habang tumuturbo. 3-3 and BME.
Team Ace.
The pack survives.
May sound effects ka pa. Boom Esports. Na-lockdown. I-lockdown.
No more.
Ang mga taga Cerberus. Pero good call. Malaki. Mula sa side ng ano yun ng Boom Esports to actually have that lockdown. Sila sakot. Wala siya nagawa eh. I mean, wala ka na no choice. Ayun yung ginawa ni at tinanggap na lang ni Kishi. And it's now 3-3. Alam mo yung minsan yung mga nagko-comment sa PPGL na Facebook. Parang mga Pinoy na may imaginary haters.
Bakit na nangyari?
Nang-aaway si Timothy. Wala namang ginagawa sa kanya.
Timoteo, tigil-tigil mo yan, ha?
Tigil mo magandata. Ano dyan bigayan?
Timoteo, maayos ka, ha? Tingin nga. Hindi ko nakikita yung chat, eh.
Tingnan mo. Shoutout nga pala sa 669 viewers natin dyan. Hello sa inyo.
Hi all. Sa mga nanonood dyan. Hello sa inyo, guys. Andito pala yung kanang kwek-kwek ko. Hi.
Hi.
Mahal naman sa 100 ka. Shut up! Let's not go there, Michael. Let's not go there.
What's
okay?
Want to play? Let's play. Kaya, ganito lang. Pero, nakalabas na nga kagad ang 2D4 ni Suka. Mayroon sila sinasabi dyan, tinutuloy nila yung Suka na pangalan niya eh. Pero kapag sinabi natin yun, hindi na tayo makakapag-cast. Pero to, Cerberus.
Yeah.
Aggressive na naman sila pero may setup lang mula sa Boom Esports para i-deny sila VIL.
Yeah. And for the side of BME though, I mean, yes, they have this information, they have all the firepower in hand, pero yung Suka gonna tag him out agad-agad. And ang problema lang talaga sa CS mga because they don't have enough money na rin talaga dito kay Akashi, Loki, and syempre dito kay Chamber, kay Suka. Kasi of course, medyo mahirap na talaga pighati. Pero yun nga lang, tamang tour de force din naman talaga para syempre makakuha sila ng konting babo dito if ever. Pero ito na, yung mga ginagawa nila dito is talagang they're actually finding all the perfect entries for them to go in. Pero yun nga lang, Suka is in a tough spot right now because talagang nagpo-push in na talaga yung mga players dito ng BME. Pero where is the rotation? Where is the pops na pwede nilang gawin dito? And now Blaze will get started off with a kill right now. Daikute catching one as well. Debuto just inside the smoke. Wall gonna eliminate two. Daikute 1v3. Winnable? No. 9 seconds remaining. Kailangan pa na i-plant yung spike mga kaibigan. Pero nasa yung spike. Nasa kanya rin talaga. But Blaze King knows it already. Naririnig niya yung sigaw ni Daikute dito. Oh man. Ano may sinabi?
Paano sinabi?
Dao Mingsu!
yung ano nangyari kay Dao Mingsu nun? Nung umaalis siya ng kotse. Ay, umaalis siya ng kotse. Yung paalis siya kayo yung sinabol niya si Dao Mingsu. Ay, nako. Ang pogi na pangalan ng actor na yun. Parang hindi tumanda. How you survive. Si favorite ko si Boom Vanessa eh. Boom Vanessa. No.
Ay, nako! Tebotol! Ano na? Boom. Ay, kabisado kayo dati yung kanta nila. Kaya ganyan. Pero ito na rin talaga yung mag-push nilang ginagawa nila. Pero nga ng Daiku will gonna get that kill. Pero meron tayo sa may yellow though. But Tebotol with a swing and Daiku will gonna fall down as well. That spray is not gonna be enough for you to take down Suka. Pero nga lang Kishi with another spray. Sige, mag-isa-isa kayo. Valorant got talent mga kaibigan. Isa-isa kayong pumasok dito sa side ng yellow. And Suka nakapatay ng isa. Blaze King. It's gonna be revealed right now. Napakarami nangyayari. Flips mga kaibigan. Nakakuha talaga ng 2K dito. So it's all up to Loki. Loki? Being tagged. Pero yun nga lang dalawang swing sa'yo. Jano, no. Flip with a big 3K. 5-3. BME. Bawim, bawit. Bawim, bawit.
Ay. Ano yung ibig sabihin? 5-3. Sa side ng Boom Esports. Nag-work. Finally, medyo coordinated na sila ngayon. Sabi nga ni Bill Tebotol got talent. Nakabawas pa ng dalawa. Napakagaling na controller. May naman ito si Tebotol. Sana all. Ganyan mag-controller. May kailan din ako magaling mag-controller. Idol ko nga siya.
Get out of my way!
Right. Oh! Pero mukhang na-nerf eh. Pero Flip Zitter takes down Cute sa isang igap, pinitik, pinakitaan. And now, sumunod na din kagad si Akashi. Oh, Game Labs.
Ay, nako. G, pare.
C.
Okay. Ano C?
Ano C?
Pag wala sila sa A, alam mo kung nasan sila?
Nasaan?
B, pare.
BGC, pare.
Nice shot even sa BGC, pare. Suka mga kaibigan, is he gonna swing or not? He's super low on HP right now, probably gonna go out na lang din talaga. Headhunter, one tap to the head. Yes, you can do that. Low-key mga kaibigan, meron siya maraming problema kasi meron tayo sa may boiler. Dito lang sa may baba. Flip Zitter, all you gotta do is wait. Getting that one tap to the head right now. Suka, the only man remaining winnable. No. Spike is dropped right now. Exit frags, yes, you can do that. Probably gonna take one down, but nga Berserk says no. Chamber diff. 6-3 in the BME from Indonesia. Like what I said a while ago, maybe we can see a reverse sweep, yeah?
Reverse Uno card ata. Talagang ang gustong pakitaan ng Boom Esports. And Berserk still is on the spree. At napaka talaga ng Boom Esports, no? Napaka tawag dito. Flex ng mga players nila. Pero flex that Berserk. Sige, pasunodin mo. Berserk's got talent. At nakakuha na kagad si Cute. Pero sabi ni Kishi, may ROI to. I'll be able to rest lang ang aking teammate. And still, they're gonna be committing dito sa mismong A-side.
Where is the push na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng BME if ever? Pero nga lang Kishi mga kaibigan, there's gonna be a lot of time na mahirap talaga ma-push because of that wall being destroyed. Pero the players of BME na rin talaga. Pero all they need to do is gonna get all this kills muna. Play for kills, kumbaga. Or play for picks. Yan, play for kills or play for picks is just the same. So, Cute, oh, what a perfect execution. Just gonna smoke out that recall ball para syempre wala makita, pero alam ngayon ng BME that is thing na nangyari dito sa may A. Pero Viper spit for the side of Tebotol para mas mahirapan pa dito makapasok yung mga players ngayon ng BME. Plus that lockdown na ginawa ngayon dito, pero yung Blaze King mga kaibigan gonna deny everything na pwede na makita dito. Flip Jitter catching to the everything is actually going in favor of BME. Like what we've witnessed and what we've seen mga kaibigan, BME has a triple sentinel stack. How can you even go inside a site with a triple sentinel stack mga kaibigan? You have that chamber, you have that siege, and you have that killjoy. Diba? Kumbaga, parang itong Boom Esports mga kaibigan. Kunyari may babaeng dumikit sa iyo, tapos yung jowa mo literal na binakuran. Biglang inakbayan.
Ay. Siyempre, girlfriend mo eh. Pero kung walang kayo, mahirap pag binabakuran ka.
Oh, di ba? Wala naman kayong label.
Oh, siyempre. Pero, shoutout nga pala kay Toby na nagme-message sa akin. Yan. Hello, Toby. Pero to,
Sup, Toby?
si Boom Esports, lumalamang na. Talagang palong-palo. Pero, flip zither. Together with Blaze King, pinakitaan lang ng duo. 2v4, 2v5, pero suka na lang on the other side of the map. Takes down si Berserk sa isang iglap na naman Vil. Pero nga lang, mayroon pa ba siyang masya-shutdown muli ngayon? Pero mukhang mapahihirapan lang niya ang mga miyembro ng Cerberus. Pero nilayan naman nakakagad ni Blaze King. It's all up to Loki. And still Blaze King gets the third. And still gets the kill. Boom Esports leading by 5 rounds na.
Leading by 5, mga kaibigan, 8-3, and one more round to end that first half. It is gonna be an 8-4 or 9-3 curse na pwede mangyari dito. I mean, siguro sinasabi ngayon ng BME, sige pes, tayo na bahala dito, kunin na natin to. I mean, kasi mahihirapan tayo dito sa attacking for sure. Yeah. In nga rin yun eh. Kaya mahirap, diba? Paano ka talaga makakapasok if ever. Pero ito na rin talaga yung mga players ngayon ng BME, mga kaibigan. Puntik na makakuha ng isa. Pero that is flip, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get all these skills na meron sila. Akashi, mga kaibigan, naka-isa pa. Pero, where is the push na pwede nilang gawin? I think wala ata tayo makikita ngayon, mga kaibigan. Pero kung Blaze King will gonna get that kill. On to 1. Zykin is now down for 3v4 right now. The clock is ticking. Retake, medyo mahirap kasi apat pa sila. Pero kung Teboton will gonna end the life of someone just to deal with that equal head count dito sa dalawang team sa atin ngayon. Medyo malayo pa rin yung ibang players kasi natin kasi nasa likod pa rin sila. Pero 2v2 onto this game. Blaze King, Tebotol getting sag right now, so pwede talaga makuha to ng CS if ever. Pero ano bang gagawin nila? Pero kung Tebotol nakahuli sa pushing it, a 1v1 situation right now. Blaze King versus Loki, 1v1 with a great one right now. Pero sabi ni Loki, huwag mong kukuhin yung spike, mga kaibigan, kasi nandyan yan, naakin yan. Pero Blaze King, ang importante na talaga is wala na siyang pera. Pero Loki, paikot-ikot lang, ikot-ikot lang, yan ang literal na ginagawa nila. And 8-4 already, and CES talagang bawim-bawi ang lahat ng pinaghirapan nila dito sa game na to. And for BME, I mean, mahirap to kasi yun nga, attacker na sila, then triple sentinel sila. Outspeed, literal, kung paano nila gagawin to.
Slow-paced most likely ang kanilang attacking side. And 8-4 is still a good half. Sa Cerberus, sa team mo pa napapansin, first map natin, 8-4. Second map, 8-4. Third map, 8-4. Shows to us talaga na malaking improvement ng Cerberus. Pero ito na ang attacking side is going to be the real problem. Para magiging aggressive si Frostmind, si Flipziller, tsaka si Berserks.
Ang entry nila, alam mo ko sino? Si Berserks. Kailangan mag-entry si Berserks dito. Siya ang pinaka-okay na mag-entry dito if ever. Kasi meron siyang rendezvous. I mean, ang magagawa lang niya, syempre, rendezvous pa. Pabalik, diba? Hindi naman papasok. Pero si Blaze King, pwede siya mag-pop off. Tignan natin kung paano nila gagawin to. Pero in terms of information, marami silang information if ever meron bang magfa-flank. Diba? Oh. If ever meron bang magfa-flank, marami silang impormasyon. May wall ka na, may recon ka pa, may alarm ka pa, may traps ka pa kay Berserks. Diba? So talagang malalaman nila. So, kailangan pag-isipan ng Boom Esports to. Siguro mga best, paano natin babawiin to?
Talagang ng bubugbog din ang Cerberus. Pero Boom Esports, palong-palo si Blaze King, buhat na buhat, 17-5. Ninamangan pa ata yung mga kills ng Cerberus. So, talagang tunay na Sova thief. Diba? Pagaling talaga ni Blaze King mag-Sova. Siya, outside the PH, siya kasi Crazy Guy yung fan ako. Unfortunately, di nga natin makita si Crazy Guy dito. So, si Blaze King na lang muna.
Pamaypay ka pala eh. Fan ako.
Fan.
Minsan matahimik na lang ako siguro. Para...
Okay lang. Ako nga, nag-boombanis.
Sabi ni Marcus, unti-unti nang sasabihin ng English broadcast si Vil.
Lapit na.
Oh, wait for me there.
Wait for me there. Gahanap ulit kami ng bagong Tagalog caster. Pero hinarangan lang.
Rattle of the palate. At saka, ang longganisa naman semi-English yun kasi longganisa wala namang sausage. Sausage pwede.
Di ba chorizo?
Gusto ko sausage pa. Pero Akashi with a 2K already. Oh no! Berserk nakata naman kila dito with a frenzy protection bago umaksyon. 3v3 onto the game. The spike is not yet planted. Pero sabi ni Percy, I'm gonna plant the spike anyway. I mean, who are you guys anyway? Die cute mga kaibigan catching 2v1 Loki, the only man remaining. Can he still get that clutch frenzy ang gamit niya? Medyo mahirap to Besiwa. Paano kaya gagawin ni kaibigang Loki to? Pero Blaze King siya makikita and Blaze King with a classic, with a kill. 9-4 and BME, despite of them not having any duelists, still managing to still manages to get that kill, to get that win. And for the side of BME, they have the Spectres already. So talaga makakabawi talaga sila dito kahit papano. And mukhang maganda pa ata ang triple duelist nila. Changing the meta for Valorant indeed, for APAC.
One enemy remaining.
Talagang ready to serve. Ang pareha sa teams, but Boom Esports is really better so far sa second half. And flip to third. Just taking out si Daikita, isang iglap. Apaka-aggressive lang ng push ng Boom Esports. Total, mechanically gifted naman itong mga players ng Boom Esports. Pero sunod-sunod na nga nila kagad pinapakita ng pag-rarat-rat. Chill lang together with Suka ang natitira. At may nagsabi ngayon na may personal daw tayo. Hindi kami na may personal. Happy pa nga kami. So, talagang napaka-intense at gusto na tapusin ng Boom Esports para si Elijah Taylor na at si Honey Glades ang magkakas right after this game. Sorry guys, walang PH teams ngayon. Wala eh.
Tama. Sorry. Bukas pa ang PH team. Ayan. The Mods ang magkakas para sa RRQ. Ayan. Ano kayang tawag sa atin? Kunwari kami ni Taylor, The Mods. Ano tayo?
Inisip ko ano kaya magandang Hugot Queen lang tawag nila sa akin eh. Sad girl shot puno eh. Pwede naman na tayo sad girl ngayon eh. Depende sa mood.
Alam ni Tebo to, spray and pray, sabi ni, oh my god, die cute. So manages to get that kill kay Tebo to, mga kaibigan. 5v3 flips with Bulldog, Blaze Game, yes, meron siya Spectre dito, pero this is gonna be really hard for them. Kasi they need the sweet entry, man. Lahat sila pwede mag-entry. Pero sino muna yung tatapat daw? I mean, dito naman sa Valorant, wala naman kasing tank eh, diba? Wala naman tank dito, diba? Sige, kunin mo lahat ng bawas, walang ganun dito. Doon sa bangbang nyo siguro meron, pero ito ang tunay na bangbang, tandaan nyo. Pero, nagalit. Nang away. Nang away yun, no? Pero nga lang, they know it already. Meron tayo sa may yellow and Blaze with a swing, but Kishi with a kill. Frostmine with a Spectre on hand. 1v5. Frostmine, 1v1 sa 5! Nakakuha na nga na isa dito, pero siya makakuha ng Vandal dito sa may gilid. Pero yun nga lang, die cute. Magandang position niya agad. Getting that open area. Getting that possession, getting that kill, getting that win, 10-5, CES, slowly and surely. Talaga buo-bawi sila dito sa game na to.
Alam mo, maganda daw yung operator, yung Tigris daw na op. Ako may binigyan ako ng ganyan eh, iniwan lang din ako eh. Iniwan na ako, niloko pa ako. Pero ito na nga. Full buy, di naman kasi naka-full buy yung Boom Esports eh. Mahirap talaga tapatan yung all Vandal ng Cerberus. Ang lilikot niyan yan, crispy niyan eh. Kaya di ako fan ng Vandal, ayoko niyan, tatap dapat yan, hindi yun dire-diretsong spray. Unlike sa Phantom na bretetetet. Pero,
Paano? Ay, paano Riri?
bretetetet. Depende yan sa ano.
Isang letra na lang, delikado na tayo na. Oh! Kishi! We're gonna shut everyone down! CES mga kaibigan. Ito yung hirap ng walang duelist, Besiwap! Lahat kayo nasa isang place lang! Feeling ko Coach Vil na eh.
Oo nga. Coach Will in.
Alam mo ba?
Ano yan?
Alam mo ba? Kilala mo ba dati ang ano? Ito di ba ang Boom Esports laging nasa laging nasa playoffs, di ba? Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi yung coach nila, alam mo kung sino? Dati si Fade.
Oo nga pala, dito nang galing si Coach Fade.
Dito nang galing si Coach Fade, mga kaibigan. So literal na alam ni Fade yung mga pinagagawa ng Boom Esports sa malamang team na yan. Uy! Pero, syempre, I mean, of course, secret na siya. Which is sila yung papasok together with the two teams of dito. Tatlong teams kasi yung papasok, mga kaibigan. I mean, tatlong Pinoy teams lang dito. Dalawang teams yung kukunin for Masters. So, mamili na lang kayo kung secret. Kung secret. Sino yung isa? RRQ. Tas Oasis Gaming. Mamili na lang kayo sa tatlong yun kung sino ang papasok. Sure na yung tatlong yun, men, promise. Pero yung Flips, mga kaibigan, medyo kinakabalan din talaga siya kasi siya yung talagang nagka-cut off sa mga players ito. Pero that is Kishi. We're gonna deny that win onto Flips right now. The clock is ticking 4v3 onto this game. Ito yung mahirap sa BME, guys. If ever na-plant nila yung spike, maganda yung post-plant nila. Kasi puro sila sentinel, puro sila initiator. Ang dami nila smoke, pero Diyos ko po, nasa yung spike, mga kaibigan. Oh no, napaka-open na din talaga. Pero ang low-key will gonna get that kill. 3v2 onto this game. Frostbite, wala siyang pera ngayon. Talaga one tap to the head na talaga pwede nang gawin dito, mga kaibigan. Pero nga tama slow na din talaga para siya pwede na sa makakunang kill. Pero nga low-key. And Akashi will be victorious onto that round 10-7.
Naka po! Boom Esports! Triple Sentinel pa more. Hey! Si Coach Fade, nakita ko na yan in person. Napakabait na tao. Kaya, ayan. Tapos, Cerberus, paglalaroan na lang sila nito, pero wala din naman kasing flash sa side ng Cerberus. Pero kasi 'di ba yung angles nga, hintayin lang nila tong Boom Esports every time. And kung hindi sila mananalo sa duels, sa aim duel sa side ng Boom Esports, matatalo sila, makakahabol ang Cerberus at malaki pang potential na maging 13-10 to in favor of CES.
The potential is huge. Sobra. Dito sa dalawang team natin. Pero for BME, yes, this is the time for them to do a timeout. If ever natalo sila dito, they don't have money for next round. And dito sa team na to, dito sa team ng CS ngayon, at least ang iniisip ngayon ng Cerberus is syempre, hayaan natin mag-adjust ang BME sa laro natin. Kasi nga wala silang duelist. For BME naman, nahihirapan silang mag-adjust. And yun din ang gusto ng BME. Hayaan natin mag-adjust ang Cerberus sa laruan natin. Hindi, yung tipong bawiin lang natin siguro sa mga post-plant, sa mga ganon, sa mga, yun nga, sa post-plant naman din talaga. Kasi if ever entry, usapang entry, wala mahirap talaga di ba? Literal na pure aim duels ang gagawin nila. Pero Hunter's Fury, mga kaibigan, will gonna be activated dito sa may mid. Akashi, Woga spot 2, Berserk's in Frostmind, low on HP, at Suka, nakita na nga yung kapa ni Sova dito if ever, and Woga gonna catch out, Berserk's na din talaga, pero yun nga lang, dalawang double pick ang ginawa nila, pero die shoot all the way from up above, catching 2, 3v2, Kishi, yes, meron siyang heal dito, pero yung nga lang tempo to, will gonna get the head of Akashi right now. Pero si Kishi, yes, meron siyang revive. Pwede siyang mag-revive dito if ever dito sa may bilong. Pero, this is gonna be a really big problem kasi nga may Viper spit sa loob ngayon. And, sino ba bubuhayin nila? Pwedeng isa kasi at the end of the day,
alam nilang pwedeng isa lang yung pumunta dyan kasi yung isa nag-Viper spit na nga. But suka makukuha ngayon mga kaibigan siya, pwede talaga makabawi dito kahit if ever, pero hindi nga makakapasok pa rin ba talaga sila. And for Berserk, andito lang siya sa may loob, sa may kilid ng Viper spit mga kaibigan, pero nga si Kishi, it's just actually waiting dito sa may labas ng Viper spit, waiting for that execution, sabay-sabay silang papasok ngayon, pero National Spike, andun din sa may labas mga kaibigan, pero nga lang Tebotol, andun sa may isang may kanan niya, pero nga lang Tebotol, walang makuha kahit isa, but Loki, pinatay si Suka! Grabe naman talaga yan! Pero 1v1 naman nag-1 right now, Loki, maganda yung wall, pero pagkasilip ni Tebotol, ano ginagawa mo dyan, Step Pro? Bakit mo pinatay yung kakampi mo, Bessie Wap?
Bakit?
Spain Pigati! Oh no!
Anong kailangan kong gawin? Tapos may gap pa yung wall. Bes, ba't ito naman mag-wall ka na nga lang mali pa? Panalo na sana eh!
Pero, bang! Pinatay! Bakit mo pinatay si Suka? Diyos ko! Ni-revive na nga ni Kishi! Pinatay mo pa!
Sabi tawag sa tandem ni Villatreri, damag tito.
Pwede rin damag tita. Zagurangs, pwede. Hindi, gurang lang pala. Ikaw lang pala. Sorry. Bata ko pa eh.
Ilan taon ka na? 12?
22 and a half. Taylor mo tanda niya. 12 pala nag-i-esports na yun.
Talaga?
Oh.
Akala ko ano pa lang yan eh. 13. 14 na unang umibig. Yung ano yun, diba? Teleserye ni Erich Gonzalez. Tsaka ni ano. Sino to? Alam mo to?
Hindi ko alam. Sensya ka na. Alam mo ba si Erich Gonzalez? Kabatch ko yun. Kabatch ko sa college yun. Share ko na. Taga-Trinity yun. Taga-Trinity yun eh. Kaklase siya ng kaklase ko dati. Nung high school. Share ko lang. May share badge ako eh. Pero, that is the wall bang. The spray sa ginagawa ng mga players pero nga Suka denying one, pero just ko po Kishi waiting on that corner, pero Tebotol mga kaibigan still the man alive together with Berserk as well. 2v3 out of this game right now, 5 seconds in, they have the money. Tebotol 1v3, Loki says no. 11-8 mga kaibigan, dikit ang laban.
Kinomit pa ng Boom Esports, natakot pag talo ka na, kinokomit ka pa eh. 11-8 tuloy. Gilt na ako. Tapusin niyo na kaya, Boom Esports!
Oras na rin kasi, no?
Bigyan niyo na kami ng closure na kailangan namin. At dito na corner. Ayan! Hey! Stress away! Nagmamadali ba Boom Esports? Meron ba tayo lakan? May date ba Oyats dyan? Pero Thrifty sa malamang, 11-9 to in favor of Cerberus talaga.
Yeah.
But dali na diktayin yung pacing eh versus Boom Esports. Ba't kasi kung wala man kayong duelist, nag-i-initiator kayo kasi coach ako eh. Pero to, si Daiku, pangil, 1, 2, papakita ka ng audition, nag-dash out. Diba? Napakadali
mangyayari, pero nga Akashi mga kaibigan sila of trouble right now, and that is Blaze. Gila gonna take down Akashi, pero nga muntik na matamaan si Suka dito kahit pa paano, pero Daikin nakakuha pa nga na isa, pero meron pa rin talo sa may taas mga kaibigan nga Tebotol with that frenzy. We're gonna deny one, but Kishi with a big trade right now, 3v1, Blaze King with the Sheriff on hand. Oh! Hindi tumama si kaibigang Suka, pero 2v1, meron bang Vandal? Wala. Meron bang Frenzy? Sige, kunin na lang natin ng protection bago umaksyon. Pero 1 minute left, ito na nakita rin yung spike, pero nga doon sa may taas, si Daikute nagbabantay sa'yo. 9-11 and CES. Mukhang meron pa talaga silang bawi dito kahit paano.
Pengi naman, isang match point na, Bobby Start! Yung bias ka. Excellent, tapusin. Kahit sino, hindi naman PhD eh. Pero nag-max 3 pa kasi. When kaya mafi-figure out ng Boom Esports kung anong kailangan nilang maging performance ngayon? Kung paano ba nila i-rata lang Cerberus? Dahil isa lang naman may ready sa kanila ngayon. That's gonna be Tebotol unless makakuha nga ng orb pa dito, ang orb bro. Fur. Si Berserks.
Dude, Panchong Orb.
Spike down B.
Yeah. We're gonna see that if ever that would happen dito sa mga games na mga kaibigan, pero yun, as long as hindi pa naman 30 ng BME. Sabi na si SS, kayang-kaya pa rin talaga to. So, getting sag, meron pa naman silang heal do. So, pwede na sila makabaw dito kahit pa paano. Mahirap to, Ray. Paano kaya na ito ipupush?
Poison's off. Mahirap talaga to para sa Boom Esports kasi halos lahat ng miyembro ng Cerberus nandito na kagad, tapos kompleto pa kagad yung kanilang utility. Pero si Berserks, he's trying to come up with something, pero Tebotol already expecting someone sa may backside. Pupush mo na ito, kailangan na i-clear to, at Buda na lang, Blaze King takes down one. At si Daikut na lang natira sa isang iglap. Hindi na nila ginagawa ngayon. Nag-check na sila kayo ng corners, buti naman, pero kalaban mo talaga yung turret, mahirap yun.
Oo binalan pa ni Flips ng Vandal yan, men. Mahirap talaga makipag-1 naman sa mahirap talaga makipag-1v man sa turret. But at the end of the day, you can see BME is in a match point already. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, Bessie Wapa.
I mean, for the side of BME, yes, sige. Iko-commit na natin na triple sentinel tayo kasi before the match, alam naman natin na defender tayo dito. So, talagang i-secure na natin na napakaraming rounds dito sa game number 1. Ay, dito sa first half rather. Para sa second half is konti na lang yung hahabulin natin, 4 na rounds pa. So yun, I mean, it's a good decision for the side of BME. Nanalo sila, alam mo kung saan? Sa side. Sa side sila nanalo, man. Kasi ano yun, di ba, ano yan, syempre, di ba, pag ano kasi, pag dito pag nasa decider ka na, syempre mamimili yung sino yung defender or yung attacker. Or kung hindi kayo makakapili, basta ewan ko, basta alam ng BME na defender sila. At dun sila nanalo. Sa composition ng agents.
Tsaka sa tingin ko din, Will, na 8-4, then sa second half nanalo sila kagad ng piso. Malaking up na yun sa Boom Esports eh. Kahit dalawa lang maka-10.
Oo, man. Laking bagay na yun eh. Big. Hindi ko ba alam kung ba't meron pa naniniwala sa akin eh. Pero si Daikut, mga kaibigan,
30 seconds left.
trying to catch someone off guard with a verticality on him. Spike looked at it already. Oh no, this is big. 4v2, Akasha and Loki. Mahirap to, bes. 2v4. Are they gonna win this or not? Akashi, mga kaibigan, where's the swing? Pwede nilang gawin. Alam, nakita na Akashi yung kapa. Pero yung gala, it's all up to Loki. The only hope of CES, it is Loki, ladies and gentlemen. Pero yung nakita ng isa, pero the location is now compromised. And, ladies and gentlemen, BME with a reverse sweep to start off VCT APAC Play-ins, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 in favor of the Indonesian team, Boom Esports. Like what I said a while ago, they've won game number 2. And if ever I want to reverse sweep this, I'd rather, of course, reverse sweep, diba? I'd rather win talaga yung game number 2 for my advantage or my momentum na mag-carry over dun sa game number 3. And that is the thing that happened. At hindi ko alam kung ano, ba't may nakasabit sa ilong ni kaibigan. Poison ba? Ay, hindi poison yan.
Hindi yan yun.
Inhaler yan eh.
Yung, di ba pag mabarating ilong mo, gagawin mo?
Ito yung poison ko eh. From Thailand.
Ako meron ako eh, yung white flower.
White flower. Pag nahihilo ka na, di ba? Pantita. Kasi poison, pang Gen Z kasi na. Pero, yeah. I mean, you see already like what we've talked about a while ago. I mean, that is a triple sentinel stack for the side of Boom Esports. And syempre, di ba? I mean, all you're gonna do on that kind of composition is secure a lot dun sa first half. And that is the thing that happened. Kasi if ever talo sila sa first half, legit, kabahan sila sa second half. Kasi malaki ang potential ng Cerberus talagang manalo dito, mga kaibigan. And that's it for us. Yeah, that's it for us with Ray. And syempre, next match, meron pa naman tayo mga games dito. Our
last series is gonna be casted by Honey Glaze and of course si Eliza, basta kilala na ko sino yun. Pero yeah, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're watching VCT APAC Play-ins day number 1, and congratulations to Boom Esports for winning that 2-1 versus Cerberus Esports. And yeah, for the last time, my name is Vil, together with me is Ray right here. See you later.
We are back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here on the panel, again, it is Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. Oh my god, Boom Esports and Cerberus Esports really giving us that best of 3 series with Boom Esports coming out on top. Sorry, Fluffy, your predictions aren't right today.
Unfortunate.
No, not today. Now, I do want to cut to the chase because I know my co-panelists have a lot to say. They want to talk about this series right here, right now. So let's take a look at the post-game stats so we can fully appreciate what went down round per round. Stats appearing now. There we go. I predicted that. Fluffy, I'm 2-0 in terms of prediction. Let's go. All right, so we got 13-9. Honestly, on paper it feels like, hey, Boom Esports was just really good, but no, we have to remember that as the rounds progressed, Cerberus Esports was really fighting for their spot over here. They were tooth and nail at certain rounds, but in the end, Boom Esports really showed us that they knew how to adapt. There was something different towards the end that just gave them the victory for this matchup. Now, I want to talk about a couple of the points that we can see here. We've got damage, headshots, fragments, and overall the round per round statistics over here, Fluffy. What do you want to say about this matchup?
I feel like it was really interesting. You know, I haven't seen CES play before in Icebox recently on VCT for VN, but Boom coming up with a very interesting composition that no duelist, 3 Sentinel duelist mindset instead was able to really hold their own, especially on the defense, stacking so many rounds. They had a slow start on the attack side just because they don't have that ability to take space really quickly with a duelist, but they were eventually able to get a lot of the utility out and leverage it for themselves. Although I gotta say it's very close round per round. A lot of times I wasn't sure who it was gonna fall with, but at the end of the day, Boom Esports does end up on top.
I'm with you on that one, Fluffy. I was just tooth and nail over here. I'm actually curious, Trix. We usually see Kishi in the initiator role, but here he took the initiative to become the sage of the team. Do you think that he would have been more effective as an initiator, or did he do a great job being the sage of the team?
Honestly, I think that being the sage of the team is still a great job, but it was just the way Boom adjusted near the end, especially how they were reading their opponents and how to better their executions on the sites and how to anchor them as well. It just really pushed them over that edge and got them the map.
Oh, definitely. Cerberus really held on through these rounds, but they had phenomenal retakes too. But the 5-man stack, there was a 5-man attack or 4-man attack towards B side in one of the rounds, and I was just looking at this and I was like, oh my lord, that is a really good adjustment on their part. Like, we're so used to them having their duelists just come in and then the rest will just try to pick up or hold off of yellow, but they didn't do that round. They were able to fully adjust throughout as the rounds progress. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit tongue-tied. It's all of the excitement and adrenaline that we've been witnessing round for round over here. But we're here. This is it. The series highlights. Remember that vertical wall that just didn't work too well, Fluffy, on the side of Pishi. That was Pishi's wall, right?
I think so, yeah. But even here, we look at this amazing knife kill coming out from Blaze King. Very unfortunate, that the thing coming out so strong. I feel like Killjoy is one of those underutilized agents as well in this map. And it really comes to fruition when you can really use it, because there's so much counters. Sova being so prevalent means that the lockdown and stuff is so vulnerable, even your traps from the shock right? So just having the ability to have such a great Sova, and Blaze King super stepping up in this game as well.
Oh yeah, Blaze King, as the casters did mention earlier, was like a silent killer throughout this series. He had a lot of 3Ks in this matchup, but I gotta say that his mastery of the Sova tricks, it really showed here. Whether it was the Shock Bolt or the Hunter's Fury, he inflicts so much damage onto Boom Esports.
I think just the sheer confidence you can see in the plays of Blaze King as well, and all of Boom actually. The fact that regardless of the health or the, which team has more players, they played to their disadvantages, which I found was really lacking in their previous games.
Oh my god, look at these trades for trades, these duels, and there we go, the match point kill. I would have loved to see more rounds from that series. Really good round per round over here, but on top of everything, it was Flipstuder who came out as the match or the series MVP for this one. And Trix, please let us know why he deserves this title.
I mean, just in general, the way that he positioned, the way he would get information for his team and be able to start the fights, it was just amazing to watch, honestly speaking.
Yeah, we saw him. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No. It's just like, initially in Ascent, we found that they had a slow start, but you could see where their mindset was at, the way they wanted to hit the sites together, the way that they wanted to play that aggression, but unfortunately, we also couldn't see that kind of confidence in Map 1 that followed through in Map 2 and 3.
Really, I guess it's kind of the shift in the mindset, of course, that we have here. Really goes to show that this team, Boom Esports, is really good at adapting. Like, they knew what they were lacking in the first game, and they were just able to step it up during game number 2 and game number 3. Now, Fluffy, there are a few points that I would like to ask. Let's start off with what we think Cerberus Esports should really work on moving into this group or this APAC stage.
It seems like they really have a confident start. They always start up generally like 4-0, but it seems like their momentum slows down, especially when the other team starts showing how they're able to read their movements. The more predictable they become, the more desperate they look, trying to do a lot of explosive plays, which in fairness does work at times, but unfortunately for them, Boom Esports really had the upper hand in the last 2 maps really strongly, and it really stopped a lot of their plans. And when that happens, they have to be able to learn how to adapt within the round itself, be able to close the round some other way.
Oh, yeah. So would you say that, for example, they start off really strong, right? And the enemy gets a really good read of them. And they try to adjust by making a more explosive play over here, but they get red again. What should they do at this point?
Well, whenever that occurs, you have to figure out why you're losing. So, at least for me, there are multiple rounds when I was watching Cerberus where I felt that if they had played a little more aggressive, or if they had gotten a little more information rather than just trying to play it safe, they actually would have won more rounds, or at least gotten some more rounds to their favor. Because it just felt like they were giving up a lot of space in change of having those good crossfires that we saw them have time and time again, rather than taking like the aggressive flank, or forcing Boom to split their attention rather than just allowing Boom to focus on one side.
Yeah, I feel like I have to agree with I have to agree with Trix there, where when you normally are at a disadvantage, even if it's just the rounds, not even necessarily the man advantage, you kind of have to start looking for other options that you can do within the round. You really have to sometimes make a hero play. It sometimes works out, generally speaking. So being more proactive in that sense to disrupt the enemy's defense, especially, it really helps your team gain a lot of space. But more than that, just taking space is one thing, controlling space is another, and being able to control space well is another good sign of a team that unfortunately for CS was not super apparent this game.
Yeah, I can see that too. But you know what? I really want to see more games from both of these teams, which we're very fortunate that that is the case because they're not out of the running just yet. We've seen the creativity when it comes to Kishi and the Sage Walls. We've seen Blaze King have a little bit of fun with the knives. So I really want to see that. I really want to see that. But in the meantime, though, we have another series coming up today where we're very fortunate here on the panel because we don't get just one good series today. We get one more. Yes, yes. Luckily, again, neither of these teams will get eliminated yet, but they do have a second shot of making it to the group stage. In the meantime, though, let's try to introduce the next series, which is Bleed Esports and Ghetto Artist. Just like Boom Esports and Cerberus Esports, the first team we're about to introduce for this series is no stranger to APAC. They finished as top three in the last APAC Challengers, and I wasn't too sure about this turnabout with them being in the play-ins instead of the group stage, but perhaps they can surprise us with a spectacular series today. Here is Bleed Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team for the second series of the day, it is Bleed Esports. We've got the Swedish duo, Maxi and Pith, the Singaporeans Darian, Lenny, Lexi, and their sub, Retla. Retla is not on the screen right now, but I do think that his addition to the team brought more options to Maxi and Pith in terms of agent picks. Overall, though, Fluffy, who are you looking forward to watch from this team?
For me, I feel like either Pith or Darion for me are going to be the people that I would really watch out for. Bleed Esports is one of those organizations as a whole that is just so prevalent in the scene. They have a huge roster. It's not just the fact that they have a 6-man, but they also have like 3 coaching staff to really support the team. And weirdly, it doesn't reflect that well on their results on their own regional VCT because it was kind of a roller coaster group stages for them. They dropped into the lowers and ultimately they lost the lower finals to Paper Rex, but they did still make it to APAC because the roster is still always solid. They have, like you mentioned, those high profile FPS OGs like Pith, but it really, at least on the statistics, right? They don't have like a proven strength right now. It looks like an identity crisis on one end, but the team that has so much potential and so much support, it's a lot of pressure for them because I think a lot of people are actually surprised, like you mentioned, that they're in the play-ins in the first place and not further down the line. But it's great that they do have Retla for more options, as Maxi and Pith do basically play the same agents. And although they were expected to qualify, they are pretty much expected for a lot of people to qualify for play-ins just because of the repertoire that they have.
Oh yes. Now again, back in the last APAC Challengers, we were wondering how the fusion of this whole European and Southeast Asian Valorant would come into play, but we're so far down the line, that's no longer the question. We've seen this team come into full bloom, bringing in new things to the table. So now the question is whether what they have is going to be working or going to be fully effective here on the APAC stage. And what better way to test this than heading it straight for battle? They're going up against a team that has phenomenal contact play. It's not a question of aim for this team. And they're not necessarily newcomers here on the APAC stage, or at least for some of their players. But in general, this is a team we'd love to welcome here on APAC. This is Ghetto Artists. We'd like to officially extend a warm welcome to one of the newer teams here on the APAC stage, which is Ghetto Artists. Now, I personally think that this is a team that's shrouded in mystery. There's a lot to unveil when it comes to Ghetto Artists. So why don't we start off with their star duelist, Trix? It's Baby Blue.
I'm excited to see Baby Blue play. I actually haven't seen them before, so for me, there's a lot to welcome. Watching some of their previous history, the way that their matches have been so far as a team Ghetto Artists, they've only ever lost to Griffin. So there's a lot shrouded in mystery because Float QQ, I believe, and Itao or Whitehao is actually from CBT Gaming. And knowing that they were one of the top teams before as well, coming into APAC, there's a lot to expect from them. Hopefully a lot more than just the contact plays and a lot more than just what they've shown so far. They have very strong holds, but I do notice that they overcommit to a lot of the pushes that they have. And the setups honestly are quite predictable, so I'm wondering if they change it up just for the APAC stage or if they're going with something that they're more comfortable with.
Would you rather prefer that they switch it up or go for comfort?
I think comfort is fine, but you have to be malleable to change, and that's going to be a testing factor on whether they can be here in the APAC stage.
Very good points, Trix. I'm excited to see how that malleability will come into play when it comes to Ghetto Artists. But for now, I think we're just about ready to go into our map vetoes. If not, then I'll get to chat with you guys a little bit more. Okay, I haven't gotten a word yet. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about these teams over here. Fluffy, we have a lot of information. I mean, we just talked about Ghetto Artists being shrouded in mystery, but again, Bleed Esports, not much of an enigma over here. Oops, I kind of spoiled tomorrow's match. Sorry.
Oh, okay, see you. But yeah, I think that although one team is shrouded in mystery and they do have to work on being a bit more malleable and they really have to find that more tactical depth rather than just be a very one-dimensional team, which ultimately is the problem for a lot of teams. You know, you're good in your own region, but are you good enough to play in a variety of ways to the best of the best here on the APAC stage? But moving on to that, aside from malleability, we have the more forged in fire kind of team, Bleed Esports, very established team in their own right. They have their own little sparks of greatness, but unfortunately for them, like I mentioned earlier, they do have a rocky history, especially a recent history. So it's kind of, as a stats person myself, it's very hard to figure out if they are actually going to pull off this win. I hope that they do for their sake, but you know, looking at the stats alone, most of their things on every map is a bit 50-50. It's a very hit or miss. This team, they're sort of going through an identity crisis. One of the troubles, I feel like, having so many cooks in the kitchen, especially with the cooking staff and as well as the roster itself being so large, you might they might struggle in finding like what really works for their team because they just have so many options, you know, instead of just trying to figure out what works and work through that.
Yeah, I agree. Now, it's always a joy to learn about these teams and find out what kind of journey they had to go through to get to this point and what kind of struggles they had behind the scenes. But on top of that, we get to be part of the whole storytelling process, so that's a lot of fun. You know what a story needs, though, Fluffy? A setting. A place where the plot happens. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the map vetoes. So Trix, right here, right now, what maps do you think we'll see?
I always want to see Haven. I just really like that map personally, so I think that's a personal bias right there.
Oh, I feel the same way when it comes to Bind. Oh no!
There goes that dream.
Bind's just not one of those maps that other teams want to see right now. That's fair.
Okay, we just got into this map in the previous series, but we're not gonna be seeing it this time around, Fluffy.
Right, so already 2 maps out of the map pool. Bind and Icebox gone, and Split is already picked by Bleed. Very interesting because when you look at their statistics, they are heavily reliant on playing on the Ascent, Icebox, and Haven maps. But if you look at how much they win on these maps, it's still very 50-50. So I don't think they're the type of team that has a very super strong one specific map like other teams do. And weirdly, for Bleed Esports, I don't know if it's an anti-strat or something, maybe just because they're playing against Ghetto artists in this series, but they normally do try to avoid the Breeze and Fracture. So Fracture coming out on the side of Ghetto artists could be a bit detrimental for the Bleed Esports team, while Bleed responds by banning out Ascent, and as well as Breeze for the side of Ghetto artists, leaving, I think, Trix's favorite map, Haven, open for the decider.
Yes, always looking forward to that Haven. Fracture being one of the maps that, if I recall correctly, Ghetto Artist actually has played. So I believe they know exactly, or ideally exactly what they want to do there. I am, however, surprised that Bleed let that through.
I just got a word from one of our casters telling me that he does not like Bind. Raph, why do you not like Bind? Why do you not want to give me the satisfaction of seeing these teams play it out with a teleporter and everything?
Bind is great.
Yeah, Bind is great. Not for Oasis Gaming though, Fluffy.
That's true. But another map that's bad for that team, which apparently is very good for Bleed Esports, is Split. Split is very interesting that you first pick Split. It's normally one of the latter ones that you pass off. Split, when you pick Split in a map draft, you give the side choice to the opponent naturally. So Split being so defensive sided means that you generally give the advantage side towards the opponent. But you can say that for every map, sure, but for Split specifically, it's very, very easy for a very well practiced team on Split to really stack so many defense rounds that unless you really have a very confident plan, it's not the most preferred first pick for a lot of teams. So I'm very interested, and I'm really looking out for that one for Bleed because they look very confident picking it very fast. I feel like so far, I know we only had 2 map bans, but this one seems really quick compared to the last one. It's like the teams are very decided. Maybe they've done their homework already, but they already have their choices locked in and at the ready.
Again, we have got Split. What was the second map? Haven is the third map.
Fracture is the second map.
There we go.
Yes.
Okay, nothing too out of the ordinary here, maybe. Trix, do you think this favors one of the teams, though?
I don't think it particularly favors a team, except for maybe the Split pick, because I know that Bleed's got some really great strategies on Split, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they play out against Ghetto Artists, and in turn how Ghetto Artists is able to adapt that. But I think the other maps, I feel maybe Ghetto Artists might have the upper hand, but again, I haven't seen them against a team like Bleed.
So Fluffy, what do you think will be the win condition for this series?
I feel like generally the win condition will be Bleed's experience to know that when Ghetto Artist presents them with a question to quickly realize and as we call it in at least when in our team before it was Uda, it was orient first and then you basically direct yourself and make the action. So you have to have the proper response to everything, and being able to quickly decide how to answer the opponent's question is the most important thing for Bleed, because I think that based on the at least overall core themes of both teams, their identity, it feels like Ghetto Artists will be probably the one making the first move, and it's just really up to Bleed to handle the situation. And if they can do it really well, then it can really shut down a lot of plans of Ghetto Artists, unless they really step into that tactical depth and adjust really quickly this game, and they can really pull something out of the bag.
Okay, so it's more of the case of answering questions or responding rightfully towards the opponent, right? So Fluffy, I need you to respond rightfully to my next question. What is your prediction for this series?
Rightfully might be the sketchy term to use, because I wasn't right the first time, but I feel like based on the picks and all the things I've seen so far, that I feel like it's going to be more of a Ghetto Artist game more than anything. I don't think it'll be a clean 2-0, because Bleed is a pretty good team. So I feel like it can go the distance this series, but I feel like it'll end towards the side of Ghetto Artists.
What about you, Trix? Do you feel the same way?
I do feel the same way as Fluffy. Seeing how Ghetto Artists has played, I'm excited to see them on the APAC stage, and I do think they might be able to have that edge over Bleed.
Okay, maybe I'm the type of person that likes security. I don't like much of a mystery, because I'm gonna go for Bleed Esports for this one. I mean, I get it. Ghetto Artist, very shrouded in mystery, very interesting. Maybe we'll see some explosive plays come into the series today, but I want the security. I want to see Bleed Esports show us what they've shown before. That's something that I'm really looking forward to. It's not a unanimous decision on the panel, and that's what we like to see, because whenever we do have a unanimous decision here, there's some sort of superstition going along wherein we all get the wrong prediction. So I guess it's good news that I'm voting against you guys for this prediction. But yeah, is there anything else that you'd like to say about Ghetto Artists, Trix?
I just think if Ghetto Artists goes into this, I hope they don't be as predictable as I have kind of seen them before. I think in terms of going against a team that is as good as Bleed, you want to be a little more unpredictable, a little more proactive, and really force Bleed to be on their toes.
Okay, Fluffy, this is the question that's in my head right now. Obviously, there are a lot of times wherein, as what Trick said, there is a certain level of predictability when it comes to the teams, right? When does this predictability, rather, I'm getting all tongue-tied again, become an advantage for teams? Is there a scenario that becomes advantageous to them?
Yeah, so there's a term that we use in pro called conditioning, and basically what it means is when you know that the opponent kind of is expecting something. For example, you do a certain push on the first round, you do it again the second round, you condition the mind of your opponent to think that you're probably going to do it again or do something similar. So when you pop up and you burst, either by doing that same thing but with a variation, or you divert and do a different plan suddenly, or you can fake that you're doing that initial plan and then moving on to something else mid-round, it really is one of the factors that can throw off a lot of teams, just because you're already conditioning their mind to pour their resources in setting them up to do a certain thing. So one of the things that you train as a pro is to not get conditioned and to always treat every round as a new round. But just because we're human beings and everything, it's very hard to not see patterns. So it's one of the things that you can leverage if your plan is to do the same thing all over again. You can really hit them at a very unexpected timing if you condition the team early on.
Okay, it's a big game of psychological warfare here at the pro scene. That's basically what it is. That's why we keep mentioning the likes of like mental fortitude, having a strong one at that point, and just being the big brains overall, which I can say I'm very lucky to have two amazing big brains right beside me over here. What about you, Trix? Anything that you think that these teams should pull out of their sleeves at this point in the competition?
I think earlier you asked me if I want them to be comfortable or if I want them to step out of that and try to challenge themselves. But right now, I want them to be comfortable so long as it challenges their opponents. Because just because you are comfortable doesn't mean that'll necessarily be difficult for the opponents to read you or to adapt to you as well. Fluffy mentions that you want to condition your opponents, which is true. Conditioning is great, but if you as a defender become a little too predictable, it starts being that the opponents read you and are able to catch you off guard instead.
Yeah. So we're gonna be going off to split first, Fluffy. What kind of compositions or perhaps plays do you want to see executed by these teams?
I feel like it all boils down to the same thing, right? I feel like if Ghetto Artist is the one initiating, I'm gonna expect them to be a bit more explosive. So it's really about how Bleed Esports composition also plays a big part in it when we get further down the line into Agent Select, because they do have a couple things that they're running. Before, they used to run something like Astra and Viper with the Sage, and that kind of setup can really slow down a lot of explosive pushes. On one hand, we can broadly say that it's about presenting questions and answering, like I mentioned earlier, but at the end of it, it's also depends on the tools that the agents bring itself, and if you can really leverage that, that changes the entire pace of the game in general.
Yeah, totally. Well, you did mention that they had was it a double controller setup that they used to pull out before and split?
Yeah, they used to play a double controller with a Sentinel. I think it was Sage for mid control and other fancy plays, which, because you're running that, and you obviously have your initiator and your duelist, whichever they choose. Normally it's like Razor's Guy. It means that you lose out the fact that you have an anti-flank, some sort of trap like a chamber trap or alarm bot, trademark, etc. So it means that your team is more spread out because you have to actually put people to watch stuff or gain info, or else it's really hard to stack on sites. So with that sort of setup, it's more about the team itself's practice on Bleed's part to really learn how to slow down the push. And even on the attacker side, it's going to be similar to, I believe, to the last game of the last series, where even though there is a duelist, sure, it'll play closer to a comp without a duelist, where you really have to check everything manually, which on one hand could be bad because you might lose a player. But on the other hand, if you can get away with it, it just provides you a lot more utility for when you actually get to the destination.
Yeah, we can see that. Now, for Ghetto Artist, I don't know why I say it like that. I'm sorry, my brain is a little bit lagging. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen who are watching right now. I'm just really stoked for this match, and it's just a little bit overwhelming. At the same time, I want to see these players play. It's just a lot going on. Now, we have touched up a bit on the composition that Bleed Esports is probably going to have here on Split. But what about you, Trix? I also noticed that Ghetto Artist does not pull out a Killjoy or a Chamber at all. Also, probably they prefer a Sage as well. Do you think that is a wise decision? Oh, wait, no. They do have a Killjoy. Never mind. Okay, do you think that they would have that Sentinel advantage?
I think it's possible for the Sentinel to become an advantage, but I also think that they shouldn't. Similar to how other teams have been playing, you don't want your Sentinel to be in the exact same spot all the time. You want to move them around, you want to make them unpredictable, because their utility is so impactful. The amount of anti-flank, the amount of information it gets and delay, it requires a team to make it so that the Sentinel is able to move around the map and to control parts of the map for their teammates. That aside, I have noticed that Bleed actually did pull out a Fade. I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, we're allowed to play Fade now, so I'm wondering if they're going to pull it out for APAC.
I mean, if they do pull that out, Fluffy's gonna be really happy.
Yeah, I'm a big Fade fan. If anyone is still not surprised about it, I think the agent is great, especially on maps where Sova is not. It really fills in that middle slot where you can get the full scan effect, which is such a big deal, especially at this level, to get accurate information that's real time, and you get the full scan to wallbang through stuff. And as well as getting the on Split, I think it's actually really strong because the Prowlers can really go through a lot of these tight corridors and clear a lot of stuff similar of what you do for like the Skyl Trailblazer. So yeah, I think it's a good option for them to bring out. The problem with Fade is because she doesn't bring any flashes to the team. The way you take angles can be a little bit slower, or you need more resources. So to get to your angle priority, you'd have to adjust the rest of the team comp to kind of fit that agent in.
Yeah, because you're gonna need more flashes just to clear out those head angles. Now, you know, Fluffy, I know that you're a huge fan of Fate. I'm a huge fan of Fate. Well, I wouldn't say just the agent itself. I'm just a huge fan of anything that's new, that's brought to the table. You know, whenever Riot Games releases something new to the game, I'm always excited for these teams to play them out, to show us something new so that we can adapt and apply it to our own games eventually, even though we don't have the same aim level that they do. But now we are moving here forward to the agent selection. My goodness, a lot to take in, but we can already see that Float, QQ with the Breach, Baby Blue with the Neon on the other side, Lexi with the Sage, Maxi with the Astra. So Trix, talk us down with what you think of the composition so far.
A composition I haven't seen them play recently, so I'm excited to see what they can do with it. I love the Breach and Neon combo personally, so it's exciting to see just the amount of brute force you can push opponents back.
Oh yeah, I mean, here we are again. I told you guys, I love new agent compositions. I love it when they use the newer agents and maps, and we get to see Neon. I love that.
Yeah, I feel like overall, the Ghetto Artist composition is just so aggressive. Even the smoker that they're taking Omen, providing them that additional flash and way to take space will really be the guiding light for Neon to chase after as she enters onto site. With support from Breach as well, and just the relay ball from Neon. One thing a lot of players don't think about is flashes are one great way to take an angle, but having a stunning effect on the Neon as well as the Breach is another great way to take it, because unlike a flash, which you can turn around and play anti-flash, you can't really do that with a stun, and you can essentially get a free kill most of the time. Of course, there's that 1% chance that you get headshot, but it's very strong. And on the other hand, we see something completely different running the Astra, which is more of that global presence instead of having the aggression that Omen brings, as well as the Viper in supplement for the Astra so that you can play that pseudo Sentinel, pseudo Smoker role. But I feel like with a specific composition, there's not a lot of delay with the Astra Viper comp. I mean, on one hand, yeah, you can use Gravity Well as the Snake Bites to delay, but I feel like just because of the amount of mobility there are on Ghetto Artists, they can really run through a lot of these things. You can TP over these AoEs, you can dash through it with Neon, and the stuns itself are hard to really fight, and without having a super hard Sentinel to slow down with utility without sacrificing your own life and play off-site, you really have to hold the site on your own, and if that person gets taken out, especially if they have some kind of practiced utility combo, it can really take out a lot of the defender's early pressure and be very hard to retake.
The retake game begins once again, especially on a map like Split, where you have a lot of these tight corners, tight angles, and it's just a little bit tricky to go back into the side. Now, again, this game isn't exactly do or die, but hey, wouldn't you love your odds of making it into the next stage be better? Lead Esports and Ghetto Artists are put to the test, and we've got our casters to check who's gonna pass and who's gonna fail. So our lovely casters, please take it away.
And finally, we are back here into the first day na play-ins dito sa VCT APAC. I'm Hanigli, si DW, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor, at parang makikita natin dito yung matchup ng David and Goliath sa matchup ng Bleed Esports at ng Ghetto Artists.
Nako, yung mga panel nga natin, nag-predict na nga, no? Dalawa para sa Ghetto Artists. Para naman sa Bleed, isa ang nag-predict. That is our panel host, which is Laika. At itong dalawang teams ka na meron tayo, hindi na bago yung ibang mga players dito sa Asia Pacific stage na nakikita at napapanood natin. Because we've seen Bleed last time. Naging top 3 nga sila or pasok sila sa top 3 natin from the last time that we've seen them here in the APAC stage. But this time around, syempre ngayon may mga ibang teams na rin tayo na extrang kasali. And meron na tayong mga bagong nakikita rin ng mga teams at organizations na sumasali dito. May 2 player ang Ghetto Artists na kilala or nakilala na natin from before, which was from CBT if I'm not mistaken. And there are 3 maybe new people here welcoming sa bagong stage nga ng Asia Pacific para sa ating team na ito. Ghetto Artists is from Hong Kong, Taiwan region. No? So, itong mainit na laban na ito, sabi nga ni Laika, hindi naman siya do or die. Pero syempre, alam naman natin ang nakasaalang-alang dito.
Exactly. 4 lang ang makakapasok from play-ins going into the group stages. Kaya nakakatuwang makita dito na syempre, kahit na ilang days pa lang or kahit ilang tournaments pa lang ang sinasalang dito ang Ghetto Artists, this brings us a lot of excitement dahil a lot of mystery ang meron sa kanila dito. Looking forward kasi ang mga kalaban nila dito, sabi nga ni Taylor, di ba, this is one of the top 3 teams from MYSG. Tapos nakapasok pa sila in APAC na nakakapagbigay nga rin, syempre, ng magandang executions dito. But let's still see kung it's still the same storyline or may magandang comfortability ba sila dito. Dahil nakita ko sa lineup nila kanina, Taylor, 2 controller ang meron sila, which is not very unusual, but it works for them.
Oo, tsaka itong Ghetto Artists more on contact plays ang meron sila pagdating sa mga execution na nakikita natin when it comes to the teams. Now, more on strategy-wise by the textbook play, itong mga players ng Bleed Esports rin as well. So, maganda rin yung strategy nila specifically towards split. Kaya nga rin nagkakaroon ng 50-50 pagdating sa decision-making ng ating panelists kung saan nga ba sa side, no? Dahil nga pagdating sa split, medyo tagilid ang Vapor, and when it comes to Bleed Esports, they're more stronger team on that map, specific map as well. But heading into this, ang maganda naman sa parte ng Ghetto Artists dito, if in the case of them na bago yung ibang mga players nila, hindi pa ganun kadami yung mga VODs na pwedeng mapanood o pwedeng aralin against this team. Na compared to Bleed Esports na napakaingay na ng pangalan at alam na natin, kilala na natin mula pa lang sa Southeast Asia Playoffs, nakikita na natin yan But this time around, syempre, pwedeng may possibility na mas naaral sila. So may mystery nga na bumabalot pagdating sa team ng Ghetto Artists na would maybe probably be a pro instead of a cons.
Exactly. This is really crucial, and ang daming mga questions dito na kaya ba ng Ghetto Artists na patumbahin nga dito ang players from the side of Bleed. Lalo na alam natin yung fundamentals nila, kayang-kaya na nila Alam na natin kung paano sila makapagbigay ng mga explosive games. Pero this time parang nakita ko sa lineup nila is more on the passive-aggressive side. Pero compared naman dito sa lineup kasi ng Ghetto Artists, sabi mo nga, they want to go head-to-head. Doon sa lineup nila, they have the Neon laban sa race dito ng Bleed Esports. Will it be favorable of Neon? Kasi syempre, ang daming arcs kasi dito sa or rather, ito yung parang favorable na map ni Race. Pero pagdating naman kay Neon, syempre, it gives us a lot of diversion sa mga attention na pwedeng pasukin ng side.
Yun nga, exactly like that, no? Especially nga na we have Fracture as the first map that we are gonna be seeing here. Or rather, sa pangalawang mapa na makikita rin natin later on. Para sa unang map na split na kung saan Bleed Esports nga yung parang mas malakas pagdating dito, kaya ba nilang mag-snowball nung momentum na yon from game number 1 papunta hanggang game number 2? Kasi lalo na pag yung mga team talaga nag-fire up na yan and then they have the momentum at talagang yung adrenaline from game number 1 nakuha nila all the way bringing it to game number 2. Tapos talaga yung magiging laban, magiging 2-0 talaga. And if I was to predict, no, kasi syempre nakisali na rin tayo sa predictions ng panel natin Ang prediction ko dito is Bleed Esports. Ikaw ba, Honey Glaze?
Oo, parang gusto kong kumampi na muna ngayon kay Ate Like Kasi Bleed Esports, talagang gusto ko makita yung mga explosive runs sila dito, lalo na dagdagan mo sina Pit and Retla into their lineup. Pero let's give the benefit of the doubt naman din dito sa Ghetto Artists. Kasi syempre, they're just a new team. Pero look at their runs, diba? Nakaabot sila dito in VCT APAC. So let's see kung hanggang ngayon ipagpapatuloy ba nila. Pero na-mention mo nga, Taylor, kanina nga lang kasi we had the first game for Cerberus or Cerberus Esports. Pero pagdating naman ng game 2 and 3, nagkaroon ng Ray-Rakers kaagad.
Syempre naman, si Ray. Alam niyo naman, pag gumising si Ray, hindi pa nga siya nagkakas, meron ng Ray curse. Pag dilat pa lang ng mata niya, literal, Ray curse na agad yon guys. Matic na yon pag yung VCT ongoing, tas bagong gising si Ray. Biglang nagkakaroon ng tech pause. Pansinin nyo lang ha, nagko-comment din yan si Ray bigla. Tapos yun na nga, sunod doon, tech pause na rin agad-agad. Pero dagdag ko lang doon sa sinabi mo kanina, actually, for the team of Bleed Esports, they also have this deadly duo na si Pith and si Maxi. Magkasama kasi yan dati So, magkasabay talaga silang pumasok dito sa Bleed Esports. And since then, nagbago na nga ang lahat para sa Bleed Esports, no, when it comes to their execution style. And I think, marami ring nadagdag, especially galing sa European team, itong dalawang players na ito. Heading into this region, syempre kailangan nila makapag-adjust kung paano nga ba dito. Kasi sa APAC, medyo bardagulan ang meron dito. Guys, kung nanonood kayo nung ibang VCT, yung international natin, NA, pati na rin yung sa Europe as well, mga slow plays. NA, medyo contact play pa yun Pero pag tinignan mo yung European ones na streams natin, it's more of information guides, and then hahanapan nila ng paraan, play for picks until the timer is basically drained. But not here in Asia Pacific.
Doon sa lineup pa nga lang din mismo ng players natin from Ghetto Artists, talagang gusto nilang pumasok agad ng mga sites, gusto nilang makapagbigay ng mga magagandang duels, at gusto ko rin makita talaga dito yung wise usage nila of the Neon Burst na mag-e-entry na lang basta with those slide-ins, tapos syempre yung mga follow-up na kailangan nila dahil ang laking bagay ng mga utilities nila. Medyo nasanay na ako sa lineup na may dalawang initiator on their lineup, lalo na dito sa split, pero this time dalawang controller. Will it be a factor for Bleed Esports na kaya nila pagdating sa defending, pero on the attacking side, medyo magkakaroon ng landslide?
Definitely magkakaroon ng differences yan, no? Lalo na yung dalawang controller setup, especially in a map like this, na medyo maliit nga din yung pwede mong siksikan. Kasi kapag na-stuck ka na sa A, saan ka ba pupunta? It's just either mid or you literally would go all the way back to your base para makapag-rotate ka dun sa site na gusto mong puntahan. So, dalawang choices lang yung meron ka dito instead of comparing it to mabilis na comparison lang towards Haven. Na tatlo yung site mo. Kahit dalawa yung controller mo, hindi mo mako-cover lahat. But with a double controller setup like this, it can definitely cover up the sites that they need. Not only that, pagdating sa defense, pagdating sa attacker side naman, they can also do it and use it as fakes. Not only that, pwede rin nilang i-cover literally halos lahat nung pwedeng pasukan or yung magiging exit points nung magiging makakalaban nila on site. So, malaking factor tong double controller setup na meron sila. But ang question talaga is it enough firepower? Knowing that, of course, meron talagang magkukulang na kaunti dyan. Kaya ba nilang takpan yung kulang na yon?
Actually, no, dahil hindi na mapapabord din yung dalawa sa mga panelists natin dito. Against Laika, na iisa lang na nag-favor nga dito sa Bleed, na talagang may edge yung lineup dito as the ones aggressors dito sa matchup natin. In map of Split, I gotta say na sobrang maganda yung mga plays nila, especially with the double controller setup. Pero imagine din natin kung ano yung hirap na hindi mabibigay nung talagang na ibibigay ng mga advantage pagdating sa mga flash. Yes, you have smokes, pero you can cover up those angles for a certain amount of time. Pero pagdating kasi sa blinds, mas papabor yun sa mga duelist mong pwedeng nang makapag-cover up kagad ng site and even have those spaces created for the rest of the team.
I'm more excited towards the map Fracture. Kung paano yung magiging game style nila dito. Kasi syempre, kung merong babagal-bagal sa Fracture, magiging slow pace ba? Fast pace ba? Even our game number 1. Kasi in the end, magkakapaan pa rin tong dalawang teams na to. So we might see, probably, predicting ways lang pagdating dito sa match na to, is the first few rounds na makikita natin are slow. Trying to find kung ano ba yung momentum ng dalawa, kung mabilis silang gumalaw o talagang nag-aantay sila ng oras. May dalawang klase kasi ng teams na meron tayo dyan Yung isang team na really all the firepower heading into the side rush, kumbaga press W kinds of team. And we have the other team kung saan more on strat play and draining out the time. These are players like, for example, Oasis Gaming, ganun, ginagawa nila. And the other teams as well. But kunwari, sa side ng PH, para in comparison lang, meron tayong Alpha Esports na medyo rush plays ang meron tayo na pag nakikita natin sila, sobrang bilis ng lahat. But this would dictate the pacing. And heading towards a Fracture map, kung mabagal ka sa isang fracture map, ang bilis makakapag-lurk ng mga players.
Yeah, that's the question. Kung talagang yun yung magiging decision mo na magsa-slow play ka and fracture. Dahil na-experience ko na rin yun eh. Kapag gusto mo mag-attack tapos gusto mo lang kumuha ng info, malilikuran ka agad kayo kapag hindi kayo nakakuha ng magandang angle or you have someone to place on the other side of the entries ng mga sites para mapigilan yung mga lurks to happen against your team para makapasok lang kayo ng site. But this time, it is split. Medyo defender-sided. So, hindi ko nakuha kung sino nga lang dito yung defender-sided. Pero I'm leaning towards the possibility na defender ka agad dito ang Bleed Esports, which is most likely na magagamit nila yung mga utility sila dito. Really is one of the curious times na makikita ko si Viper. Pero with the placings kasi, nasabi mo nga rin kanina, yung mga fakes ng mga walls, pwede yun, lalo na to cover up a site.
And specifically for all those teams that we are seeing right now, pagdating dito sa Asia Pacific. At syempre yung mga viewers kasi nag-aabang yan para dun sa mga Filipino teams natin. Alam ko, bukas may schedule ata RRQ ang maglalaro. Pero ang alam ko, basta ang schedule na meron tayo dito, yes, definitely tomorrow, RRQ, maglalaro sila against Team Big Bam. So, abangan nyo yan, guys, at supportahan natin. Of course, watch party itong PPGL eh. Sa English, hayaan nyo na sila dun sa English. Sila, nagkakaintindihan sila. Dito sa Pilipinas, watch party natin to, guys. So, susuportahan natin yung mga Pinoy teams natin dyan. At bukas, RRQ tsaka Team Big Bam. Abangan nyo yan. Pero ngayong araw na ito na kasi yung last na series natin for today. So, 2 games ang meron tayo for today. Bukas ang marami. Marami-rami. Diba? Oo. Mainit yung dito. Kasi pupunta sila ng Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Diba?
Mga place na hindi natin kayang agad-agad na bigkasin. Pero yun na nga, this is really the final match, the final series here in today's play-ins. Pero syempre, sa mga susunod pang mga araw, doon na yung magiging mainit. Doon na yung talagang hindi kayo mauubusan ng Valorant action na ibibigay natin sa inyo here in our page. Pero shoutout na muna sa lahat ng mga viewers natin dyan. Keep on sharing the live stream dahil eto na, finally, maya-maya na lang din, makakapasok na tayo in the game kung saan ang mananaig nga ba dito is the players from Singapore or Taiwan na mga medyo nakita ko na may mga itsura eh.
Ay,
yung players
parang
natin
boy band datingan
band
nito eh. Syempre pangalan pa lang Ghetto artist. Tapos pag tinignan mo yung mga picture mala boy band ang datingan ng mga tropa natin. Tsaka parang I think they are also staying in their own places at right now. Wala silang bootcamp kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Nakita ko lang dun sa player camps to. So, asumera lang talaga ako dito, guys. So, pwede rin kasi maging isang factor yun. Isipin mo nga yung last time, yung mga stages last time, di ba? Yung mga iba nagkakaroon talaga ng problema kasi hindi sila magkakasama sa bootcamp. Yung communication mas matagal and also mas maraming problema pagdating sa technical stuff talaga. Kaya tignan nyo ngayon, ayan na. Nag-aantay pa tayo ng game, di ba? Hindi, joke lang. Pero ayun nga, nag-aantay lang naman tayo na makapasok sila. Kaya wala kaming hawak dyan. Huwag nyo kaming sisihin.
Huwag nyo sisihin kung bakit mahaba yung sinasabi namin dito. Para makapasok na tayo ng game. Pare-pares tayo excited dito kasi syempre, lahat lang to parang mga nag-audition lang kung sino yung makakatapat ngayon ng Team Philippines. Kasi RRQ, alam na natin yan. We need to see the plays of Drexy and Naxi. Pero ito na tayo! Finally, game number 1, map number 1 between Ghetto Artists and Split. Mukhang attacking side ang kukuhanin ngayon ng Bleed Esports.
Yup, sila kasi actually yung pumili ng mapa. Kaya nasa attacking sila. Pero ito na nga, tayo sa ating game number 1 para sa best of 3 series na ito. Ghetto Artists versus Bleed Esports. Ngayon nakikita mo ito, yung nag-aambahan pa lang sila, Honey Glaze. Kasi nga nagpapakiramdaman pa to. Ano bang playstyle ang meron ng dalawang teams? Hindi pa sila nagkakaroon ng laban o nagkaroon ng match with each other. Kaya unknown pa para sa dalawang members natin dito. Parang ano lang yan Honey Glaze, yung may pusa tapos hindi ka pa kilala Nag-aamuyan pa lang.
Oo. Tapos maya makikipagkalmutan na dahil dito,
Oo, makikipag-away
na yung
na.
kalmutan eh. Neither yun and also have your baby blue waiting on the way from that corner. Pero ang masasabi lang natin dito, nandiyan ba ito utilities? Ang Bleed Esports, katulad ng sinabi mo Taylor, yun ang possibility na pwedeng gawin nga dito ng Bleed. Matatagpuan na kaagad dito ni baby blue, tatlo, makakapasok sila na side, there is the blinds, we have the smokes. Makakapasok, makakapag-plant nga ba sila dahil dito makakakuha ng isa. There is the smokes to cover things up, pero unfortunately, mababawasan kaagad ng dalawa ang Bleed Esports dito. They haven't even planted the spike yet.
Ito na nga yung pagpa-plant ng spike. Ang kaso nga lang, dalawa makikita niya dito. Hindi niya nakita si Darion and he goes down in the hands of Darion. Naghahanap pa siya ng isa. But 2v4 ang magiging sitwasyon nila. As of right now, Maxi is having a hard time. He gets pinned down by Float QQ. Darion, siya na lang ang pag-asa dito na natitira para sa VCT Sports. And everyone was just swarming in Ghetto Artist. Unang round pa lang. Kinuha na agad nila dito, Honey Glaze. Tsaka may correction pala ha. Walang neon na pinik. It was actually a jet. Nagkaroon lang ng bug.
So this makes a lot of more sense. Mas makapal na ngayon yung plot na pwede nating tahakin dito. In the battle between Ghetto Artists and Bleed Esports, akala natin okay na yung may dalawang controller dito for Bleed Esports to secure in a site, to control in those corners na pwede ngang pwestuhan na kaagad dito ng Ghetto Artists for the retake. Pero kasi early pick-offs ang nagawa ng Ghetto Artists laban sa kanila. Dalawa kaagad before they even plant in the spike. And now 1-0 na, they have decided already na B naman ang gusto nilang atakihin dito. Will they prevail though? Dahil one-way smoke and the push ginawa dito ni 8 Lua. 2 members down already from Bleed.
Alam nilang kaya nila mag-push dahil syempre nasa kanila naman yung advantage when it comes to the fire guns or doon sa kanilang mga armas. On the other note, doon sa round number 1 na nakita natin, Honey Glaze, hindi na imposible because everyone was already swarming on their side dahil nakita na kanina pa. Lua, already getting a kill, may trade na kasama pero ito na nga yung mga eco-frags na yan. It's still a 2-0, malinis na malinis lang for Ghetto Artists. And may advantage sila eh. Kaya magpupush talaga yan.
Actually, ito ang problema kapag wala kayong mga anti-flank, no, wala kayong utilities to check in the pushes that may happen from the defender side. At yun ang ginawa ni Aidloa. Na-pick off niya kagad yung blind, yung mga makakapagbigay ng blind dito, opening for Bleed. But this time, we have the bonus round for Ghetto Artists at buy round na ito ng Bleed. They need to win out this one kung gusto nilang magpatuloy pa yung eco round nila. Yung eco nila throughout the remaining rounds dito in the first half. Pero ang masasabi ko lang din kasi dito is that aggressive ang Bleed, or aggressive ang Ghetto Artists dito at the certain point na parang sinasabi nila walang talagang hindi nila binapakilaman dito kung gaano nakatagal ang Bleed Esports sa ating tournament ngayon.
And the thing is, Ghetto Artists is more of a contact play. And knowing na sila yung nasa defense dito, syempre ang gagawin lang naman nila, mag-aabang para dun sa mga entry ng mga players ng Bleed. And because they're moving so slow, of course, the rotations coming in from Ghetto Artists is gonna be quite fast instead of them actually na dispersing towards the site. Nag-aantay sila ng sobrang tagal at dun na nga sila nahuhuli. But it's still too early to say. We are still at the 2-0 mark. And this is still a play for pick kind of scenario, especially for both teams, knowing bonus round to. Pag ang Bleed dito, it can't be costly for them or else it's gonna punish them throughout the way.
That will be a problem, lalo na't ngayon. Medyo hiwalay sila ng tatahakin, pero nakakaramdam na ang Ghetto Artists na may nakalungga na kaagad dito. Here, mid, the utility is already down. There's the slow, satchel in. There's also the possibility na mag-exit na lang din sila muna kaagad. Sinayang nila yung mga utilities, pero Ethan was able to stake in one. Fit naman dito for the trade-off. We have the smokes already covering up those corners, but with the blinds of Float, will this be favorable of Bleed to get inside the side? Dahil the free power is just there to create in a lot of falling down members from Bleed Esports, and they still have time to plant in the spike, but the problem is the numbers advantage already in favor of Ghetto Artists, and it's just going in fully crushing all the combos and pieces from the side of Bleed. Walang makakatigligtas dito for Bleed Esports. It's just free upgrades for Ghetto Artists.
Ang ganda ng comms dito ng Ghetto Artists. Makikita mo talaga, partnership ang meron sila when it comes to the flashes as well and how they do the entries. They really wait out dun sa mga team mates na meron sila. No? Even with the rotations that we've seen a while ago, kung nakita nyo yung mini-map, during the time na pumapasok ng tong mga players ng Bleed Esports, they just tried to hold down the fort. They pre-fired onto smokes. They were able to actually catch people as well. Even na merong namatay dito on Heaven, that was only one casualties for them. And the rest of the teammates actually just waited for the entire rotations of the team. Kaya yung retake nila dito, napakaganda talaga. Knowing na lugi na nga when it comes to disadvantage on the man side ng Bleed Esports.
Very unfortunate for Bleed, ano, dahil they saved out for that round. Tapos, nakikita natin yun, it's just is going in wild. Baby Blue goes in for the kill, pero immediately traded off. We have a 4v4 scenario immediately, pero with that kind of composure, mawawalan tuloy ng duelist dito ngayon ang Bleed, even have a Ghetto artist, pero that was a big impact kill na ginawa ngayon ng Ghetto. A lot of delays already happening here in mid. Mukhang hindi muna sila makakaligtas kaagad dito to just penetrate into mid, going into B side, even though that they are just waiting and they are just holding sa mga sheriffs na binili na for this eco round.
May ambahan na nangyari sa mid kanina pero mukhang rotation pa rin ang gusto nilang gawin dito. No? Ginagapang na nga nila yung A tower. And there are already 3 people from Bleed here. Gumawa na rin sila ng sound. Alam na rin kung nasaan yung mga players dito. There is that wall from the Sage just to cover all the rotations as well and the spots na kailangan takpan. Bea, on another note, nag-aantay lang naman din dito at nakapag-heal na nga rin si Itaw. No? Ang problema ngayon for the side of Bleed, eco disadvantage ngayon nang meron sila nireloadan sa mukha pero the kill is still on the side of Maxi and Lexi. They were able to get those 2 kills that were important. Dalawa na lang natitira for the side of Ghetto artists at kailangan nilang i-retake to.
Could have been good for Ghetto artists na after nila may eliminate si Darion, nawalan kagad ng power dito ang Bleed Esports to immediately conquer a site. But this time with all of the utilities game, Ben, mukhang mali ka ng corner na tinitingnan ngayon. Lua is already down, traded off by Float. We have the blinds not connecting. Float will not be able to react on time para ma-pick down niya dito si Nin. And now, finally, 1-3 is our scoreline. Bleed Esports, medyo nakakatayo sa mga crumbles na ginawa dito ng Ghetto artist sa kanila.
The first step or mistake rather doon sa retake na yun was actually the entry that they did for the retake itself. They used the aftershock on the side pero lumabas pa rin ang wide swing dito si Blua. Unfortunately, meron talagang mag-aabang sa may elbow dyan because he also already used the aftershock. Alam mo na, naiiwas doon kung meron mang nagtatago at lalabas pa rin yan. Unfortunately, sinilip nga nila at pinilit pa rin nila, no? So, nice try na lang ang masasabi nila para sa mga teammates nila. But heading here on round number 5, they've officially bought an operator on their hands as well. Baby Blue receiving some damage coming in mula doon sa paint shells pero makakaiwas at makakaalis pa rin naman siya rito. Now the Trailblazer not spotting anyone, maghahanap at play for picks pa rin ang laruan dito pero bumibilis na ng pakonti-konti, Honey Glaze.
Okay, parang naging comfortable na dito ang Bleed. They have already conquered
tapos na silang mag-amuyan.
Yun na nga ang problema natin dito eh. Once na maamoy na ng Bleed Esports kung ano yung play ng Ghetto artists, will it be the same storyline sa mga susunod pang mga rounds natin? Dahil nga, naging maganda yung commanding lead dito ng Ghetto. Pero Bleed Esports kasi, we all know the mastery of this team to pick on to someone. Pero look at that quick reaction by Baby Blue. Maxi, gusto nila lang naman mag-pick kung sino yung mga nagbabantay inside the site. But this time, this is just a 4v5. Still doable for Bleed Esports, but will they be able to conquer this? Dahil nandito na nga ngayon, waiting patiently na lang dito. Agad na Ghetto artist, Lua dito will be able to secure himself his survivability. Bea, on the other hand, para makakuha pa ng isa, down ang kanyang katunggali dito. But now, it's a 2v5. The paranoia is there, Lenny naman dito para makakuha din ng pick off. 1 member down. At least, we have a 3k pa for Lua to make a lot of impact na sila. Pa rin naman yung may lead even na makakuha lang ng isa dito. Pang icebreaker ang Bleed Esports.
Naku po, 4-1 is the score already. Ghetto artists, sila na nga yung lumalamang when it comes to the rounds. Ang ganda kasi nung defense na pinapakita nila dito eh. Tsaka ang bagal din talaga gumalaw pa ngayon right now nung Bleed Esports. And dahil nga doon sa bagal, no, minsan sila yung nagugulat. Kasi yung Ghetto artists biglang sumisilip-silip na lang ng walang pasabi, wide swing din ang ginagawa nila dito. Wala man lang warning. Dahil nga to sa slow plays, eto
Oh
na,
my
bibilisan
God.
na raw nila. And still, meron pa ring trade-off na nakuha doon. Tinitipihan lang sila sa muka nitong chamber ng kabilang team. There is a rest, I think, and it will come up right now. Darion is still alive and kicking. 5v4 situation. Maraming nasa heaven. Iwo-wall ngayon ang Sage to. And another entry points is now out of the equation for the rest of the team.
Very curious na lang din kung bakit na nga ba ito ang gagawin nila. Pero ito na pala yung sagot. Maxi was able to conquer in mid. Makakapasok nila in tower. Nandito na yung showstopper. But on the other hand, Cloud Cutie! Parang wala siyang nakikita dito para makakuha lang ng info. Pero with that being said, it's down to Lua to defend in the side. Goes in for another 3K for this round. Dalawa na lang yung natitira for either of our teams. But will this still be a favorable game? A favorable round for Bleed Esports? Lalo na kaya hindi pa sila nakakapag-plant in the spike at wala silang idea kung nasan si Lua ngayon. And Lua, on the other hand, goes in for the 4th kill. Possibly an ace, pero he's very low on HP. Pero nandito na nga si Fit, all the way from the heavens, finally getting themselves another round to take laban sa Ghetto Artist.
Almost an ace, pero hindi pa rin mangyayari. Ang ganda pa rin ng defense na pinakita ng Ghetto Artist doon. If I'm not mistaken, it was in an eco disadvantage ba? Or may mga barrel din pala yung ibang mga players dito. Pero yung depensa na pinakita dito na Itluwa, hindi mo mabasag eh. Kasi nga, once he gets a kill, pagdating sa may ramps, he's just gonna TP out. Reset na naman siya. Pupwesto na naman siya sa ibang lugar na hindi alam ng players ng Bleed Esports. But so far, Bleed Esports, habang bumibilis yung movements ng team members nila, mas lalong nagiging successful. And I think that is one of the way kung paano nila o magiging win condition nila dito sa match na to.
Really is important kung paano mo mapipigilan kagad yung bumibilis na momentum dito for the other team. Kasi Bleed Esports, parang they are slow in their footing, pero kapag nakuha na nila yung tamang dance moves, tamang footing na makakuha na nga ng site, they can potentially win this out. We have the Seekers, they are denied by the wall. Nandito naman yung Cosmic Divide. Papasok na kaagad din dito. Agad ang Darion, si Reyes makakapasok nga, pero there's also the trade-off. Maxi, on the other hand, there's already 2 members down for Hello! Pero bulaga my guy, Bea, mamamatay sa mga kamay, pero bulaga, mambaboga lang din naman dito si Lua with the right click of the Bucky. 2 members down lang naman for Bleed Esports. Still good enough para makahabol sa 43.
Nagmala security guard si kuya mo, Chamber. Doon na. Nag-abang na lang eh. Biglang binoga sa muka yung mga players dito ng Bleed. Pero ang ganda talaga ng entry nila dito. Ang problema nga lang, naipit sila. Namatay agad si Darion here in the corner. Ang iniisip ko kanina, because you can actually see kung saan yung trail pagdating doon sa smoke ng isang Omen. Hindi ko alam kung ba't hindi niya napansin na nanggaling sa upper left. Because if it comes from the upper left, isa lang naman yung choice at option kung saan magtatago yun. Tsaka nakita niya kung gaano kabilis lumapag yung smoke nung Omen kanina, nung pagkabato pa lang. So, yun lang pinagtataka ko, no? Hindi niya nalaman na nandun sa corner. Pero it is what it is. In the end, sila pa rin naman yung nakakuha ng round. But at what cost? Dahil yung dalawang players medyo taghirap at hindi makakaabot. Although makakapag-drop naman si Pith.
Maganda lang din dito na nabaluhan nila na maigi yung eco na naiipon na ng Ghetto Artist from winning out 3 consecutive rounds dito laban sa Bleed. Now, finally, I think this is an eco for our Ghetto Artist. So, I might say na pwedeng maging favorable itong round na ito for Bleed Esports. They just need to make sure na ma-penetrate nila dito yung Great Wall of Lua na hindi nila mataan kaagad kung paano sila makakapag-react dito kay Lua. Dahil nga, nasabi mo rin kanina, Taylor, na ang bagal din ng Bleed Esports to attack on a site. Nakakuha na sila ng info against Lua, pero mas mabilis on the trigger kasi dito si Lua to eliminate in those players to get inside the site.
That concuss might have been deadly. Kung meron kasabay, pero mas mainit si Kuya Mupis with a double headshot. Paalam sa dalawang members agad dito, pero sumagot din naman si Bea with a headshot for himself. Kinuha na rin yung Vandal. Meron pang isa na nag-aabang dito. Blinded by the paranoia right on the corner. Alam na alam ng players ng Ghetto Artist na meron nagtatago. The guiding light comes out. Bea still got a kill on that. Lenny, ipit na nga ngayon dito. He still has a trailblazer to use, pero may smoke naman na pwedeng taguan. Ang problema, hindi niya alam na nakaakyat na. He might have heard that he fell down, pero mag-aatrasan lang naman din ang mga players. But now we are in a 3v3.
Pakiramdaman talaga muna. We have one player na medyo naliligaw nga dito here in A. Dahil wala pa siya nakikitang info eh. Nagbibigay nga siya ng sound cues dito for Ghetto artist na isipin niyo ako guys, nandito ako sa A main. So this might be a diversion play na makapasok sila dito here in Vents. Pero thankfully enough kasi dito for Bleed Esports, wala na yung problema nilang si Lua. Pero dito naman din si Bea who is ready down low. We have also the blinds as well who is ready enough to use it further. But with that utility na ginagamit nila dito, wala silang idea kung saan magtitipiid dito from the shadow. Si Ito, nakapasok na nga siya sa loob ng site and it's all down to one remaining member. Hindi siya makapag-react on time dahil nawalan siya ng bala doon sa pagkakataon na mag-wide swing na nga dito si Float Q. 5-3. Still a good lead for Ghetto artist, but Bleed Esports, medyo nangangarag sila dito just to get inside.
Hindi siya makapag-reload doon kasi maririnig kung saan siya nakapwesto eh. So, he had no choice but to keep up with the 7 bullets that he had. Ang init ni Kuya Pith kanina, pati nito ni Bea. Ang ganda ng mga hold din ng players talaga pagdating sa Ghetto artist. Ang kaso nga lang eh, pagdating talaga dito sa dulo for Bleed, nasaktuhan na naubos na rin talaga yung bala o yung bullets pagdating doon sa barrel na meron sila. Anyway, new round. Move on na. Ganon talaga ang buhay at nangyayari talaga yan. But anyway, etong wall na to, mapipigilan yung Trailblazer to spot anyone. This might be a choke point hold, but Therion already getting that first kill on his hand. Meron siyang 8 bullets din na natitira, pero ito na nga yung ibang mga players ng Ghetto artist. Let's go! Ang sabi ni Kuya Float, QQ, tumalon ang lahat ng players. He gets the first kill. He still has the opportunity to get another, pero ang daming players na nagsaswarm on towards Bleed. Mukhang the decision making of this team, are they gonna go or are they gonna stay here?
They just stayed. They're welcome. Overstayed, they're welcome. Laban ka na float. And now, finally, they have the numbers advantage. Si Lua nga lang dito ang nasa loob ng site. Galit na sila dito just to get inside. Pero Ito dito hindi na makakaligtas pa. Dahil si Lua nakakuha na kagad ng dalawang. Make it 3 for this guy. Possibly 4 and in.
No way!
What happened for Ghetto artist? Lua is just really doing it with his hold. Another lead for Ghetto artist to make laban sa Bleed.
Wow, what a transfer. Lua! Grabe yung kills na yun. And to be fair, he had the info, a little bit of info on his hand. He just relied everything towards game sense. Isang magazine lang ang kailangan, Honey Glaze. Inubos lahat ni Lua. 15 kills and 5 deaths so far right now. And Bleed Esports, 3 rounds ang kailangan nilang habulin. Fault line? Pero wala namang makakapag-push dyan. Pang-deny lang yan ng mga push and of course yung mabilisang play. Kaya hindi rin makapasok agad tong Bleed Esports eh.
Maganda yung nagiging pakiramdaman na dito ng dalawa. We have the wall, yes. Pero kasi sa mga nangyayari na nga from the past few rounds, talagang Bleed Esports, they just want to take mid. Para if ever na maging successful sila dito in either mains of the site, makakakuha sila ng mga diversion plays. But the problem is nga lang talaga, si Lua na kanina pa nagpa-pop off, si Lua na nagsistay lang inside the site, nagbibigay ng control laban sa Bleed Esports. Pero hold on to that thought, wala nang duelist ngayon ang Bleed. Dahil sa pagpipik niya dito, laban kina Baby Blue with that opportunity of the full time, makakakuha naman dito si Float ng isa. Unfortunately, caught by timing. Hindi nakalabas na ng aftershock dito, pero mukhang ito na ang possibility ng Bleed na makapasok ng site. We have the Seekers, yes, but Baby Blue is inside. There's also the Viper's Pit to give a lot of opportunity for them to secure in mid. But this time around, the numbers advantage na in favor of Bleed Esports. Dalawa na lang ang natitira for Ghetto artist.
Ang ganda ng placement ng Viper's Pit. Cover na cover yung taas kanina. And hindi, yun nga yung, especially, yun yung literally reason nila para sa paggamit ng Viper's Pit para lang mapasok itong B. And they were able to do that successfully. 3v2 situation, the kill onto Itao though, making this a 1v1. Low on HP ngayon, 15 HP, and still the swing comes in, a thrifty round. And it was still Bleed Esports winning this specific one. What?
Through the smoke.
Game
Tapos
sense.
immediate flick. Grabe yung game sense dito talaga. They are on point. They are capping off. They need to control the lead na nangunguha na nga ngayon ng Ghetto artist. Pero that was again in an eco round for the side of Bleed Esports. Pero kamuntikan na rin talaga silang matalo doon sa pagkakataon na dalawa na lang yung natitila or dalawa pa yung natitira dito for Ghetto Artists. But this time, it's another round to see kung magpapatuloy ba ba yung eco save dito ng Bleed Esports. They have the operator at hand at magiging worth it nga ito dahil si Luwa kaagad ang natumba. Pero this time, they might have the possible trade-off na yung Asra pa nila ang mawawala. Si Maxi pang importante sa pag-push nila dito here in B.
Gahanap na nga dito yung Boombot. Kung meron bang kalaban at mapapaatras na lang din yung ibang mga miyembro. But it seems like Ghetto Artists, they're down with 2 men out pagdating sa team nila. And they are only relying on the guns that they have right now. A Classic, a Sheriff, and 1 Vandal. Ano ba ang makakaya at magagawan ba nila to ng parahan? Because Lexi peeking out! A perfect opportunity para kay Baby Blue to get the kill instead! Siya pa nga nakakuha, making this a 3v4 situation, but that jump towards Spence is gonna be fatal. On the other hand, Lenny just cleans up the entire crew here of Ghetto Artists. Malinis na malinis, Honey Glaze.
Iba ang nagigibawi dito. Climb back up talaga ang ginagawa dito ngayon ng Bleed Esports to dominate in this round. Dahil napako na nila to 6 rounds dito ang Ghetto Artists. Let's look back into the replay na unti-unti talaga silang bumababa in favor of Lenny na makuha niya yung mga pick-offs ngayon. At wala silang ka-idea that he's still staying in mid. Ito yung isa sa mga impacts na sumasama ka nga on your team for the first few rounds na medyo nito na din ito ng panelists natin na pwedeng magbigay ng confusion for the other team. But this time, will they be confused enough to not make a move laban kay Lua? They had the showstopper pero they weren't able to react on time kay Lua. With that tour de force, down to 2 members kaagad ang Bleed Esports. Make it 3 though.
Ayaw pumigil. Valorant got talent. Gusto pa eh. Pag gusto, binibigyan pa naman yan. Let's go na nga ang sabi dito. Because that Rolling Thunder will definitely connect and clear things out. Pero yung operator ni Maxi lumalaban pa. The flash comes in. Nothing to see here. Yan ang sasabihin dito ng players ng Ghetto Artists. 1v4. The flank is on its way with the Blade Storm. He still doesn't get a kill and Maxi still survives. Isa pang buhay. Parang pusa lang. 9 lives ang sabi dito ni Maxi.
Nakapag-react siya doon kay Baby Blue. Pero now, he gets in the info. He goes in for the wide swing. Bea, para ma-finish na nila dito yung round na ito. Itong half na ito with a very close round laban sa Bleed Esports. Pero dalawa ang habulin ngayon ng Bleed. Ito na ang problema ng Ghetto Artists, Taylor. 2 controllers against the players of Ghetto Artists. We have the Viper. We also have here the Asra. They have a lot of opportunities na vulnerable nila dito kaagad yung mga players from Ghetto Artists to try and get inside the site. But this is the instability na bibigay natin for Maxi, especially sa mga efforts na dito na kahit may Blade Storm dito si Baby Blue, it wasn't enough. Parang hinampas siya kaagad dito ng operator na hawak dito nila Maxi. And now, again, in the second half, 7-5 is still in favor of Ghetto Artists, but this time, will it be in favor naman ng Bleed Esports?
Isa talaga sa malaking problema nila dito, Honey Glaze, si Luwa. Isipin mo nung nasa B siya, nasa A site siya kanina, hindi talaga sila makapasok. The same freaking spot for 3 consecutive rounds. Luwa just kept on punishing them. Si Luwa lumipat ang B. Ano nangyari? Shutdown lahat ng nasa tower. Lahat ng gustong pumasok. And they still wanted to push it. Yun ang problema for the side of Bleed Esports. When they have second doubts dun sa movements na pinapakita nila when it comes to Ghetto Artists takes that opportunity immediately right off the bat. Kinukuha nila yung opportunity niyan to get those skills that they need. And especially for Bleed Esports right now, hirap na hirap sila kasi hindi sila makapag-entry kanina during the attackers. Look at the KDA of Darion right now. It is quite obvious that he's not getting those kills that he needs to actually make an entry frag happen. Ang nangyayari, nagkakaroon lang ng trade-off. Kaso, kulang ka na ng isa. Galit na galit eh, no? Kala mo ako yung coach eh.
Pero kasi talagang nakaka-hype din yung mga possibilities dito ng Ghetto Artist na i-prove to us na mali yung mga naging haka-haka natin dito to let Bleed Esports win in this series. Game number 1, map number 1 pa lang ito, tapos binibigyan tayo ng kaagad ng statement na Ghetto Artist is one of those teams na underdogs na talagang babantayan mo. Siya si David, laban kina Kulayat na kaya niya manalo dito with just little of the players that they have. We have now the second half na pwede nang umarangkada, but this time mukhang aggressive ang gustong tangkain ngayon ng Ghetto Artists laban sa Bleed Esports. So will they be able to survive? Dahil the blinds is there, they will be spotting in one. Nandito na kagad yung pagpipick nila Darion, pero nice usage of utility para makaligtas. But with those smokes, ano pa nga ba yung pwede nilang gawin dito? Lalo na't ngayon, delete pa. Ora mismo ang Ghetto Artists just to get inside at nakapag-rotate na kaagad ang Bleed Esports.
Tsaka kung mapapansin mo, ganito yung Ghetto Artists. When they see they get stuck for a little bit, they immediately decide to move away from the spot that they are looking at. Ngayon, binabasag na nga at nagkakaskas na ng yelo dito sa gitna. Syempre, the smoke will come in. Now, a double controller setup that you have right here. Immediately, a smoke from a Viper will pop off. Ganon din yung cover nila on A side, kaya hindi nakapasok agad-agad. Yan yung kahirapan ngayon ng Ghetto Artists. How can they actually penetrate this kind of scenario kung saan dalawa yung smoker mo?
Actually is a big problem dahil hindi lang siya smokes may vulnerability pa. There's also the gravity wells na pwede nilang ibigay dito, but Pet is already doing it, holding into mid, goes in for 2, make it 3 para magkaroon sila ng opportunity din nila Darion for that trade-off. 1 member remaining, Bea na lang dito ang natitira. All he has was the wall, pero nandito naman na din yung wide swing nila Darion. Ito na ang magiging kasagutan ngayon ng Bleed. Sige sa inyo na yung first half. We have now here the winning advantages na meron sila sa defending side.
Yan ngayon yung magiging problema talaga ng Ghetto Artists. Makikita mo yung pag-pull pa lang dito sa mid, tapos may smoke ng Viper, and especially the other controller that they have is an Astra. Ang daming possibilities. There's just so much utilities that they have to face before they can actually go on site. And kung mapapansin mo, Ghetto Artists, mas mabilis sila compared sa Bleed Esports. Trailblazer out para sa side ng Bleed. Daunting delay kung sakasakali mang merong mas pata na malapit. But it's still not enough. There yon. Nag-aantay lang with his own boga. Baka sakali lang pag may tumalon.
Oh, wala kasing pang check
Dami
ng
yan.
corner na to Kaya naman sa judge niya, makakailan kaya siya. He makes it 2, he makes it 2, he makes it 3. There yun dito, nakasecure kagad ng numbers advantage. Laban sa Ghetto Artists, hindi sila naka-react, hindi sila naka-isa man lang dito kay Darion. At ito na, yung last na may bibigay ni Darion laban sa Ghetto Artists.
Anong strat? Judge lang sa kalam, yan ang sabi. Tsaka eco naman wala talaga silang choice dito. Walang pambili. Kumbaga, pati ng utilities. But the big flank is definitely here as Maxi cleans the entire map away. 7-7, mabilis na comeback lang para sa kanila from 7-5. Dahil nga rin nakuha nila yung eco o yung pistol natin.
Yun pala din ang problema dito from Ghetto Artists, no? Meron nga silang pang-check-in ng mga flanks, but the problem is sino yung mag-check-in ng mga corners sa katulad ng hinawakan ni Darion kanina. Kaya nalason sila kaagad ng judge na hawak niya. We had also as well the flanks na ginawa dito ng Maxi, and he said hello sa mga friends na dito for Ghetto Artists, and now finally commanding lead for this half of Bleed Esports as they should. Dahil sa lineup nila talagang passive-aggressive lang din to the point. Now, Darion dito with just the judge again! Magsisave ka pa talaga ng mga pang-battle mo, pero showstopper para makatundo na nga. We have your Ito to survive and from that casualty. Last one talaga dito si Kuya Darion. 2 or make it 3 members were finally down for Ghetto Artists to try and secure in mid.
Definitely a party ang nangyari here on mid as 3 of the players of Ghetto Artists were eliminated. At doon biglang bumangon ang api. Kung kanina 2-15, ano bang KD niya? Nakalimutan ko na. Pero ito, dito babawi. Ngayon, with that quick jump peak, makikita ni Maxi na meron palang nasa B main. And this will give the idea na may presence here on Garage na kailangang antayin at bantayan ng players dito ng Bleed Esports. Knowing na 43 seconds remaining na lang ang meron tayo.
Dalawa yung nakaabang sa kanya. Pero talagang lalapit sila sa closer dito ni Maxi. 2K for this guy. Di na sila nakapasok in ng site dahil nga sa lason nila Darion dito. Wala kasi silang pang check-in ng mga corners na yun. Unlike dito sa Bleed Esports na meron silang Laney na may Trailblazer, na may mga blinds. Ito kahit pa blind si Darion, i-hold niya lang naman yung corner na yun at pwede niya kaagad bugahin yung mukha dito ng Ghetto Artist. Tatlo. It's just really a impact for Bleed Esports na talagang hold nila. Makukuha nila dito yung defending side natin. They are the ones leading na laban dito sa Ghetto.
Ako, mainit ata si Kuya Moderian. Operator ang gamit, pero si Lua pa rin ang makakapanalo. With that engagement, the operator goes bye-bye. At itong mga players ngayon ng BD Sports, apat na lang natitira. But will Lenny getting that kill? Meron trade-offs na nangyayari consecutively. Now with a 3v2 situation with just an eco disadvantage, lumalamang pa rin dito mga players ng Ghetto Artists. 2v2 right now. Lexi, naghahanap pa kung nasan yung isang kalaban, but this smoke, makakatawid siya. And this is now the retake happening right in front of our eyes as Luba is the only man remaining with only that pistol. Hindi na nga niya kakayanin. It's still around for BD Sports. Pakiramdam ko, mapapaliktad to, Honey Glaze. Pero nakatawid lang si Lexi dun dahil may smoke ng Astra.
Ibang klase ang ginagawa ngayon ng Bleed. Hindi siya about lang din sa double controllers nila kundi sa mga naging execution na rin ng ibang mga teams natin or ibang mga players natin dito from Bleed. Nagbigay sila ng info from 1 point pero hindi nakuha or hindi na in-expect dito ng Ghetto Artist na meron pa palang mag-aabang on that certain corner na hindi mo may mga things na parang makakalimutan mo siyang i-check. So now, 2 rounds in the making in favor of Bleed Esports. Buy round na ng Ghetto Artist. Pero ngayon kahit na buy round ito ng Ghetto Artist, magpupush pa rin dito si Bleed. Kaya naman ngayon, they are punished. 1 member down. Pero worry not dahil dalawa naman yung controllers ngayon ng Bleed Esports.
Nag-overheat na yung ibang mga players na excite na masyado, pumunta sa exciting part. Ang kaso nga lang, pag napipita sila ng ganyan, nagkakaroon ng butas when it comes to the defense. If you can't fill the whole of the defense right now, it is gonna be truly a problem. Now with another one eliminated, one and done position yun, Honey Glaze. If you get killed on that position, isa lang yung position na mangyayari doon. Mamamatay at mamamatay ka talaga. As Lexi already pushes in, everyone is just pushing in for BD Sports.
2 members na lang pala ang natitira dito kaagad ngayon. 3 ang nawala from B main pero nakalasa na rin naman na dito. Nakagapang na si Lenny all the way from sewers and now make it a 2v3. Tapos dito may pagkakataon pa si Maxi na makapag-flank.
Yung cons nila dyan, nagiging pro din kung sakasakali. Because dahil sa sobrang spread out ngayon ng Bleed Esports, literally, Ghetto Artist doesn't have any information. They don't have any idea where this may be. At dito na nga sa A-main ang punto with Lenny getting that 2K that he needs. Ito na lang ang naiiwan. And that is gonna be Maxi shutting him down and away. 10-7 Bleed Esports from cons to pro.
I really like that corner sa B main. Dun sa Rams na talagang yun, makikita mong papasok na dito yung mga players from main tapos makakakuha sila ng mga pick-offs dito. But now, this is the replay kung saan it was trades after trades. Pero, etong naging hold ni Lenny ang naging reason kung bakit hindi naging favorable yung numbers dito kaagad ng Ghetto Artist laban sa Bleed Esports. He made it clean sa mga spray transfers. Kaya naman ngayon, they are leading up to 3 rounds. Walang round ni isang nakukuhang Ghetto Artist just to get inside the site. Parang ito rin yung nangyari kanina, pero this one is very hard, especially sa members ngayon ng Ghetto Artist na mababoga na naman ni Kuya Moderion with the judge. Sabayan mo pa pagbato dito ng kanyang mga utilities and they are pushed back immediately habang gumagawa na rin naman ng rotation dito ang kabilang side from BD Sports.
Gumugusto, Honey Glaze. Gumugusto! Pag gumugusto, binibigyan! Hello sa inyong lahat with the triple kill onto the judge. That is Darion. Clearing things up is Maxi as well. Tamang support lang pagdating sa rest of the team. Gumusto
Medyo talaga kapag ginugusto mo, may mga times na hindi dapat nang ituloy pa Now, ito yung naging opportunity ni Maxi na mabigyan pa nga dito ng safety nest si Darion to get inside. Unfortunate nga pala dito kay Baby Blue na blind para siya ng tropa niya para makapasok sana ng site.
Game sense ang tawag dyan. Ni Glaze. Literal, pinakinggan niya lang yung updraft. Kung makikita kung may player cam to, literal, nakapikit si Darion. Pinapakinggan niya lang yung kung saan yung hangin ni Jet. Tapos binaril niyang ganun. Tumama. Nawala yung flash. Bigla niyang nakitang nasa harapan niya na. At doon na nga naubos ang players ng Ghetto Artist dito. Ngayon ang problema nila, wala silang pera. Lalo na si Lua. Pero may operator siyang pwede magamit, yung Tour de Force.
Pwede pa rin naman sila dito makakuha ng retake or rather makapasok agad ng site since they can fully rush in with the Rolling Thunder. But the problem is nga, kahit wala pang mga utilities itong given ng Bleed Esports to eliminate in Ghetto Artists na makapasok man lang or makapag-plant man lang ng spike, wala kang retake na nagaganap eh. It's all up to the duels ng Bleed Esports na kinakancel lang nila dito ang Ghetto Artists. Naku, Darion dito. Judge na naman at nagkataon pang then ang gustong kuhanin ngayon na Ghetto Artist. Ito na yung gagawin niya, Taylor. Maghihintay lang siya, papasok for a bit, makakakuha na naman ng isa. Hello, my friend, Baby Blue goes down. Tapos sabay pop ng Showstopper, pwede. Dahil nandito na yung mga blinds. Kaso lahat ng mga tropa niya din.
Patay tayo dyan!
Hindi na siya makakagalaw pa. Pero with that Pain Shell, makakakuha rin naman siya ng ganti kagad dito. Lua, on the other hand, makes it 2 for this guy. Down to 2 members na rin. Kaagad ang Bleed Esports.
Nandamay pa with the Pain Shells. Pero mukhang ito, 2v1. When it comes to it, it's gonna be a 1v1. Pero gagawin ulit 2v1 yan. Ginugulo nyo ang aking isipan. Pero ang importante, nagpaplanta sila ng spike ngayon. With that rest, 2v1 nga meron tayo ngayon. Man disadvantage. Tamang fake TP out lang. But the slow is gonna be proven too difficult to actually walk past by Lexi. Ang tagal mawala nung snake bite, pati nung slow.
Very unfortunate na... Okay, sana yung mga sound keys na ibibigay niya dito laban sa Bleed Esports na to have those confusions kung saan siya pwede pumeso. Pero ito lang din talaga yung naging reason kung bakit hindi nagiging laganap yung mga pushes dito ng Ghetto Artist. Nagdamay talaga siya sa hukay. Parang may hinabol, may hinigit talaga siya na hindi sila magiging sapat na magkaroon ng numbers advantage dito in this round. So, unfortunately, for Ghetto Artists, we're facing already the match point for Bleed Esports. 7-12, 5 ang kailangan pa nilang habulin.
Alam mo, maganda for the side of Bleed Esports, yung mga cons, nababaliktad talaga nila eh. Isipin mo na late na si Piff doon, kaya siya namatay agad. Nag-wide swing siya doon sa tinutulungan niya mga kakampi. Pero sobrang late niya na, kaya namatay lang naman din siya agad-agad. Pero, itong Bleed, nababaliktad pa rin talaga nila. Ito pa rin ang gusto. At ito na nga ang makikita. With that, the Showstopper is out over and over again. Multiple times, I'm dead, but I will take you with me. Yan ang sabi dito ni Darion as he gets those 3 kills away immediately for the side of Ghetto Artist. Paulit-ulit na lang.
Hindi naman siya ganan ng attacking side, pero pagdating sa defending, makikita mo talaga he is going in with the bomb. Talagang sabog lang kung sabog laban dito sa Ghetto Artist. Pero ang nakakalimutan pala natin makita dito is down to 2 members. 2v2. Make it a 1v2. But unfortunately dito, hindi na nakakuha ng ganti. Sina Float. And that was a very quick of a defender-sided map na pumabor na nga dito all in the side of Bleed.
Kung ako yun, mababad trip na ako kung kalaban ko yung Raze. Oo, hindi ka pa mababad trip na. Tignan nyo, tumatawa pa. Ang saya-saya niya pa. Sabi niya, kung hindi ako tumatama sa Vandal kanina nung nasa attackers tayo, huwag kayong mag-alala, mga pare Dudchong. Dahil pagdating sa defense, ito lang ang solusyon dyan. Yun lang ang judge at showstopper ang paulit-ulit na umubos sa kabilang team na meron tayo dito. And Bleed Esports was able to take game number 1 nga away from Ghetto Artist. Almost as if Ghetto Artist was actually able to execute a well-planned play.
Nakikita natin at fully nating na-witness dito yung mastery na nakita natin dito, all in favor of the side of Bleed Esports, dahil na-counter nila dito yung pagiging komportable na kaagad ng Ghetto Artists from that round. So very unfortunate, no, dahil akala natin okay na sa kanila yung mga rushes nila, yung composition pa nila, but with that being said na yung composition pa lang nila yung nagbigay ng landslide sa mga naging sagutan nila dito laban kina Darion, na kahit walang pang flank or kahit walang pang anti-flank dito ang Bleed Esports, they still have someone to counter out those corners na pwede nilang ibato dito laban sa Ghetto Artists. But with that being said, mukhang eto na yon for that game number 1. Ito na muna for map number 1. Magbabalik kami muli ng ilang mga sandali lang. May Honey Glaze the Double, kasama ko ngayon si Tater, and see you in a bit.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here on the panel, it's the likable, Fluffy, and Trix. We witnessed Bleed Esports make Ghetto Artists really bleed, no pun intended, ending that map with a 13-7. You think that Bleed was hard to counter off the bat, but that wasn't the case. Fluffy, it was them adapting once again, which we can see as we head on over to our post-game statistics. The game started with Ghetto Artists dealing so much damage. They were evident on the board, but Fluffy, with Itao being that opening killer in that A-Haven site, what can you say about Ghetto Artists?
I feel like Ghetto Artists came up like with a very explosive start, which I feel like is, akin to their identity as a team. But slowly but surely, Bleed Esports really was able to slow down everything they were trying to do up until a standstill. Even on the second half, we can see in the statistics that it really reflects that they had the most dominating second half that you could possibly have, especially knowing that this is their map choice. So like I mentioned earlier, they had to come in with a plan, and they really made the plan work against Ghetto Artists.
I'm looking at these headshot percentage. It's 19.7%, a little bit on the GA side instead of the Bleed side over here. But Trix, as I said, I want to reiterate my point that I believe that GA is just a team that's phenomenal when it comes to aim duels.
Yeah, I think that their aim was really on point. The way that they played on Defender was great, but I think they definitely struggled on the attacker side, understanding and getting shut down by Bleed. And at one point, you could tell they had no idea where they could even take space anymore.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially with the addition of Darion on that judge. Oh my lord. If I were in their spot, I would definitely back off when I see Darian on the site. My advice would be just stay as far away as possible with him on the judge, and we can see. Look at the combat score that we have here. I have no idea how much percentage of that combat score is actually gotten from the judge. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I think that the judge is such a strong pick. It might not be the most popular, but when how Bleed was using it, it was really to great effect. They were able to use their multiple smokes to really give him a lot of opportunities to move around and play those close angles. Sometimes in similar to a contact play, they would do something like dissipate a smoke. So the enemy team would be baited to be pushing in. I believe they did this in B main. And as the enemy pushes out, really, the Ray is just playing so close, takes out multiple people, and it just puts them at such an uphill advantage for their team.
Not only that, Darian was able to get kills blinded. Not just your typical match, you know. He was blinded and he still got those judge kills. I do think, Trix, that you have a strong opinion on judge users on this map.
I mean, on this map, I have seen the judge really pop off, and I think it's all good. You know, to each their own, however you want to play, if it works out, and it really worked out for Bleed. The way that they used it, the way that they forced the opponents on certain angles, as Fluffy had said. I just find I would have liked to also see Darion pop off on maybe other weapons as well. Like when he had that operator, I was hoping to see a little bit more of that.
Oh yeah. Okay, one thing that I do want to point out is, other than you know, the judge plays that well, I kind of connected to that. It's the mental game that we kind of want to see. We always talk about it here on the panel. Fluffy, how do you think having a solid judge player like Darian over here affects the mental gameplay of the opposing side?
I feel like overall, these pros are experienced enough not to get tilted like your average rank game or something when you're playing against something so unexpected like a judge at this level. But it does play a big factor when a lot of your plans, because obviously you play, when you do your map talks and you plan out your strategies, you don't really take this into account as much as you would the standard things. So just because it puts such a hindrance on your plans and takes out so much of your team, it's just proved so effective in this playstyle that they're pushing through that it just impacted their team in such a negative way. And I feel like that the judge pick was very smart on one hand for Bleed Esports objectively, but it was very, very hard to deal with because they were not running into it. But it's very smart, you know, if you have a team that's very contact heavy, then you just contact it with something that'll contact even harder. So the judge play, at the end of the day, it really works out. But overall, I also like the blend of that Southeast Asia as well as that European, you know, brain cells. We see a lot of good utility usage that you normally see in the CIS, normal or EU regions. They have so much good utility. I think even one round they're trying to retake the A site, and they got the Sage Res off on the Viper, and the combination of both the Toxin as well as the Sage Slow really stopped the Omen from really making any moves that he could possibly do, even moving into the vulnerable and getting taken out with a double swing. Like, overall, I just feel like it's such a smart way to play Valorant, and going into the next map especially, which is, I believe, is going to be Fracture, and showing how strong they are on defense against a contact heavy team like this, it looks like really good signs for Bleed Esports.
Definitely. Now, we did get the first point from Bleed, if we can recall from the series. It was a thrifty point at that. They methodically cleared out their path from mid to A, and they just secured that round win. And it seemed like that's where their whole momentum started to shift. We also got to see a taste of like Lexi on the operator, as an attacker too at that. So that was something that was very interesting to see. But again, when it comes to Ghetto Artists, I think that this is a team that isn't reliant on their fragger rolls as per se. When push comes to shove, they get the kills that they need for the team when they need it, you know? And especially 8 Lua Tricks. 8 Lua with that 4K A site hold. Oh, I was out of breath for that round.
That one, I didn't expect it either. When I saw the way that he moved, the patience that he had to not overcommit to an angle, it was really good to see, and just showed how calm and collected he could be at such a high pressure round.
Oh yeah, 8 Lua also is a man that doesn't even need the rendezvous, if I would like to mention. No rendezvous, no problem for this guy. He's like willing to hold the site on his own. I don't need an escape. I can outfrag my way to victory. Now, let's talk about Pith. Pith did an amazing clutch in B site, or I think that was around round 10. I don't know if you remember that round, Fluffy, but it was a battle of the clutches, whether or not it was going to be Pith or it was going to be Ito who's going to be getting that round. But in the end, Pith got that win with a massive through the smoke kill on Ito.
I mean, that's just game sense right there, right? The guy has literally been one of the OG FPS players ever since, and moving now into Valorant, especially into a great team like Bleed Esports. I feel like it's such a big impact for the team to have that confidence, and similar to other players that's been in the scene for a long time, he also brings that calmness to know what to do at a time, and just having the ability to assume correctly, it just pays off at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah, and we can see the bullet tracers seep through the smoke, and they're like, okay, I see your bullets, I'm gonna shoot right through, and he just gets that kill. Now let's move on to the second half of the series. We're in Bleed's map defense tricks. I want to talk about this. They were really dominant. I guess it just goes to show how effective their dual controller setup really is.
I think that the dual controller setup is a little underrated nowadays, especially on split. But I find that just the ability for the defenders to also block out the attackers from getting information, from getting those early picks that usually put the attackers on an advantage, especially on split, is exactly what Bleed needed in order to push a contact playing team like Ghetto Artists into positions that they wanted them to be in.
We can't forget about the Astra stars that Maxi was laying down. You know, as soon as he places down those stars, it kind of messes up with the mental that Ghetto Artists have over here, because they're gonna hesitate pushing into the side, and that's how you'll have Darian waiting on the sideline, pointing his judge at whoever passes by right in front of him. So really good move, really good coordination on the side of Bleed Esports. Would love to see more coordination or maybe more explosive plays on the side of Ghetto Artists. But for you, Fluffy, what do you think is something that they really need to improve on, especially moving into a map like Fracture?
I feel like, at least on the side of Ghetto Artists, who unfortunately lost this first map, to win Fracture, it's really going to be about team play. That map really plays into a team that can really play around the strengths of the map, which is basically able to attack from both sides, to play their utility right, because it's very easy for defenders to rotate really fast in that map. So I feel like for them, though, it would be pretty easy considering the fact that they're a very contact-heavy team and it's a very all-in map by the time you do creep up for information. But if Bleed is able to stall them out and put them in a spot where they're not very comfortable in being, I feel like that's going to be a major factor that they have to learn how to deal with. And hopefully after their experience from this game, moving on to the next one, they'll realize and kind of be a bit more cautious, maybe re-hit sites, do things a bit differently, because at the end of the day, it is the team that adapts the most, that wins the most. And hopefully if they adapt for the next series and put a little of those notes more into their song, then it would be great for them.
We're looking at the agent selection right now, Bricks. See anything interesting that you'd like to point out?
The difference between using a Brimstone and an Astra. I think Brimstone definitely has a lot of perks in this map, able to flush a lot of agents out of any corners because of his molly and also his ultimate ability. I think the Astra is great for presence, but it really depends, as Fluffy pointed out, if Ghetto's going to be able to work together as a unit rather than just trying to go for one player doing pressure and then getting a pick. It's got to be all of them all in.
Yeah, they really have to adjust on this map, and overall their approach going up against Elite Esports needs a total adjustment. Maybe throughout this short break that we have for them as they prepared for this upcoming match, or upcoming map rather, they might have figured it out. We'll see. But for now, I think Fluffy wants to add something to that.
Yeah, just wanted to say, looking at the Bleed Esports lineup right there, one thing I really noticed is they're opting to go for the double Sentinel and having that Sage block up one of the many entrances the attackers can come from on Fracture, and really try to get the most rounds knowing that they're starting on defense. But they are sacrificing that slot and sacrificing an initiator, so they don't really have a KO or a Sova, Fade, or any of those things, Sky, etc., aside from the Breach, to provide information. So they will be holding angles and being blind most of the time, especially since their other Sentinel is going to be that Chamber, which on this patch only has the one trademark, meaning that they can only wall one angle and they can only trap another entrance, forcing the opponents to basically attack from one side, which can be very smart on one hand, but just because a lot of these utilities can be taken out easily, having no information and just having the white noise trying to figure out where the opponents are if they play very silently, and also be a bit detrimental. But I'm sure a team that has practiced this as much as Bleed can really pull it off.
That's a very valid point over there, Fluffy. But I'd like to add to that, or actually ask about it. Do you think that it would cause an advantage, or is it going to be troublesome on their side for having double Sentinels?
I don't necessarily think it's good or bad. I know that's not the answer that you're looking for, but it's at the end of the day, my philosophy is always pick the agents which fit your playstyle that you can really use to the maximum effect. And if they're more comfortable playing contact of certain things instead of relying on like info, especially because these two of them come from, like I mentioned, that very OG FPS background where info was very limited, it might play into their strengths as a team, just because I'm sure they've at least tried all the standard things, you know. So if this is what works for them, then it should be fine.
What about you, Trix? Is there anything that's very notable in terms of compositions for this team that you'd like to discuss on?
Considering what Fluffy said about the double Sentinels, I think that's a good idea. But again, I wonder how they're going to utilize it during their attacker side. If it's going to force them to give something up, or if it's going to be something they can use to their advantage, because Sage Wall is very useful in this map.
I guess we'll have to wait and see rather, where the stage walls are going to be placed, where the traps are going to be set in motion, because for now we're going to be heading over to that second map, which is Fracture. So with that, I'm going to be passing you guys back to our casters so we can begin with the next game.
Ladies and gents, papunta na tayo sa exciting part dahil nandito na tayo para sa ating game number 2 dito sa Asia Pacific nga. Play-ins para sa mga teams na meron tayo. Huling series para sa araw na ito. Casters yung nga pala, Terror at Honey Glaze para sa ating Bleed versus Ghetto Artist. Ito na, yung next map natin, Fracture na, Honey Glaze.
Kung saan ito pa yung isa sa mga priority bans ng dalawang teams na ito. So, very crucial. Syempre, sa mga points na hindi mo alam kung ano yung pwede nilang laruin, kung ano yung mga strategies nila, kung ano yung mga haka-hakang pwede nyong i-counter out to the other team. Pero, it gives us a lot of show pagdating sa ating game na ito dahil potentially last game na ito for Bleed dahil 1 game ahead na sila laban sa Ghetto Artists.
True. Ito nga ang Fracture, no? Dalawa nga ang klase ng agent pagdating sa controller na makikita natin. Napag-usapan na rin naman nung panel natin a while ago as well. Kung saan Astra yung nasa kabilang side and for the other is gonna be a Brimstone. Kung Brimstone nga ang gamit mo, of course, you're also gonna be able to push out the enemies properly. Dahil nga din sa tagal ng molly na meron siya, sa tagal ng smoke na meron siya in-game, probably the longest smoke in-game that you could see and the longest molly as well. Nakay Brimstone na lahat. Gulat nga ako, ba't walang neon? Kasi dito sa Southeast Asia, sa Asia Pacific, sa Pilipinas, puro neon pag Fracture ang mapa, lalo na may Brimstone.
Actually, no? Kaya nakakamiss tuloy yung Oasis Gaming, lalo na si Marky. Pero, eto, APAC, we see here the opportunity rin naman ng mga players natin ngayon na makapagbigay ka agad na mainit na diskusyon dito here in BMA. Let's see kung magpapatuloy ba sila dito dahil medyo nakakaroon na rin naman na ng gapang na nagaganap dito all the way from dish pa. So, no info given pang nakukuha from either of the teams pero it's really crucial kung ano ba yung pwede nilang gawin dito. Lalo na dalawang sentinel yung nakabantay here in B.
Si Luwa nga, naghahanap na nga dito kung meron man siyang maririnig na sound cues kung sakasakali man, at least spot someone in. But Bea is actually the person that's making a noise here. Alam na, may presence siya dito at sa paglagay ng trap ng chamber na yan, magkakaroon na rin ng idea ang players ng Bleed Esports na mukhang it's gonna be an A hit as the players comes in, the wall comes up. Lua secures that 2K he needs. Sumunod pa nga dito at munti ka nang sumunod si Maxi pero siya na lang naiiwan ngayon, Honey Glaze.
30 seconds left.
Iba yun. nag-line up sila dito para kay Luen. Now we're finally down to a 1v3 scenario kung saan mas iniwasan na kaagad na Ghetto Artists yung mga magiging possibility dito. Pero aray talaga, naku po, Pisay tumumba na from the possibility pa dito ni Maxi na makulatch out pa yung round na ito. We're finally down to a 1v2 and an ace for Maxi for this pistol round in this map na pinili pa mismo nila dito. So this is really good. Already going for Bleed.
Oh man, ang sakit sa ulo ni Maxi dito. Sipin nyo, first round pa lang, isang orb na lang kailangan niya. Meron na siyang orbital strike. Ganon kabilis. Nais niya lahat. And the thing is, the hold that he was partaking in, especially here in a site, dahil nga na-demolish yung ibang mga players dito, siya naman yung naging parang support role, support system ng buong team na meron tayo. Ang problema nga lang, kahit siya na lang yung isa natitira dito, naging komportable masyado yung ibang players na mag-lurk out.
Much better nga siguro kung nagstay na lang sila dito in B dahil isa na lang din naman na yung natitira. So this gives a lot of confidence na ngayon kay Maxi na kuhanin nila yung Phantom niya since he is available to do so. But Bea, on the other hand, has already so much confidence as well para makakuha na rin naman na ng isa. I think this is an anti-eco na ginagawa ngayon. Aggressiveness ang pinapakita ng Ghetto Artists. And finally, nandito na yung punishment na binibigay nila laban sa Bleed. 2 members already down. It's already down to a 3v4.
Still not yet over. 3 laban sa 4 ang meron dito. Pero may panglabag pa ng smoke dito si Kuya mo Maxi. And this is Lua already getting the kill on just the Spectre. Meron pang pangalawa. It's all up to Lexi right now kung paano niya mapapunish yung last 3 remaining players. Although low on HP na rin siya, mababa na rin naman yung HP ng ibang mga players dito. As Ito already spots him away. He gets the kill and the counter eco definitely worked.
Kitang-kita talaga natin ngayon na mas aggressive man yung nagiging lineup. Well, almost the same man yung lineup nila dito, pero mas aggressive man pa rin naman dito. Ang pinapakita ng Ghetto Artists with their confidence, with the composure that they have, especially na nanggaling tayo sa ace. Pero syempre, hindi naman din doon lang matatapos ang lahat. Ghetto Artists right now has a lot of eco on their pockets para magpatuloy na lang din sila makuha itong round na ito, pero they need to be careful dahil 1 tap to the head is still enough at may enough utilities pa dito to cancel them out, pero cancelled kaagad din dito si Maxi from trying to be aggressive. Already have here 1 member down for Bleed Esports.
Nako, hanap mode muna para sa mga players as Lua already shutting down again, yet again. Siya na naman ang nagpapunish sa Bleed. Kung naalala mo, Honey Glaze kanina, nung nasa defense din dito mga players ng Ghetto Artists, si Lua din ang isa sa mga problema nilang hindi masolusyonan. But this time around, nag-iinit na rin siya even on the attackers, knowing how small of a fracture map is and also the corners that he can partake. Yung slow niya talaga, mabisa na mabisa pagdating sa mapa na to. Lenny, he won't be able to do anything anymore. 5v1 yan. Ultimate sure. Napapatayin siya dito ng mga players ng Bleed. Pero tingnan natin, hindi natin malaman. Malay mo, may miracle na mangyari pero hindi yata.
Hindi na din enough talaga for Bleed Esports dahil nga na-punish yung eco nila and now pupersahin nila yung kakayahan nila ditong bumili ng mga half-an armors. Pero kasi pagdating pa lang sa mga utilities ng Ghetto Artists, this is going really well for them para mabigyan nila ng wings to fly si Baby Blue to get inside the site, makipagbaraga na nga dito from those na nakakapag-pick through aggressively from the defending side. Kaya naman hindi sila nakabuelo ng maigi. Especially si Maxi kanina na naipit from that corner. But now, this is another roundabout for the side of Ghetto Artists. Mag-i-aggressive na naman dito si Lexi. Pero punishment ay binibigay lang din kaagad sa kanya ngayon ni Lua. Maxi as well for the trade-off. Down to 2 members immediately from each other of the teams.
Nako. 4 pa rin naman. Laban sa 4 ang meron dito. But the operator, still in the hands of Darion here na kayang makipag-displace ng mga enemies, lalo na for the side of Ghetto Artists. Wala na silang KO, wala nang initiator dito na pwede makapag-cancel out ng mga utilities na gagamitin ng Bleed Esports. And despite that, ginamit na nga dito yung Rolling Thunder. May kasama pang Orbital Strike. This will definitely delay the players yet again for Ghetto Artists. Ang meron naman sila dito, Honey Glaze, is the time actually to play it out. But Maxi, already with a 4K, Lenny, inagawa ng ace.
Madamot. Madamot! Worded by for Bleed Esports para ma-equalize natin yung scoreline. Pero ano nga ba yung naging risk? One member down for them, which is not bad. Pero balikan natin kasi na ang ganda na ng aggressiveness dito ng Ghetto Artists. But the problem is that the holes pa rin naman dito ni Maxi. Yung mga spray transfers niya, lahat talagang lumalapit, pumupunta sa crosshair dito ni Maxi. Kaya naman nakakuha na siya agad ng multi-kills from that round. Possibility na maipit na with the eco dito ang Ghetto Artists, and they need to win out this one if ever na gusto pa nila dito makakuha ng lead laban sa Bleed.
Oh, fault line. It connects definitely. Nice. Pero ito na naman, ginamitan din. Bumawi na. Ganti ng api when it comes to that. Pero this Molly will just be taken in mula naman sa kanyang teammate. Maxi was able to secure the kill. Now with a 3v4 situation, kumukuha lang ng mga stars as Lenny shuts down one. He can be able to heal himself. Meron na rin siyang rest na available na gamitin dito. May operator pa rin si Kuya Moderion na naghahanap pa rin ng kalaban. Hindi pa nila napaplantang spike. It's still in the hands of the KO, and this is probably a man down kung tutuusin dahil dalawa players ang tumatrabaho, and he was able to shut him down immediately already. Dalawa na lang natitira. But Yitaw, mukhang hahawakan pa nila yung post plant. Uy, nagtipi sa mukha! My God, they're just able to execute it as well. The blind is just perfect for Yitaw. On the other hand, isa laban sa isa as Piff is just trying to ping or trying to tap the spike. Lalabas na nga si Itaw, and this is the final kill and still in the hands of Bleed Esports.
Should have gone well for Bleed. Lalo na't may opportunity pa rin naman sila ditong or rather for Ghetto Artists na paglaruan na lang nila dito. Yung puso't ang dami isipan na meron dito ang Bleed to try and defuse in the spike since may advantage na sila eh. May tinatakbong oras dito yung Bleed Esports to defuse in the spike. Pero as we go forward in our replay, iba rin talaga yung laro dito di Baby Blue na nakakaganti na siya. Ginamit niya na yung judge niya to create in some space. And this TP from 8 Lua, sayang lang din talaga kung ginamit nila yun as a bait. Wide swing dito for that Astra to make for Ito to make. It should have been good para dito sa Ghetto Artists na may secure nila yung another round for them to lead laban sa Bleed Esports.
What a flash. Aftershock, it will definitely force out Lua, but he has that tour de force to actually settle him out. 4v3 situation as Maxi. Patay na rin siya dito. Only with the Bucky. Si Baby Blue bumabawi sa pwestuhan ni Derion kanina. Gusto niya atang gawin at gawing deja vu ang mga ganap pagdating sa split. On the other hand, dalawa sa kanila dito, pistol lang pala ang baril.
Oh, Lexi goes in for the kill. Cosmic Divide para magkaroon ng opportunity dito kaagad ang Ghetto Artists, but Lenny will try and have another number for them to secure in this round. Pero will they be able to do so? 3v3. Still the will for Ghetto Artists to secure in their equalizer for this round. Pero dahil sa Cosmic Divide, talagang nade-delay sila. They have a lot of hesitations. Pero nakaabang na yung crosshair ni Lexi laban kay Ito. But Ito still composes himself. The Rolling Thunder is just enough for him. But Lenny goes in with 2. Now down to one remaining member. Lua, blind in pa nga. He has the tour de force, but unfortunately for this guy, dalawa pa yung makakatapat niya. Makukuha niya dito yung isa. Make it to 4K for Lua. Siya naman ngayon na makakakuha ng multi-kills. Make it a 3-3 scoreline in favor of Ghetto Artists.
Lua is so deadly for the side of Bleed Esports. Parang hindi nila mahanap-hanap kung paano ba masya-shutdown si Lua dito. Unfortunately, ang ganda sana ng mga utility usage ng Bleed Esports kung tutuusin. That Rolling Thunder was definitely perfect for them to take the kill. This is exactly the time that Lenny was able to shut down 2 players. Kaso nga lang, si Lua ang malaking issue nila dito dahil nga that tour de force, he also had the rendezvous set up. It definitely works out in their hands, in their favor. ang bilis pa nung kasanon, nung Tour de Force. Pagsilip mo, mas mabilis kasi sa operator talaga yun eh.
Oo eh. Hindi nga naka-react on time kagad si Pep eh. Nakita ko nga kanina na nag-jump crouch siya para hindi siya makuhuli dito ni Lua. Dahil alam natin, from the game, first map natin dito, laban ng Bleed Esports and Ghetto Artists, ang bilis na reaction tayo talaga ni Lua with his Tour de Force. So now, they have given him wings to fly again in this map. Kailangan na lang nila siguro is talagang consistency at paano nila diminish kaagad yung mga holds dito ng Bleed Esports. Pero ang nagiging speculations ko lang din talaga dito, Tater, is what more can they do, Bleed Esports, pagdating sa second half natin?
Maaga pa eh, no? Para dito sa dalawang teams na to. Kasi kung tutuusin, yung map 1 natin kanina, parang same length of time that we are looking at. Pero ang bilis gumalaw ng mga score natin. Ito, medyo pantay. Saktong-sakto yung gravity well. Ang ganda ng execution when it comes to utility plays. Even on the side of Bleed, ganun din naman sila. Labanan na lang talaga ng strategy kung sino yung mas maganda yung play na ipapakita dito. But as we are talking and we are speaking, pasok na nga ang Ghetto Artists on A site. Habang itong players ng Bleed, of course, they are playing on an eco disadvantage. The shutdown from Itao, the flash comes in, the triple kill is still there, and the other remaining players swarmed in. Flawless round lang, malinis na malinis.
Really is a flawless round for Ghetto Artists dahil hindi nila pinagbigyan ni isang pick off ang Bleed Esports dito. It's just really the combination sa play sila dito. Yung stars, yung placing nila dahil alam nila may magiging aggressive dito from Bleed. Pangalawang beses na itong nangyari pero the moment na makita natin na may Tour de Force sana dito ang Bleed Esports, they should have gone more passive since they could parang pwede pa nilang makuha yung round na yun eh. But the problem is that mas enough na dito yung firepower pa rin naman ng Ghetto Artists. So now, another round for them. But this time, medyo delayed or mas nagiging aggressive ngayon dito si Lexi. Unfortunately, won't be able to pick on to Itao. 4v5 na kagad dito. Still in favor of Ghetto Artists.
Hindi nag-work out yung aggression na pinakita nila. Ngayon, bawas na sila ng isang player for Bleed Esports. And also, aside from that, medyo slow play muna ang pinapakita ng Ghetto Artists. Dahil ito na officially ang buy round na meron yung mga teams natin. No? So, pantay-pantay when it comes to the guns. Lalo na kay Derion na operator din yung hawak-hawak niya. Lua on another hand, akala mo mala defensive ang galawan dito. Nag-aabang na agad ng flank. Ito yung importante kasi nga maliit yung mapa ng Fracture na kapag matagal ka kumilos, may flank na darating. Nakikita mo sa minimap, dalawa na yung umiikot on dish.
Nako, patay tayong mayata ang mangyayari dito. Pero Lua goes in for 2. Kaso, saktuhan naman siya dito kagad ng orbital strike.
Nag-TP sa orbital strike eh.
Oh my, sayang yun. Makakaligtas sana siya. He gets away with 2K pero ready naman na din si Maxi with the orbital strike. Pero that was a good round for Ghetto Artists to make laban dito sa Bleed Esports with just fully waiting onto their sides para makuha nila yung mga flanks laban sa Bleed Esports.
Ang ganda sana ng plano nila dito. Orbital strike para i-force out etong si Lua na nag-aantay sa may dish. Kung meron mang nag-aantay. Ang kaso, lumain up sa harap ni Lua. Alam nyo na, pag gumusto kay Lua, binibigyan niya. E di namatay yung dalawa. Ang kaso, napindot yung rendezvous. Siguro, naging yung hyperactiveness kapag nakapatay ka, no? Magre-respawn ka o magre-reset ka. Showstopper out. Magko-connect pa. This is the showstopper not connecting at all. And Maxi spots him away. Kahit may concuss yan, makakaabot pa rin yung shot na yan. As Dua gets that 2K, si Bea magbabato na rin din ng kanilang mga nade. And Pit was able to take on 2 kills despite the disadvantage when it comes to the guns. Now with a 2v1 situation, si Lenny na lang ang pag-asa for Bleed Esports.
Kung makakuha siya ng free upgrade dito, he can still do it all laban dito kay Lua. Pero let's not forget that this is a chamber. Unfortunately, for Itao, nakatalikod siya. So, one member down, nakuha niya yung spike. Yes, makaka-rotate siya going into A, giving a lot of overthinking, anxiousness dito, anxiety for Lenny kung ano ba yung pwede niyang gawin. Kung magpipick, kung babalik ba siya dito here in B, or talagang mag-full on rotate na siya dito in A. At yun na nga ang ginawa niya, makakapag-flatten siya na spike, pero makakadampot pa ng gun dito. Feeling ko dapat lang na dumampot talaga dito si Lenny ng gun and even have one to have that follow-up at ma-secure nila dito yung round na ito.
Eto na nga, meron ng kasama. May karamay na si Lenny. Ang kagandahan naman nun, na-secure niya na makakapag-rest siya. Ang problema ngayon, the rendezvous was just immediately used and immediately like that, displaced agad. Wala siyang info kung saan manggagaling. But seeing that TP or that rendezvous being set, this will give him an idea. Ang kaso nga lang, Lua still has the upper hand when it comes to actually peeking out. Perfectly executed for the side of Ghetto Artist, 6-3.
Ayoko pag si Lua yung natitira, lalo na't may numbers lead or advantage dito yung Bleed Esports. Balikan natin dito na ang tagal mamatay, may agimat si Maxi. Sheriff lang yung gamit niya dito, pero nandito naman din yung mga follow-up para ma-eliminate nila kaagad dito yung mga mag-attack from Arcade. But with that being said, it was all down to 2 members na makakapag-rest nga dito si Lenny, makakakuha ng mga pick-off, yes. But this time, it is just the composition and the consistency ng Ghetto Artist na maging aggressive. They just need to eliminate in those holds from Bleed. Pero imagine, Maxi kaagad with the operator. Ituha kaagad sila ng isa.
Paint shells coming in. Meron na nga pumasok with the Satchel in play. Ang kaso wala silang idea knowing that nandito nga din yung wall from the Astra's Cosmic Divide. Nice retake or refrag ang meron dito for the side of GA. Lexi on another note, nag-aantay lang din sa loob ng smoke. When that dissipates, he sees one, but there is another on the corner. Isa na lang ang natitira at yan ulit si Lenny. Dalawa na naman ang kailangan niya patayin. That is Lua, still up, planting the spike, and Float is right around the corner. Getting and securing that kill will give the opportunity to reposition himself. May slow orb na kasama when it comes to tower. Ang problema ngayon, lalabas. Sino ang unang lalabas? This is the slow trying to dissipate, and still the kill is on the side of Lua. Malamay agimat ang galawan ni Lua. Parang hindi nakikita ng kalaban.
Ano yun? Lua pa rin talaga. Okay na kung may matirang player from Ghetto Artist sa isa, make it Ito or Baby Blue, pwede pa nila ma-eliminate ito. Pero kasi iba yung agimat eh. Iba agimat dito.
Parang alam mo
Lua
yung
talaga.
Pagkatapat mo si Lua, nagiging stormtrooper ka, hindi tumatama yung bala ng mga kalaban dito. Parang kakaiba yung dating dito ni Lua eh, no? Tignan mo yung wide swing niya, dry pick yun.
Na slow orb, alam ko na slow orb siya dun. Tapos nakuha niya pa rin yung pick-off na yun laban kay Lenny. So now, they have just fully uncommitted the confidence na nakuha nila ever since this round, ever since this half started. Muulan na ng mga utilities dito, the blinds, aftershock, para wala silang makita inside the site. Makukuha nila kaagad ito, makakapag-plant in. Pero ang decision na lang dito ngayon ng Bleed Esports is just wait on to the flanks. Look at this, Maxi goes in for one. Makakakuha naman din sila ng mga trade-offs dito. But the moment na makatapat nila dito si Float and Make It Bea, they are already down. So much lead na nakuha na ngayon ng Ghetto Artist. 5 rounds na ang lamang nila laban sa Bleed.
Hindi talaga sila makapalag doon. Una sa lahat, wala silang pera. They were only on an eco round here. And ang isa sa mga ginagawa kasi ng mga teams, lalo na kung nasa eco disadvantage sila, is actually put aggression, put pressure para makapatay yung mga players. And aside from that, to actually surprise them. Kasi kung lalabanan mo na mag-aantay ka ng strat play, babatuhan, utility pa lang, lugi ka na pagdating sa mga players na to. Kaya kailangan mo ng aggression na yan. But mukhang the tour de force is actually used up here. But in the hands of Lua, it can be deadly again. Tumama yung concuss.
Hala, sandali. Theater, 4 sa kanila ang may hawak ng operator. Sobrang iniintay na lang nila dito yung mga pagpupush lalabas ng mga nilulunggan nila ngayon na Bleed Esports. Pero they are finally punished down to 2 remaining members. Lua, on the other hand, was able to react on time. Pero fortunately, hindi naging sapat na. Ito na lang ang natitira dito, pero unti-unti rin naman siyang gumagapang dito. Nagsisipline, wala siyang ka-idea kung sino ba yung mga nakaabang. Pero now, babatuhan siya ngayon ng slow or makakaligtas dito si Lenny and out of the casualty immediately. Pero this time, mukhang talaga nagkasalisihan pa. Caught by timing!
Tamang heal lang din si Lenny at buhay na naman. Still a 2v1 situation despite being tagged. Ultimate farming pala, simulator ang meron tayo dito. Hindi fracture, farming simulator ang meron tayo dahil itong si Lenny bumuo na ng kanyang ulti. Makakapag-rest pa sila
30 seconds
here
left.
on the spawn itself as well
planted.
kung magde-decide man sila. But it seems like ito nga ang ibibigay nila. Kailangan nila ng mga flashes na yan. Si Pith ang binuhay at pinili dahil may concuss, may aftershock, kompletos recados pagdating sa mga utility. Ngayon, 3 players ang nasa drop at gustong mag-retake. It's all up to Itaw. How he can handle. That's the first kill. But the second won't connect at all. There's just too much happening and overwhelming factor for him.
Whew. That was really an exhausting round. Kung tutuusin talagang exert nila yung effort dito from Bleed Esports na lumabas ng mga nilulunggan nilang mga site dito to secure in those aggressive pushes laban sa Ghetto Artist. And Ghetto Artist, 4 yung may operator sa kanila since kaya naman nila bumili. They have won a lot of rounds. Look at this. From our quick tab na talagang ilang rounds na ipapanalo nila with just the executions na kaya nilang patayin kaagad. Kaya nilang ubusin kaagad yung mga tao from Bleed. And yun na talaga ang nangyari. 8-4 really is a good half for Ghetto Artists at dagdagan pa natin ang fact na 4 pa yung kailangang habulin dito ng Bleed. So they need to win out the pistol round and even have their buys with their Spectres. Lalo na't makatapat nila dito yung Ghetto Artists na ilan na lang din ang kailangan nila para sa double-digit scoreline.
Nakita na natin to, Honey Glaze eh. Yung sa una, Ghetto Artists ang nangunguna pagdating sa scoreline, di ba? Pagdating dito sa halftime natin. Tapos biglang nababaliktad ng Bleed Esports. Lalo na itong mapa ng Fracture. Ang bilis mo talaga makapag-snowball. Mabilis mo mabaliktad kung ano yung nagiging sitwasyon ng mga teams natin, no? And knowing that the lineup that they have for the agent picks, agent selection na nakikita rin natin, very much so, kayang-kaya. Ang tagal mag-smoke niyan. Matagal-tagal to. May orbital strike na pang clear out ng site. Hindi lang wall na kagaya ng isang cosmic divide. This is exclusively like blowing up the entire site to actually execute. So, ang daming factors ng utilities na kayang-kayang laruin ng Bleed Esports.
Parang same na lang din ng nakita natin kanina from Ghetto Artists na pwedeng i-execute dito ng Bleed. Yung mga satchel in na possibly pumabor dito kana Lexi, there is also the follow-up for the concuss. Tapos check on the flanks na lang dito si Nadarian. And sabi nga natin, kanina pa nagpa-pop off dito si Maxi. So let's see kung dito rin sa attacking side natin is still favorable for Bleed Esports na mag-comeback sila dito laban sa Bleed Artists or sa Ghetto Artists para makuha nila yung clean 2-0 at hindi na tayo umabot sa game number 3 dahil Haven is one of those maps na komportable ang Ghetto Artists laruin sa mga naging runs nila from VCT.
Exactly. So, importante talaga tong pistol round na to. Paano ba magsusnowball? Saan pupunta yung magiging natin? Sunod-sunod ng pagkakapanalo, no? Is it still on the side of Ghetto Artists or babaliktad na ba onto Bleed Esports? This is the first step towards that, and we are now seeing yet again another slow plays from Bleed, as typical as they seem, especially on game number 1 as well. But this can give enough opportunity for them to actually see saan ba nanggagaling yung utilities na yan. So may mga info na rin sila actually dito kung nasaan yung breach and nasaan yung iba. But Peya already getting that kill. This paint shells won't connect definitely, and this nade as well. Ang problema nga lang, Bleed Esports, sila ngayon ang rumaragasa pagdating dito sa site.
Sayang nga lang dito kay Itaw. Makukuha niya na sana yung opportunity dito kay Maxi. But down to 1 member si Luwang na kanina pa nga umaarangkada. Make it 1 for this guy. Masusundan pa nga ba? Dahil yun ang isa sa mga questions natin ngayon for Luwa to clutch this one out. Magiging Maxi nga ba siya? Katulad ng mga nangyari kanina from the first half. Still no info given kung sino-sino pa nga bang pwedeng mag-crossfire sa kanya. Wala siyang namamata na kahit sino dahil merong isang sagabal na wall dito. There's a crossfire, there's the TP out. Makakaligtas siya, yes, pero 10 HP na lang ang natitira sa kanya. So the wide swings of the crossfire is just already happening in favor of Bleed Esports. And this is another kill for Lua to take. Feet naman dito for the trade. Finally, a pistol round once again for Bleed.
Nako, dito na magsisimula talaga ang lahat. At aside from that, kung papansin ninyo, no, si Lua pala malapit ng mag 30 kills. Grabe, kakasimula pa lang nung halftime natin dito, ladies and gents, pero mukhang nag-iinit na talaga. Ito yung sinasabi ko when it comes to slow plays, the flank is definitely inevitable. Talagang maiikot at iikot dyan, lalo na kung walang nararamdaman sa kabilang side. At doon nga nakakuha ng opportunity, makakuha sana ng kill si Lua. Unfortunately, 3 players ang nag-aabang on their perfect positioning as well, knowing na post-plant na nila. Another round for them dahil ito na nga ang Roomba, naghahanap na rin at lumilikot na rin si Kuya Molexi, pero mukhang walang nasa site ata dito.
Oh no. Namataan na kutuban na nila ni kung ano ang pwede mangyari. The right clicks and the jump picks are already happening, pero the smokes, they have already end the site. At may secure naman nila dito yung wall to delay the retake that might happen in favor of the side of Ghetto Artist. Hello, my friend! Shorty ka muna, pare. But now, it's just going run and gun for Lenny to make it a 2K. Another round for them to secure, pero grabe yung nag-flank dito na Ghetto Artist. Wala na silang nagkatasan dito from that flank.
Wala silang hindi nila napamahal at least yung economy on the side of Bleed Esports. Dito pa lang, ito lang yung kill na nakuha nila actually, no? Yung pag-forward ni Lua. But aside from that, it was just punished completely by Bleed Esports. Lalo na, lugi talaga pagdating dun sa baril. Kaya naman para sa Bleed, 2 rounds ngayon. Ito na yung buy round ng Ghetto Artist, Honey Glaze. Kaya dito na magkakaalaman.
Kung pabor nga ba talaga sa kanila to dahil si 8-1 nakaabang na kaagad from that aggressive corner. Pero this is another aggressive point na pwedeng maipanalo niya yung mga duels na ito na hindi siya i-expect doon sa upper level of that box, of that wall. But now, mukhang hindi pa rin naman talaga magiging sapat pa dito yung mga naging bigay ng utility dito ng Bleed dahil onti silang gumapang dito underground. They're not giving any info yet for Ghetto Artists, pero they are finally down to 1. No controllers para makontrol nila yung vision na pwedeng mag-retake dito yung kabilang team. But now with that fault line, tama lang din yung timing dito for Lua to make it a 2K. 2 na lang kaagad dito ang natitira for Bleed Esports sa hinaba-haba ng panahon na pwede silang pumasok sa site na flankan na tuloy sila ngayon, and now it's already down to 1 member na hindi pa nanalo doon sa dual laban kay Float. Another round for Ghetto Artist, 6-9.
6-9 ang score natin dito, ladies and gents. At 6-9 kung tutuusin, isang round na lang para sa double-digit score. At alam na natin, pag double-digit na yan, wala nang pwedeng magkamali Doon na nagkakatalo, lalo na kapag ang maganda dito for the side of Bleed. They have the perfect opportunity actually to punish the economy right now. Yung double digit na yan, it can also be deadly, Honey Glaze. Because when the time being, kung nakikita mo yung pera ng Ghetto Artist, pag natalo sila sa round na to, mahihirapan sila for the next already. What more on the next following rounds? But dito muna tayo sa execution because Baby Blue was already getting those 2 kills. Talagang spray and pray ang mangyayari because bulag na bulag ang ibang mga players dito ngayon. 3v2 agad, ganun lang sa isang snap lang.
Sinaglit ng Ghetto Artist sa crossfire nilang ginawa dito sa Fracture sa Valorant. 2 na lang kaagad na nititira dito for Bleed. They can still win it out. This is still doable for Bleed, but the problem is, yun nga, ang dami pang mga utilities. May mga blinds pa. There even is the Tour de Force. Pero let's see kung ano ba yung gagawin nila dito dahil Darion medyo nag-iinit na sa tutok niya. Make it a 3K for this guy. But unfortunately, Float naman dito for the trade-off. Low HP pa dito si Darion. And what more can he do with 16 HP and the blinds na kailangan niya pa ditong ma-face laban dito sa 2 natitira from Ghetto Artist with the fault line. It was nice of a distraction. Double digit na and a deadly one. Especially, na kailangan pang humabol dito ng 3-4 na rounds ang Bleed.
Dami-dami pa silang habulin, Honey Glaze. Kasi pagdating dito, nako, tignan mo, wala silang pera for Bleed Esports. So they are still gonna be forced on the guns that they don't actually want to use. Lalo na against this powerful rifles that the other team has right now. Yung mga skirmish na ginagawa dito kasi natatalo yung Bleed Esports Nagkakaroon ng problema. Pagdating dun sa mga skirmish nila, nagkakaroon ng trades, oo, pero kulang. Kulang pa din.
Kailan pa kaya magiging sapat na, no? Lalo na't kanina pa natin nakikita dito yung pagpupursige ng bleed na ma-counter out nila kaagad yung Ghetto Artists pagdating sa mga duels na ino-hold nila just between the lines of going sa mga aggressive pushes and even have those crossfires. Pero kasi sa dali na ginagawa na naman ngayon ng bleed, nakapush na tuloy kaagad ang Ghetto Artists to hold those corners na talagang kailangan nilang maipanalo yung mga duels. And look at that, yun na nga, ang naging punishment nila dito sa bleed. Make it 1 for them. The blinds are already there, pero si Float dito talagang hindi nila binibigay yung opportunity for bleed to just get inside at magiging problematic pa ito. Lalo na pwedeng gamitin kaagad yung Rolling Thunder dito ng Ghetto Artists.
Tumama yung fault line. Ang kaso, hindi tumama yung shot dito ni Darion using that tour de force. Now, the rotations from Bleed Esports is on its way. Malaki pa rin ang opportunity nila knowing na dalawa lang ang nakastack on A side. Yung tatlo, nasa kabilang side na nga. And this is the smoke being set up. Ang problema ngayon, nasa kanan mo lang. The showstopper connects to 2 people. And the last remaining player is gonna be pissed. They all fell down. It's still in the hands of Ghetto Artists.
Ghetto Artists is just really doing it. Another round for them to secure. At wala na rin talagang nagiging sagot pa dito ang bleed to get inside of the site. Tingin ko talagang malaking factor dito is si Lexi na hindi nakakapagbigay ng enough space inside the site. Meron man tayo ditong pagbibigay ng mga trade-offs. Pero kasi sa mga exchanges of the duels na ginagawa dito nila Baby Blue, it's just going on smoothly for this team na ma-secure nila dito yung game number 2 to push it to a game 3. Tandaan natin, kanina nagkabaligtad ng momentum ang Bleed Esports at Ghetto Artists pagdating ng second half. Pero this time, hindi ito yung same storyline na parang pabor pa ngayon sa Ghetto Artists na sige lang, itry nilang pumasok ng site at pipigilan namin kayo. Lexi now, already inside of tower. There's the aftershock, pero makakatapat niya dito si 8luwa. 8luwa na walang kamalay-malay, mauunahan na nga. We have the steam beacon, makapasok sila ng side. Finn goes in for that kill. We have her the space, but unfortunately, nagka-crumble to na kaagad yung hold dito ng Ghetto Artists. It's all up to 2 remaining members. And how can they possibly retake this? Kung kompleto, Recados pa dito yung 2, 3, 4 na nag-aabang na nga dito all the way from that wall. Pero we still have a lot of utilities pang pwedeng gamitin laban sa isang natitira na ngayon from Ghetto Artists. It's all up to Itaw na meron pang mga blinds na bubulaga sa kanya. And hello sir, 7-11 is our scoreline. Still a possibility na magkaroon ng comeback dito ang Bleed Esports laban sa Ghetto Artists.
Sobrang tagal nilang nag-gauge dun sa pixel angle na meron pagdating sa smoke ng Brimstone. Nakikita mo, ang tagal nila nagantay dun sila naubos halos eh. Pinagbabaril lang sila dun eh. On the other hand, Lexi was able to push in on tower quite confidently. And sakto rin talaga na nag-aabang yung isang player doon. And punishing him opened up the entirety of B site as well for the rest of the team. Ang Ghetto Artists naman ngayon, 11-7 ang score natin. Eh, mukhang mapapa-timeout ata. Ito ata yung mga importanteng timeout dahil pag nabasag yung economy nila, ngayon mayaman pa eh. Pag nagkaroon ng problema yung mga players na yan, naku po, yun ang masasabi nila dito, lalo na when it comes to the economy, pagpapalapit na tayo sa dulo nung ating game mismo dahil double digits na nga tayo. 11-7 and Bleed Esports still bleeding right now. Medyo masakit. Marami-rami pa ang rounds na bully nila. 4 kahit pa paano.
Nakakangiwi makita na nakapag-buy na ngayon ng operator ang Ghetto Artists. They still have a lot of confidence para makuha nila itong round na ito. Especially the fact na yung mahabol pa rin naman, talagang in between the legs nila dito yung nilang mga buntot para makuha na nga yung mga following rounds na ito na laging nade-diminish sila dito ng Ghetto Artists. Pero we have here the fragment. There's also the swing coming from 8luwa. Showstopper naman dito. Masasabayan na nga ng Rolling Thunder. Hindi tuloy sila makakapasok agad ng site. There's also as well the orbital strike to clear out those corners para makapasok na kaagad sila dito ng tower. 1-1 na ang naging trade-off dito. Para sa mga pogi chamber pa natin nang nawala sa mapa. This is just a free site for Bleed to take, to plant in the spike. Will it be still in favor of Bleed? Pagdating sa retake, lalo na ngayon, may Cosmic Divide na nilapag na. We have the Mollies. Lenny naman dito, magtatawag na nga ng tropa para makasecure na nga ng numbers advantage dito laban sa Ghetto Artist. Pero hindi na magiging enough pa dito for Itaw. There's the Rolling Thunder, there's the wall, there's the delay. May star pa rin naman dito natitira, pero the blind is just going really in favor of the side of Bleed. Hindi na sila makakaligtas dito sa mga rata binibigay ngayon ni Itaw. It's all up to one remaining member, but with the top flash, makakover up nila kaagad yung spike. Unfortunately, quickly traded off by Bea. They can still defend this one, but now 11-7 scoreline, make it a match point already for Ghetto Artist.
Match point na nga. Nako po. Match point for Ghetto Artist. Ang daming utilities na nilabas ng Bleed Esports doon kung tutuusin. Ang kaso nga lang, walang execution na kasunod. Lalo na, nakahuli na sana sila ng isa pagdating dun sa wall. Aside from that, they also used the Rolling Thunder against the players here. May fault line din na nag-connect dun sa dalawa na nag-aabang on arcade. At hindi pa rin nila na-clear out yun. So, na-punish at sadyang kailangan nilang pinush to. And still Ghetto Artist, still winning the engagements as well. Lalo na kay Fifth na natitira here on tower as well. Ngayon, pupunta na tayo sa huling parte. Kung sakali man Ghetto Artist pa rin ang makakakuha nito, we are going to game number 3.
Main is the decision ngayon ng Bleed Esports na pasukin at kuhanin na nga itong site na ito. They are fully stacked here and they have the opportunity na ma-secure ito kagad dahil dalawa lang naman yung nasa site. Walang mga sentinels dito pero nakakapag-hold back sa kanila dito is the Patials. Maxi though getting in the advantage. Mabagal yung pull ng trigger dito ni Bea. They have already walled in the site. Makakapasok sila kagad dito ng A at makakapag-plant. One member all the way from Dish. Will it be favorable of them lalo na ngayon? They have a lot of mollies and it is favorable dahil nandito na si Lua. Kasama na nga rin si Flo to get into 4v3. This is still doable, especially the fact na meron pa rin mga full-time dito ang defending team. But unfortunately, Darion is ready for that retake to happen. Baby Blue though for the trade. And now it's all up to one remaining member all the way from that corner. But Lenny just makes it even. 2v1 with the great one. We have Baby Blue already remaining. Pero nandito naman si Darion ready enough for securing in that round para makasurvive pa for another round dito laban sa Ghetto Artist.
One more life ang sabi nila. Kailangan pa ng one more chance. Mala John Lloyd lang ang meron tayo dito at bibigyan muli sila dito ng Ghetto Artist. Ang ganda na sana nung simula nakapitas na nga sila. Ang kaso si Darion na nag-aabang. Just using the operator as well. Napakalaking factor. Nag-aabang na rin naman yung breach para makapag-fault line sana ng maayos. And it will actually exactly pinpoint Lenny on the corner. Hindi nga lang talaga nag-work out for them. And this is now Bleed Esports fighting for their lives right now here in this series. As they wanna close this zone 2-2-0. Pero mukhang gustong game 3 ng Ghetto Artist. Babawi daw.
Tutuloy ba yung bawi na yun? Dahil naparasanan na yung ikaw nila. Terror we see here. Just the Ghost. We have a Bulldog as well. Pero may utilities pa rin naman. May mga ultimates na pwede mapanghawakan dito. Baby Blue one just one more orb for this guy para makakuha ng pick-up. Pero hello Sir Lenny! Sayang yung timing na to na makukuha niya sana laban kina Baby Blue. But this time, still A is for them to take. We hear the warning shots from the Tour de Force. Pero magiging enough na nga ba ito to cancel out the remaining rounds na pwede mga mabulin dito ng Bleed. The stars are already placed. The blinds are already there. Pero wala namang taong nakaabang din sa kanya. The fault lines are already making so much hesitation na bago pa sila makapasok ng site, ay makakoncast na rin sila muna. Showstopper, magpapatunog na. There is the aftershock to kill into one. Lexi on the other hand, makakancel out na kaagad nila dito yung KO. And now 2 more remaining standing tall for Bleed to make this happen, to make it worth it. The smokes are already down. But Lua on the other hand was really just quick with his trigger. Fit with 6 bullets remaining on this guy. Lua with just the operator at hand. It's just enough for them to secure in the map of Rapture. We're going into game number 3.
Ganda ng retake. Bawat corner, hawak na hawak nila dito, Honey Glaze. Pati na rin dun sa may doors. Kung tutuusin, parang gulo lang talaga nila yun eh. Yung isang player na pumapasok at nagbubukas ng doors natin kanina. Para lang hindi pumush talaga all throughout yung players sa A main. Dahil doon na-punish talaga nila at hindi nila nabigyan ng space. And congratulations for Ghetto Artist for winning game number 2. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. Gising na si Ray Ray sa kanyang nap. Kaya naman pupunta tayo sa game number 3 later on. But the performance for the rest of the teams has been phenomenal, to be fair. Lalo na nung game number 1 din natin for Fifth and Maxi. Unfortunately, parang merong bahid ng malas pagdating sa mga duelists sa Bleed Esports, no? Laging bot frag yung nangyayari pagdating sa mga duelists natin dito sa Bleed.
Hindi naging pabor sa kanila na magiging aggressive silang pumasok with those satchels. Tapos imagine pa yung mga dash-ins ng mga Jet. Really unfortunate dahil yung mga holds lang din ng mga defending natin. It's either Maxi or Lua from the other team. So, and this time around, Haven na yung map number 3 for the teams na nag-push through na nga dito. Momentum ay napunta sa Ghetto Artist from getting in that game number 2.
Definitely yung momentum nag-shift na pagdating dito sa Asia Pacific stage sa play-ins natin. Day number 1 pa lang yan kung iisipin natin, no? At napakadami pa nating dapat pakatutukan dito. Lalo na may third map tayong makikita mamaya-maya lang. And the third map is gonna be Haven, gaya nga nasabi mo, Honey Glaze. And this is definitely the do or die matchup for the two teams that we have right here. Parehas silang may capability on Haven. Ghetto Artists, quite mysterious, but they actually perform really good on this map. So, tignan natin kung ano mangyayari for these two teams.
Yeah, really excited to what is going in favor of the teams dahil nakikita ko dito sa mga numbers nila is just we have the comfortability ng Ghetto Artists and Haven. Pero kasi yung mastery of the fundamentals ay napunta sa Bleed Esports sa hanaba-haba ng meron sila with their experience. But let's see and look forward for game number 3. I'm Honey Glaze, the double kasama ko ngayon si Taylor. Magbabalik kami for game number 3.
Jackie, whoa. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me.
Welcome back to the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers. You've got likable, fluffy, and tricks once again. And I don't know if you guys can tell it from the tone of my voice, but my mind is absolutely blown from that fantastic game that we just witnessed. Fracture absolutely got these teams in shambles. Every piece of utility was thrown, making sure that no stone, there we go, tongue-tied again, is left unturned rather. In the end, Bleed failed to turn the game around, giving that a point over at Ghetto Artist. And as we head on over to the map stats for Fracture, I have to mention some of the most notable players over here. We've got Maxi, who opened the game with an incredible ace. We've got 8 Lua with the back-to-back clutches, and my mind is just blown with every single round. With all of his big plays, what an outstanding player on the side of Ghetto Artist. But now we can see on the scoreboard, it's a 13-8 round over here. Tricks, look at this damage on the side of GA. It's just phenomenal.
I think GA did an amazing job. As Fluffy and I pointed out earlier, we were expecting those explosive plays and felt it would really work in a map like Fracture, and true enough, it did. When they started just upping their pace and really going all in, we could see that they started entering their own element and were able to take the frags that they needed to take, the entry points, take all of the space that they wanted to. And I felt that Bleed was struggling in countering that because of also their lineup. And when it turned to them on the attacker side, it felt that when they tried to be explosive with that double sentinel lineup, it just wasn't as effective. I feel with the Sage especially, it should have been more sectioning off the areas in which they wanted to fight.
I mean, those were the predictions that you guys were actually pointing out when we locked in the agents earlier. Now, one thing that I do want to point out about Bleed Esports is that this is, again, a team that loves to have their comfort picks, to have their comfort plays. And when you have a team that, like GA over here, that's just so explosive, especially with GA 8 Lua over here with a 454 ACS, then you're in for some trouble when you're so used to the comfort that you have. But we're moving here over to the game highlights, which I'm so excited to see. Look at that, Trix. The opening ace on the side of Bleed Maxi.
Maxi was phenomenal, honestly. Just the way they were reading GA as well, but GA's aim was so on point. It felt even though they were red, they were still winning their duels.
I don't think that was the entire case. I mean, yeah, to a certain extent they were red, but I guess on the side of Bleed, they weren't sure how to counter it. Look at that beautiful wide swing by 8 Lua. Beautiful execution. He's just out here teaching us that this is how you properly wide swing, especially on a tight corner such as the B-side tower. Now, looking at this now, we saw a lot of these plays come into effect, but I do want to point out the same thing that happened to Split was the Astra pick. I think that when it comes to the Astra, there's a lot of mental play here, Tricks, that come into action.
With the stars and just the way that they're able to force players into position, that's kind of what I wanted to see more GA do during Split, because they had the breach still, right? And if you pair the utility together, as they have done time and time with the Raze entrying, I wanted to see more of them forcing their opponents into certain angles using the Astra on top of that.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. When Itao laid his gravity pool, Lexi was just forced to push up and ended up pushing towards his death. Fluffy, my buddy, are you okay now?
Slightly, yeah, I think I'm good.
All right. I can hear you quite clearly. Oh, okay. So I want to ask you, Fluffy, what was something that you really noticed in the side of Ghetto Artists? What was something that popped off for them in your eyes?
I mean, I guess player for one, I feel like Lua just popped off so much. I've never seen in a professional match a single player get almost 30 kills before they even swap sides to the pistol.
Yeah.
It was actually very insane how he managed to do that, because it was, you know, we credit a lot of things to the team, but just having a player that's able to do that is also such an X factor that maybe you can rely on. He did it in the previous map as well to a certain extent, but on Fracture it really popped off so hard and it really carried their team for majority of it.
Oh, for sure. He was just on another level. Again, if you guys aren't sure how close to 30 he was 25 to 5 deaths. 26 rather. 26 kills to 5 deaths. What more could you ask for in this guy? Very reliable, and I'm sure that the team really felt that. You know, that was it. Like, coming into a team, having 8 Lua just frag out for you, you know, you can kind of sit back, not exactly relax, but have full confidence that this person has your back. Now, Trix, I found a lot of interesting plays on the side of 8 Lua. Again, I'm sorry, I just have to rave about this guy. A lot of amazing plays from him.
Yeah.
But I love how he was utilizing his rendezvous. Him using, he would rush into the site, trying to get a clutch. He'd go in, try to fish some information, use the rendezvous, go back, and then try to go back into site and to actually commit to duels after fishing all of the information that he could potentially get.
Honestly, I'm not so sure what the thought process behind 8 Lua was, because it was just so confident, so sure of himself as well with all of the timings, and I can tell why Ghetto Artist is willing to have him on the chamber. He's pulled off some amazing plays.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why I'm in awe right now. That's why I'm out of words. Oh my goodness, 8 Lua, thank you so much for showing us that phenomenal chamber outplay that you did there. But of course, not to give Bleed Esports the how do I say this? The shorter end of the stick. They really gave it their all over here. We were actually hoping that they come back in this series, but to no avail for this time, Fracture. Wouldn't you agree, Fluffy?
Yeah, I think so in general.
I think, with regards to Bleed, I felt that there was, especially at that last round where they just decided to push, they decided to just push Ghetto Artist. Granted, Ghetto Artist did have 5 operators, but I felt that's exactly what they needed. They needed that kind of aggressive play to either force the opponents to push back or just kind of meet that aggression head on.
We're gonna be seeing more aggression potentially over here on Haven. It's the land of the ABCs. Now, like I said before, Bleed is a team that performs really well in a control situation. And what better control to have than on a map that's as old as Haven? It's been here since the beginning of the Valorant scene. So, Tricks, we're looking at this right now. We've got the Astro once again, Omen on the other side. Interesting picks over here, but anything you want to point out here?
I love the Astra Breach pick. For me personally, I love it when they pick agents with a lot of utility, a lot of map control. But I think the Omen, as pointed out by Fluffy before, is also very malleable as an agent. It's able to TP away, the smokes are on the cooldown, and the flash is also phenomenal in terms of the way we've seen other teams do it with the Killjoy, where it's a bait setup for the Omen flash to get picked. So I think there's a lot of potential here for Bleed to play with that aggression, play with the fact that the site is that the map is so large that they can take certain angles but take it so safely.
I'm actually glad that you pointed out the use of the utility over here. I did see in some rounds over at Split, GA had some trouble from time to time, I guess, coordinating the use of the utility, because sometimes I see the breach being shot at one corner and then, one of the teammates still checks that corner when that's the whole purpose of the utility. I'm happy that they were able to fix that problem over at Fracture with, again, a site that has a lot of tight corners and everything, so they were able to clear that out and it's worked in their favor. But Fluffy, moving into Haven, how are these utilities gonna play out, or what is it on the side of GA that you'd like to see more?
I feel like more than just what I'd like to see more, but if the team is able to play towards the strengths of the agent comp, for example, on the defense or the Astra composition, if they're able to stack more rounds there using the Ready Star and pressures, it is more favorable. And on the other hand, if the Omen team is playing attack, and if they can really leverage that Omen flash, or even on the defense for the retake, it really makes a bigger difference of how well they use their util depending on which side they are, because some of their compositions kind of lean towards the attacker side, some of them, the other team leans towards the defender side, but at the end of the day, everyone's still a person with a gun, so it's really about how the team works out together, because I feel like Haven is one of those maps that you can say it's attacker-sided fundamentally just because of the ABCs, but it can be very daunting as well to attack just because you're not sure where the defenders are always at.
Oh, that is true. And especially when you look at the map, there is always a chance wherein the players get congested towards the attacker side if in case the defenders actually pull out a more aggressive playstyle over here. But that is the story that is about to unfold before our very eyes. In the meantime, though, I'm going to be passing you guys to our casters so we can proceed to Haven.
Mapanghawakan nga ba ng Ghetto Artists ngayon na ang pagkakataon na nanalo sila from this second map of the series? Will they be able to consistently win out their duels laban sa Bleed dito sa game number 3? I'm Honey Glazy the Double, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor at kami pa rin naman ang makikita at makakasama nyo for the last and final match ng dalawang ito.
Haven is the map, ladies and gents. Lumaki na naman yung mapa natin na makikita dito sa Asia Pacific, no? So, 3 sites ang mapapanood natin. At just checking on the stats though, when we take particularly look at in yung teams natin na meron tayo like Bleed and Ghetto Artists, when it comes to Ghetto Artists, they actually have 86% win rate on Haven. Ang kaso nga lang, 7 matches pa lang naman in total yung nalalaro nila, which is actually recorded in VLR. So, hindi pa ganun kalaki yung sample pool or yung sample size na meron tayo when it comes to Ghetto Artists. But in the hands of Bleed Esports, they played it 28 times in total and currently they have a 61% win rate so far with this match. So, 17 wins, 11 losses so far in this specific map that we are looking at. Most played, probably. Yeah.
Masasabi ko nga rin na pareha silang comfortable dito sa map na ito, pero it is a factor na talagang makikita natin yung precise plays and experience na nga ng Bleed dito, as we've mentioned from the previous maps na ginalawa na dito ng dalawang team. Pero ang nakita naman natin din kanina in Fracture is just the composure of Ghetto Artists kung paano nila papatumbahin dito si Maxi. And speaking of Maxi, parang magiging battle of controllers to Taylor dahil it's an Astra against an Omen. Who will prevail and the last and final map na meron sila dito in this game?
Actually, before naman talaga ma-nerf si Astra, ito talaga ang main agent na controller na ginagamit ng lahat ng mga pro natin. But this Shorty, pare, 8 luwa na naman ang nakapatay dito. That is gonna be Lexi going down. And still remains 4 people for the side of Bleed Esports. Makakapagplano sila ng spike. Lenny just choking or actually holding the choke points here on CT side. 4 HP na lang natitira para kay Float. Habang ito naman ang aftershock na nilabasan ikaw. Still, actually, the deuces, the enemy, andito pa rin. Sila dito lang naglalaban. Dito nangyari ang skirmish on CT side.
Doon na talaga sa entrance from B going garage. And now it's just all up to Ghetto Artists. Ay, pagpatuloy lang yung ganong klaseng place na hanapin lang nila talaga dito yung Bleed Esports. Makapag-plant man sila ng spike pero there's no one to prevail and hold na mapigilan nila yung pagde-defuse and pagre-retake dito ng Ghetto Artists. Finally, another round. I think this is a pistol round na unang pistol na naipanalo ng Ghetto Artists laban sa Bleed Esports. Pero, let's look back into the replay na saan hindi sila naging ready sa mga pagkakataon nila Luwa na patient game lang yung ginawa niya doon para mag-plant man sila pero at least makakaisa pa rin siya dito sa garage.
Medyo makalat, no? Kasi ang dami nilang pinasukan dito all the way from mid hanggang garage. Eh, nag-swarm in yung mga players ng Ghetto Artists at saka ng Bleed Esports. And ito naman, yung susunod na round natin, mukhang anti-eco ang meron tayo for Bleed Esports because they also bought their Spectres here. Darion, katulong si Lexi na sinata na nga ang isang player dito ng Ghetto Artists. On the other hand, makakapag-plant sila ng spike. And 36 HP remains for Darion. Is still alive though. 4 laban sa 4 ang matitira.
Oh, magpa-plank dito yung dalawa. Waiting into that corner dito si Darion. He's very low on HP. So, will he be succeeding on this one? Dahil meron naman kumukuha din ang attention dito. Very unfortunate for that jet of Ghetto Artists. Hindi nag-prevail yung mga white swings niya dito all the way from Kobe. Pero sobrang worth it ng round na yon for Bleed Esports. Parang ito yung mga teams na talagang sasabayan nila ng sasabayan yung mga buys if ever na makuha nila yung isang round dito laban sa others.
Lalo na, anti-eco to eh. It definitely worked out for the side of Bleed Esports. The buy that they had was a half buy actually. They had Spectres, they also had the pistols in, and it worked out for them. So, immediate punishment mula doon sa side ng Bleed Esports ang natanggap ng Ghetto Artists as they are not gonna be able to buy anything at all. Maliban na lang doon sa Marshall na pinag-investan ni Baby Blue. On the other hand, si 8 Lua mukhang napitas na nga ni Maxi.
Oh, mabilis ang pick-off lang din talaga ang kailangan nila para makakuha sila ng numbers advantage. It's down to a 5v4. Ang laking impact nito dahil si Lua pa, yung kanina pang umaarangkada from the first map of the series. At ngayon, makakakuha ng impact na dito ang Bleed na once na sila ngayon ng attacking, parang pumapabor na yung mga flows and momentum na kailangan nilang buuin eh. But they are taking too much time. Dito sila sa lobby nag-iintay pero wala namang senaryong lalabas dito ang GE dahil yun lang din naman ang gusto nila mangyari. Mag-intay sa mga magpipick and Baby Blue gets in one. Si Maxi pa nga nawala ka agad. Will it be a 2K for this guy? Lalo na't meron na tayong mga full-time utilities already down. Raining here in C pero with just the info na si Baby Blue yung nasa loob ng site, hindi na sila magpapatuloy pa.
Placing swarm grenade.
Nano Swarm? Nabatuhan lang ng mga utilities sa mga players ng Bleed Esports. Fault line coming out but it's not gonna be connecting to anyone. Nag-aantay lang sa Gedli at nagpapanggap na box ang isa dito at that is gonna be Float QQ. Already dropping down Bleed Esports. They have the upper hand here. Nakapag-plant na rin sila ng spike all the way to B pero wala actually tao on site. Lahat sila dito nasa labas yung rotation. Parang question mark. For the side of Ghetto Artists, nasan tong mga loko na to?
The stars are already placed in. May mababangasan gamit ng Shock Dart. There is the Gravity Well. Makakapag-defuse nga ba sila ng spike dahil they are just spraying and spraying through the smoke. At isa na lang din ang natitira dito. Gamit lang yung kanyang Marshall. Hindi siya nakaligtas dito sa pagwawala na nga ni Darion. Make it a 4K for this guy. Finally, a lead for Bleed Esports.
Ang tindi, no? Parang ngayon ko lang nakita yung ganong post-plant situation. Lahat ng players nasa may A-link. Doon lang sila nag-aantay kasi yung pagkaka-plant nila open ata for that side, no? And they were just planning, kumbaga, para siyang magiging silong. Alam mo yun, doon lang yung pwedeng sumilip. Itong part lang na ito. Pero open na open yung pagkaka-plant nila kaya walang problema. This is a very successful take for Bleed Esports and mukhang maganda ang future. The future is bright.
Sa dami din kasi talaga ng mga site dito, talagang hindi ka mauubusan ng possibilities to counter out those defending ones eh. But now, kahit na nagmamadali na dito si Darion, kahit nag-init siya from the previous one, iisang bala lang ang kailangan dito ni Lua to pick him down. 2 members ang nag-aabang dito sa window, but it's all up to Lexi with those sprays. Dalawa ka agad na pick off niya, just waiting all the way from the flanks naman dito si Maxi. 2 remaining retakers na lang ang natitira dito from Ghetto Artists, pero timing lang din for the wide swing for Lenny to make 1 member down. Float na lang ang natitira.
Float. Susubukan pa rin, he still gets that first kill though. Ang problema ngayon, time is ticking and the bomb is gonna explode really soon. And where is the last 2 remaining players of Bleed Esports? Napaka bantay sarado ng post-plant position ng Bleed Esports dito, Honey Glaze. Kumbaga, ang focus talaga nila once na makapag-plant sila is to not let anyone see them at all. Magtatago tayo hanggang kailangan nating makipaglaban. Yun yung importante when it comes to post-plants.
Yun nga rin yung nakikita ko with their post-plant na hindi sila mag-play inside the site. Talagang lalabas sila to counter out those retakes na pwede nga manggaling dito from City, from Silong. Kaya hindi nakakabuelo na maiga dito yung Ghetto Artists dahil na-expect nila they're just playing inside the site since they have the utilities to do so. But now, speaking of, with those fault lines and aftershock, hindi tuloy pwede magmadali na dito si Darion on the face na nag-blade storm dito. Tinirador si Baby Blue. Ang daming nangyayari dito with those blinds. Paranoia, Lenny naman dito to make it a 2. Nag-crumble na kaagad yung holds dito and aggressiveness ng Ghetto Artists with those eco buys. 2 down already for them. Pero let's see if kaya pa rin ba nilang makapenetrate. Destroy lang ng eco laban sa Bleed.
All those utilities just to punish 2 players on Ghetto Artists side. And napakalaking success na ata niyan for the side of Bleed Esports. Alam naman natin, itong players ng Ghetto Artists, nasa eco lang naman din yung meron sila. And immediately, the damage that the players of Bleed Esports is receiving here, nangalahati nga ang buhay ng Sova dito, pero makakapag-plant na naman sila ng spike. Ngayon, makakapwesto ba sila sa typical na pwestuhan na gusto nila, which is the outskirts of the entire round here, or the entire site that we are seeing. Cosmic Divide, nilabas na nga. This is the retake happening right in front of our eyes. As Lenny shots down 1, the Tour de Force gets a kill, and Fifth secures another.
Wow.
It is still a round for Bleed Esports. The post-plant position that they have, hindi mabutas-butas.
we can truly say na talagang nananaig yung experience na naipon na ng Blade Esports compared to the win rate. Yes, mas lamang nga dito ang Ghetto Artists, pero with the that they have dito sa buong run nila in VCT Stage 2. And ngayon, nakikita natin na talagang parang memorado na nila yung parang nilalaro nila dito in Haven na every corner parang nasa palad lang nila to know what will happen from the other team na magde-defend, na gusto ba nila maging aggressive with those impacts na ginawa dito ng Bleed, magpapatuloy ba? Kaya naman ngayon, the lead is all already in favor of Bleed Esports. Parang hindi ito nangyari from the past few maps na nilaro nila dito laban sa Ghetto.
Kaya nga eh. So, dito na nagkakalabasan. Ito na kumbaga yung labasan ng strategy na tunay. At isa sa mapa nga na talagang kalkulado ng Bleed Esports, it is definitely Haven, one of the most played maps that they have on their stat board that we are looking at. At makikita mo naman talaga na sanay na sila when it comes to the executions. Kasi sila yung nagko-control kung paano gumagalaw yung entire map natin. And napakahirap nun for Ghetto Artists that you don't have control because you are on the defense.
Yeah. Yung tipong ang ginagawa na lang dito ng Bleed Esports is mag-aksaya ng mga utilities, pero hindi to the point na talagang naaaksaya yung mga utility na yon, dahil nabibigyan nila ng confusion dito yung Ghetto Artists na ano ba talaga, ano bang i-commit mo, ano ba talagang gusto mong mangyari. We have Lua. Napigilan tuloy ako doon sa part na mag-a-analyze ako dahil Lua na naman dito, nakaagad. We have the Hunter's Fury, makikipagpatintero dito si Bea to secure his survivability. We're finally down to a 4v5. Numbers in favor of Ghetto Artists, pero kailangan nilang makakuha ng magandang pick-offs na dito laban sa Bleed. Especially the fact na magpapatuloy na sila dito sa ano yun?
Si Baby Blue! Biglang tumakbo pa uwi! Na-timingan siya doon nung player na nagpo-push on sewers. Napag-plant na nga ng spike dito ang Bleed Esports. Miscom.
Sayang yun. It was caught by timing. It's just really a statement na tuloy na parang kayang-kaya talaga or sa Bleed na talaga dito yung Haven. Pero ito na nga ba yung sagot ng Ghetto Artists? Naka-counter lang muna nila ngayon ang mga nag-hold inside the side with that rolling counter. They created so much of an opening. Lua for the 3K. Now, another round for them to make. It's really not impossible na mahabol nila yung naging lead na dito ng Bleed Esports.
Ganda rin ng ikot nila actually for the retake. Kung mapapansin nyo, no, one player was actually waiting on the corner. That was Maxi na nag-aantay sa may graffiti. Habang nag-aantay siya doon, itong players ng Ghetto Artists, ang rotations nila is all through the box. Lalo na yung unang player na pumasok. Dahil umikot siya doon sa box, wala siyang natatakpan yung isang player na nakapasok na. This allowed the space for the last two remaining players of Ghetto Artists na magmumula sa A-short or rather na magmumula sa A-link na makapasok completely. Ngayon, new round na naman na meron tayo. Bye round for both teams that we have right here, but the score is now 4-2. 2 rounds to go for Ghetto Artists to actually make this into a tie, but it seems to be an A hit right now. At natamaan na nga, speaking of hit, si Derion, they're 70 HP.
Nabueluhan ng pre-fire. Magiging pabor pa nga ba dito sa Ghetto Artists yung nakuha nilang momentum kanina or talagang na-sneaky steadily comedy talaga nakapasok
Walang
na agad ang
nagbantay.
lead. Walang nagbantay na sewers, and now this is a good opportunity for them to secure in Heaven as well. Walang kamuang-muang dito kaagad si Baby Blue na mamamatay siya kaagad sa mga kamay ni Maxi. Ready enough for that pick off. Si Derion from Graffiti now down to 2 members pa. Nag-iikot dito si Lexi to have those cut-off rotations, but unfortunately, ready naman na din si Lua sa kanya. It's still doable, pero the numbers, it just really goes well in favor of Bleed.
Doon ng sig-in ng depensa na meron ng Ghetto Artists. Walang nagbantay ng sewers. May isang pumasok ng site doing the retake just all alone. Not even getting a kill despite the smoke being placed by Bleed Esports. Doon pa lang, natalo na sila doon sa dalawang executions na yon. And this is gonna be a save definitely for Ghetto Artists. Dalawang Vandals ang maliligtas nila dito and no exit frags to take on.
Really is a question kung bakit nila iniwan yung sewers, no? Dahil sobrang halaga pa naman bantayan nito. Dahil, yun nga, nagbabantay nga sila dito here in A main. Nasayang lang din yung pag-wait dito ni Bea. Nagamit niya nga din yung Aldrone niya, Recon, not spotting in anyone. But the moment na Cloudburst lang dito si Darian to make a sneaky move here in sewers. Talagang doon mo na sasabi na hindi para sa Ghetto Artist itong Haven. There's so much to think about sa mga push na gagawin nila. And another round na magiging separated dito ang Bleed Esports, but I don't think na magiging mahirap ito for them to secure an A site.
Mistakes are there to correct. Kaya naman habang maaga pa, yung mga ganong execution, they can definitely change it immediately. Mukhang ginamit na nga kalampag ng papag. Bea getting that first kill already. This, Sova! My God! Ang dami niya na-detect on site. Apat yan, sir. The shock dart, is it gonna connect? It definitely connects. That is a Lenny kill for them. A 3v1 situation. As Spit is the only man remaining. The spray and pray didn't work out. It's still a 1v1 situation. 30 HP remains right now. And Yitao is full on HP. Makakapag-plant ng spike dito si Pit. Ang problema ngayon, post-plant position. Sino ang lalamang hanapan portion for Ghetto Artist right now?
May fault line to have enough time for him to reposition. But the moment na mag-swing dito si Itaw, it will be over. And it did happen. Mainit na Ghetto Artist ngayon dahil init na rin yung possibility nilang magpatuloy pa dito sa play-in. Especially the fact na nanalo man ng game number 1 yung Bleed. Nakuha nila yung game number 2. Pero this time around, it's all in the commanding lead ng Bleed dahil sa kanilang aggressiveness.
Grabe yung nangyaring skirmish dun on B site. Ang daming na-detect nung recon bolt. 4 ata yung na-detect dun sa site mismo. Ang kaso, hindi talaga nanalo pagdating sa execution sa skirmish eh. When it comes to aim duels, it was still on the hands of Bleed Esports. Ngayon, Ghetto Artists, 2 rounds ang kailangan nilang habulin right now. But so far, hindi naman nalalayo yung score. And I think ipa-farm nila yung Orbito for the Tour de Force as well.
Ngayon, bibigyan na naman nila dito na speculations once again ang Ghetto Artist. Kung ano naman ba ang mangyayari dito after that cloudburst na in-execute ginamit dito ni Darian here in lobby. Talagang mabibigyan mo ng ng pag-overthink dito ang Ghetto Artist. Dahil nalikod na sila. But now, mamera position sana dito si Baby Blue. Pero ang dami lang din talagang umulan na utilities sa kanya. Another opening. Itaw dito. Goes in for the hold. Nandun sa upper side corner dito. Sina Darian, pero hindi magiging enough pa dito yung mga pag-push na ginawa nila. Down to 3v3 scenario. Still doable for our attacking team. Since sa mga pa silang lockdown. Hindi man nakareact on time dito si Luan down to 1 remaining members. Si Bea na lang din ang natitira. Unti lang din ang utilities na kaya niyang ganapin dito. But the moment na mapatak na nga dito kaagad yung fault line, it's giving us so much hesitations right now to go for the 3-take.
Aim duel versus aim duel. Yan yung nangyayari pag pumapasok sa site yung Bleed Esports. Do you think na mas okay para sa kanila to actually wait out and give this entire site tapos mag 5-man retake na lang sila? Kasi when it comes to Ghetto Artists, maganda naman yung retake capability nila eh. Nagkakasabay-sabay sila eh. Ang problema ngayon nila kapag nakakapag-plant yung Bleed Esports, kulang na sila agad ng 2 miyembro kasi lumalaban parati.
Lalo na kanina yung Astra na nakakuha man ng double pick on to Bleed Esports, but still it wasn't enough dahil sobrang importante ng stores niya, ng mga smokes niya pagdating sa retake. Makakapag-plant nga yung Bleed Esports pero sabi mo nga kulang na yung Ghetto Artist, kulang na yung utilities nila to counter out those visions pa na pwede mamanggaling dito for Bleed since they have those enough plays na pwede nilang makuha kaagad yung mga sites. Pero Lua is just going explosive, going in for TP out kaagad with 5 HP remaining, just really wide of a kill. Laban dito sa Bleed Esports. Oh!
Wow, what a play coming in from Ghetto Artists. See, they have a good read in how they do. Hindi lang talaga sila nananalo sa aim duel. Maliban na lang kapag si 8 Lua ang nakaharapan at nakakatapat nitong Bleed. Mukhang hindi nila mapapanish si 8 Lua simula game number 1 dito, Honey Glaze. Kung nasa si 8 Lua, pag pumasok sila, wala, talo eh.
Parang kryptonite ng Bleed talaga si Lua. Dahil ito yun, ang linis lang ng mga spray transfers niya, yung Raton Bolt na naging diversion pala talaga yung utility dito ni Bea, kaya hindi sila naka-react on time kay Lua. Pero Lua, talagang kanina pa talaga gumugusto, pero magiging worth it talaga for them to secure in 4-6 scoreline.
Walking mode para sa players ng Bleed Esports. Pero yung confidence nila nag-grow. Nakikita natin when it comes to their movements. They move quite faster now than we were actually used to. And it seems like Darion is gonna dash in. Updraft para sa kanya. At ito na nga, hahanapin kung sino yung nasa backside. There is gonna be that Astra. But the kill will go to Maxi instead. Hindi magre-reset yung Blade Storm na yan. But on the other hand, meron naman siyang Vandal or rather Phantom na pwedeng gamitin. Knives out para sa kanya. Gagana ba? As Lexi is already waiting here on Garage as well. The blind comes in. It connects for a little while. But Darion can be deadly here in this corner. Nakapatay na nga siya ng isa. Baby Blue up to him how to make it happen and how to handle this retake. Because it is gonna be 2 players and 1 on C long. That will kill him out. That is Lenny. 7-4. Ang ganda talaga ng take ng ano dito. Ng bleed. Ang linis.
Oo. Pagdating pa sa post plant na yun, it's just really clean. Hindi naabisuhan dito sina Baby Blue kung ano ba yung mga positions na kinumit dito ng bleed. Dahil yun na lang din eh. Talagang hindi sila magpapakita muna hanggang sa may makita silang nagiging explosive na nga inside the side for those retakes. Pero dagdagan din natin kasi yung mga binibigay na impact din ni Lexi. He's just away from so much happening in the scenarios na mangyayari na nga inside the side dahil gusto niya, siya yung makakakuha ng mga pick-off na hindi naman i-expect dito ng defending team. So, after that happened, talagang mangangamba ngayon ng Ghetto Artist kung paano ba bebeluhan ngayon ng bleed dahil mangangamba tayo, 8-4 ang kuhanin nila ngayon, Terror.
Ito na nga ang pagtawid ng Bleed Esports. They may be careful for a few seconds, but once they are on site, they explode. Definitely. Ito na nga ang kalapag ng Papag. Pero mukhang the kill will still go on towards Float. Darion to get that trade off. May kasunod pa yan as Bea shuts him down. This is 2-1 trade. Isa-isang nagpapunish o isa-isang nawawala dito at nabubura ang players ng Bleed. Lalabas pa sana ng drone pero hindi nakakayanin dahil wall bangable yan. Yitaw, waiting on the corner here, 76 HP para kay Lenny. He still has the spike and he can plant it away. 3v1 situation. Meron pa siyang Rico na pwedeng gamitin.
Oh, pero Baby Blue dito. Naku, hindi niya alam kung saan nakapwesa dito si Lenny pero nandito naman din si Lua to clean things out. Still good for Ghetto Artist in this half. Pero kasi ang nakita ko dito for Bleed Esports, kahit na may namatay na nga from that corner, talagang ipo-pursue pa rin nila kahit alam nilang composed and confident na yung muscle memory dito ng Ghetto Artist. Lalo na si Bea kanina na nakakuha ng 3K doon. So, with that kind of duels, tingin ko dapat talaga hindi muna nila ipersige yung mga ganong klaseng mga pick-offs dahil nga may mga advantages naman silang pwedeng makuha pa for the later runs in that round.
Ganda sana nung entry dito ng Jet. Ang kaso hindi niya nakita na nandun pala sa corner, no? Pero ang maganda naman doon, nabigay niya yung info at least. And the last 2 remaining players, sila na nga lang ipapasok. Ghetto Artist, ang laki pang chance to actually make a comeback happen. Very much doable for them. Dahil dalawa lang naman ang rounds na kailangan nilang habulin. Knowing na magpapalit din tayo ng side dito sa halftime pause natin, para sa side ng Bleed, very typical itong agent selection na meron sila, no? Knowing typically kasama naman talaga yung Omen, andyan din yung Jet, and of course yung Sentinel na meron tayo, which is a Killjoy. Wala silang firepower na kagaya ni 8 Lua ng mga rendezvous niya and everything else. Pero ang meron naman sila dito kahit papaano is to be able to actually distinguish the enemies and all the traps that they can set up. Aside from that, may flashes din sila na kayang paglaruan dito. Dalawa ang pwede nilang gamitin pa with Maxi's Paranoia and also yung flashpoint ni Pith na pwedeng ilabas.
So, bali, ganado ang Ghetto Artist pagdating na nga sa attacking side na to, sa half na ito. Dahil dalawa lang naman yung kailangan nilang rounds na habulin. Ang magiging problem lang nila dito is yung retakes eh. We have Lexi with that lockdown. It will be a huge problem, lalo na't pwede pang masabayan ito na nilapit with those Rolling Thunders. Tapos si Darian na makakakuha lang din ng mga explosive pick-offs laban dito sa Ghetto Artist. Ang tingin ko mangyayari dito is that Bleed can just wait inside the sites dahil there are more on the passive aggressiveness na gugustuhin nilang biglang lumusob sa kanila dito ang Ghetto Artist. So Ghetto Artist, they need to be careful once na makuha na nila yung site at makapag-plant ng spike. Pero yung retake, yun talaga yung mga ambasala dito once that happened in favor of Bleed.
Tsaka hindi sila pwede maging overconfident for the side of both sides, Ghetto Artist and Bleed. Kagaya kanina yung overconfidence, nakita niya yung A-main, walang nagbabantay ng sewers. May TP yung Omen. So hindi niya talaga makikitang tumatawid yan. So ito, ang daming factors to consider. Pero isa na nga dyan, si Derion. Because 22 HP remaining para sa kanya, wala pa rin nagsha-shutdown nung Rico na yan. This Shock Dart is also gonna connect, making float already 40 HP. 5v4 pa rin ang meron tayo. And the pistol round, anything can go, anything can happen. Depende sa execution ng mga players as Bleed will already go in. Low on HP na nga yung Soba sa Gedli, pero si Derion buhay na buhay pa rin. And this is still being held down by Bleed Esports in another pistol round that they were able to take away from Ghetto.
Wild execution talaga ang ginagawa dito ng Bleed Esports to counter out the aggressiveness of Ghetto. Yes, isa lang yung site na minamataan nila kanina, pero ano ang nangyari? They just failed in front of 3 members holding into the site. We have Derion, we had Lenny, tapos dagdagan mo pa ng possibility nila manalo pagdating sa retake. We'll finally down here to 3 rounds lead against Ghetto Artists. So what can possibly be the decisions made na dito ng team na ito? Lalo na't meron na kagad ditong Marshall na hawak-hawak si Derion. Let's wait and see. Lalo na't ngayon, they are trying to get inside of garage. Makapasok lang ng C.
Aftershock, lahat na ng utilities para lang ma-delay yung mga players ng Ghetto Artists nilalabas na dito ng BD Esports. Pati Paranoia, Maxi, already shutting down 1. Dahil nga meron silang Spectre, spray and pray ang meron tayo dito. Immediate burst down for the enemies on the side. Tamang talon lang at sabay free fire. And Lua, siya na lang natitira. He can still get some kills on the Headhunter, pero kailangan sabay-sabayin to ng Bleed Esports if they actually wanna take him away. No more Headhunter for him, and it's Maxi securing that 4K on this round. Ang ganda ng mga opening rounds natin, no? Minsan ace pa.
Tapos ang aggressive pa nila na to the point na may mga confidence talaga silang nakukuha. Ito na, yung replay natin na talagang hold lang ni Maxi ang naging ganap. Nang bulaga nga siya dito kay Baby Blue na yung attention niya ay na kay Lexi, pero hindi naging enough yun dahil nga yung pag-sudden pick ni Maxi ay nandun to make a move, to make a statement na hindi kayo pwedeng basa-basa lang pumasok. You need to clear out every corner once na mag-commit na kayo ng site. And speaking of, ang magiging commitment dito ng Bleed Esports is just A. Tapos ang gagapangan ngayon ng Ghetto Artists is going into garage and also C.
Angle check lang. Mukhang si 8 Lua ay na-detect na nga nung drone. May kasamang TP para sa side ng Bleed. Ito na nga ang pwedeng manglason as Maxi is on the corner. He still gets the kill though kahit alam yung impormasyon na yan. With low HP, the Shock Darts is connecting definitely. Lenny with a double kill on the 2 Shock Darts. 2v1. Itaw, it's all up to him. Low on the bullets pagdating sa Vandal pero kakayanin pa rin. With 4 bullets remaining ang kanyang napulot. Makakapag-reload pa ba siya? The classic shots. Hindi pa rin magkoconnect, makakatakas at makakapulot pa rin ng barel. He now runs off. Parang marathon lang towards A side.
Kahit nangamba kahit yung Ghetto Artists talagang nawindang sila kung ano yung ginawa dito ng Bleed. So, well, eto lang din talaga yung point na meron lang silang mga Spectre. So why not abuse the power na kaya nilang manalo pagdating sa close range fights? At tingnan mo naman yung mga HP na hinahawakan nila. Terror, 7, tapos 8 ang HP ditong natitira for Itaw. He needs to be careful on this one. Mapapatunog si Maxi. Defuse ng bagya. The stars are... Naku po! Not my timing! Nakatalikod! Ngayon si Maxi! Anong nililigan mo dyan, sir? Itaw goes in for 4-6-9 is our scoreline. Finally, a breather for Ghetto Artists na makapag-comeback sa Bleed.
Okay na eh. Check mo na lang yung corner. Nandun na sana. Tama na sana ang sisilipin dito ng Bleed Esports. Ang kaso, yun talaga eh. Nakikita mo yung hyper-assertiveness, hyper-awareness na meron si 8 Lua. Nagsashine talaga siya with the rest of the team. Lalo na, sabi nga ni Fluffy kanina, no, hindi masama na may isang player na kayang gumawa talaga for the rest of the team. And that is definitely 8 Lua.
Really is. Lalo na talagang hard carry eh. Hindi man talaga siya yung nakakapagbigay ng space, pero his impact throughout the map, yun yung nagbibigay ng speculations dito kay Bleed na once makatapat niya si Lua, it might be over for you. And speaking of Lua, this guy is already waiting into gates ng garage. Will it happen for them dahil nandito yung mga blinds? Ang dami ng mga tao dito pero mga tatalungan lang din palabas ng garage. Tamang-tama lang din na nakaisa na sila, enough na yan. Maging kontento na kayo sa isa, kaya naman ngayon they can decide on whether what map they can finally push in.
Sumisigaw na siguro silang, wag kayong magsiksikan, hindi kami makadaan. 4 yung natira eh. This is the operator against 3 people who's trying to push C-Long. Isa na nga sa mawawala at mabubura is Baby Blue. Isama mo na rin sa hukay. Yung pangatlo dahil sumama rin si Bea. Nakapatay pa siya doon. What a headshot coming in from the side of Bleed Esports, especially Lenny.
Alam na ni Luan na yun kung saan nanggaling yung smoke. Pero dali-dali naman din nag-reposition na kaagad dito si Maxi. But still, numbers just in favor. Parang tumatakbo lang sa sa park to si Maxi. So, very unfortunate dahil hindi niya ito nagampanan kaagad. Pero hello there, my friend. This is waiting for you. Sa crosser niya dito, dumaan sa crosser niya. Now sa 6-10 scoreline. Finally, talagang nagkaroon na ng warm-up dito. Pag uunat-unat ng mga muscles dito, ang Bleed Esports, makapag-control na fully ng isang map.
Ganda ng cut-off ng rotation ni Lenny. Kahit iisa lang siya doon, 3 pa rin yung nasama niya sa hukay. Malinis talaga pagdating dun sa mga angle disposition nitong mga players ng Bleed Esports. At para naman sa Ghetto artists, nakikita talaga natin yung difference eh. They go for contact plays when it comes to aim duels. They can definitely win. Pero dito sa execution plays talaga na talagang unit ang laruan. Ito ang nananalo. There yun, already getting the kill on the operator. He's trying to get the second one pero mukhang punish nga siya here on the corner as well. One and done position for him. At mukhang may Blade Storm na pwedeng gamitin.
Enough na. Yung confidence na nabuo nila dito to control and their aggression makapasok ng loob ng site. Pero with those smokes, madedelay muna sila for a bit but it's still might be happening in favor of them dahil wala naman na din dito yung magiging problema nilang si Dario na kanina pa nga umaariba. It's just Baby Blue. Once na magbigay niya dito yung space enough for Ghetto artists to get inside of the site, it will be enough na makuha nila itong round na ito. Pero naka-ready na rin kasi dito yung fault line. Baby Blue goes in for 1. Pit naman dito, goes in for 3. Ngayon, bayad din pa maging 4. Pit got talent. Grabe, hindi talaga nila pinayaan makapasok ng site dito si Naderia.
Ang kate ni no? Sabi ko nga bago magsimula one of the deadly duos here to actually look out for is Maxi and Pith. Kasi pag nag-online yung dalawa, even despite the roles that they have for the rest of the team, kahit initiator yan, kahit ganito yung role niya, they are definitely players that can frag out of their mind. Ganda ng fault line no? Saktong-sakto Ang problema rin para sa GA, sa Ghetto artists, nagsisiksikan sila minsan.
Kung kanina sa Bleed, pumapabor sila sa mga diversion pushes na magpupush sila sa sewers, magpupush naman yung iba sa main. Kaya magiging enough na yung mga capabilities nila makakuha ng pick-off dahil yung attention nilang makuha, madali, makounter lang din yung mga magiging attacker side natin. But look at this clean transfer of those sprays. Mabubulaga siya ngayon na 34 si Lua. Down to a 2v4 scenario immediately on this map. Mukhang pumapabor na ngayon sa ang Bleed, but it's just really unfortunate na nagkaroon lang ng magandang trade-offs dito ang Bleed ang laban sa Ghetto artists.
Na-detect na nga yung dalawang remaining players ng Ghetto artists. So they quite aware that they are actually waiting on a lobby. Ang kaso, Bleed, responsible players ang meron tayo dito for Bleed Esports. Walang gagalaw. Defense tayo. Hanggang hindi nakakapag-plant ng spike, there would be no movements. Don't give out the presence and don't give out the opportunity to take on that info. Yung mga smoke na yan, all the way to A main, can possibly block off one player. Nakikita na nga nila ang isa. But this tour de force can prove to be difficult para makalabas ang mga players dito ng Bleed. Makakapasok sila ng kaunti pero the TP out from the Omen is just perfectly mula sa kamay naman ng isang Sova but it's still in the hands of Lenny. And that is a match point for us.
So much duels talagang ino-hold dito ng Bleed na magiging sagot na lang din sa Ghetto artists na pwede kayo maging aggressive pero at what cost? We have here the replay na talagang ginamit nila yung exhaustion nila dito to make the members of Ghetto Artists na hindi sila pwedeng pumasok agad without being damaged by that Hunter's Fury. And finally, we are down to a match point na of Bleed. Walang ni isang round ang nakuha ng Ghetto Artists dito in this half. This is really a strong point for your Bleed Esports later, no? Na parang pag pumatak sila sa tamang map na nasa defending side sila in the second half, talagang sila na yung mamumunang. Katulad ngayon, Derion eliminates and one immediately out of the map from Ghetto Artists.
The thing is with Bleed Esports, they are a team na alam nila which battles to take actually. Hindi sila nakikipaglaban or hindi sila nakikipag-aim duels doon sa mga hindi important kills. And then this form, Bleed Esports, they have a big chance here pero hindi pa naman tapos ang lahat because Ghetto Artists, they were able to take a site here completely. Makakapag-planted sila ng spike. And now the positioning when it comes to the post plant, ayun na ang pinaka-factor dito because this is the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter's Fury. Halos lahat na ng utilities labasan na dito dahil match point na, ladies and gents. And still, no one is dead yet. Inside the smoke is Float. When he goes out, he's gonna spot Maxi. Pero patay na rin siya with Itaw getting that kill. Ito na nga ang Cosmic Divide na tumatrabaho for the rest of the team. That is the blind coming in pero hindi rin naman makakapatay. Now that the wall is out, Darion is left alone. Sa kanya nakasalalay ang kamay o ang landas dito ng Bleed Esports. Is it gonna be over? But it seems like, this is the exit frag still happening for him.
3K, para lang mabawasan, para mabangasan na ultimo yung mga inipon dito. Sa baul ng Ghetto Esports, hindi na magiging sapat pa para mahabol na nga nila yung survivability on this last map. 12 to 7, it's just really wild. Especially for the side of Bleed Esports na hindi nila basa-basa ditong hinahayaan lang din na makaligtas. Once na contact happens against Ghetto Esports, ang masasabi ko na lang din talaga dito is just talagang kailangan na lang mamataan kung nasaan ba dito sa pit dahil manghihinayan tayo kaagad once na makita mo yung mga blinds na nangyayari all in favor of the sky tapos dagdagan mo pa ng mga crucial points na pagdating sa mga retakes talagang pumapabor sa kanila.
Si Maxi, nag-aabang na lang din sa sewers. Kung kanina, napaflank din sila dito ng Ghetto Artists. Ngayon, may bantay na. Ang kaso si Lenny na naman ang namatay. But 1-to-1 trade this time, hindi na siya makakasama ng iba pagdating sa hukay. This is still Maxi just trying to hold down the fort onto a short. Merong flashpoint pero hindi magkoconnect ng ganun katindi para sa players ngayon ng Ghetto Artists. The aftershock being used to displace the enemy and they are completely displaced as Pith was able to take the 2 kills.
Pero sabi lang ni Lua dito, magparinig lang kayo sa A. Kukuha lang ako ng info dito sa B or even NC. Pero, wala ng taong natira dito for Ghetto Artists. And finally, a round, a map won by Bleed Esports all the way from MYSG. Ibang klase yung mga rounds sila dito. Parang talaga diminish nila yung confidence na naipon nila Lua. Starting off from those rounds na nagiging confident at nagiging consistent na sila.
Sayang yung mga rounds na yon, no? Ang daming chances sana for Ghetto Artists to actually make something happen. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, Bleed Esports, they just proved that they are the stronger team here. Lalo na sa map 3 natin, kung saan nakita natin yung execution nila on the post-plant situation, pati na rin doon sa mga retake na kaya nilang gawin. They are in a proper form kung sasabihin natin and really not on the reactive gameplay. Sila talaga yung nag-control the entirety of the game and the pacing as well. And of course, congratulations to Bleed Esports.
Yeah, really clean of a game na parang naging bawi nila after silang mabully ng mga members from the side of Ghetto Artists. Dahil ibang klase yung plays nila all the way from Fracture. Grabe si 8 Lua talaga sa mga hosts niya. Talagang hindi natin maikakaila na isa ito sa mga players na babantayan natin throughout the play-ins or possibly a team na pumasok sa ating playoffs.
Exactly, no? So ito yung mga players to look forward to and look after at lalo na itong mga future teams na to posibleng makalaban din ng mga Filipino teams natin dito sa Asia Pacific. Pero that is finally it para sa ating Game 3. Itong Haven map na to, hindi naman siya sobrang one-sided but towards the end, nandun na talaga na hindi na makabawi yung mga players ng Ghetto Artists. Hindi sila makaporma kung paano nga ba yung magiging take nila sa site. And they had 3 choices. They have A, B, and C. And each and every time they tried, they were successful on A site. But on the other sides, I think I've never seen them plant on B or try to plant on B or even see nahihirapan silang pumasok at all. So, it just goes to show na Bleed Esports can be, or rather, it is the stronger team this time around.
Talaga nakita natin sa mga mini skirmishes na ginagawa ng Bleed laban sa Ghetto Artists na parang nakakot by timing sila dito whenever the chances for Bleed Esports to execute it fully. Pero that is just really is it for our game today for the last series ng araw na ito in the play-ins. I'm Hanigay si the Double. Kasama ko ngayon si Taylor. Kita kayo sa bukas for another round to see here in the play-ins.
I'm crazy over breakbeats, space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking, awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to who you were sure, a celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner, the starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ, scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency, the heart.
Esports fans, rejoice! We were given such an eventful day one over here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Let me just take this moment to shove it in your faces that I got a 2-0 with a prediction!
Okay, dude. Okay. Alright. Deserve.
I'm okay.
I know. It's like a weird flex or whatever, but this rarely happens to me, okay? I'm gonna let it all settle down. But not right now, because I got a 2-0. I got it, right? Alright, so best of 3 series potential fully reached with both of our matches, really making use of all 3 maps respectively. We got to the deciding map every single series that we had today. But alas, in the end, Bleed Esports took Haven by storm, and that is why the first day ends. Now, with our post-game stats incoming, Fluffy, tell me your thoughts on how day 1 went for you.
I feel like for this match, Bleed really took control of Haven, especially when they moved onto the defender side, not giving a lot of ground for GA to really work with. They had so many good contact plays and team play in general. Like, you'd always see Pith in the back. Like, there was that one play where Len was holding close against the Eco, and then they had the breach with the ready stun and everything, so he could play off it. I think he got his 4K off that as well. It's just good team play. And of course, on the side of GA, we see Lua again not disappointing at all on the chamber, but unfortunately for them, falling a bit short this series.
Yeah.
Well, actually, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to add that for me, I felt that GA just didn't have enough innovation in their plays. That they have great contact plays. I think they're great aggressive as well. But there wasn't enough of denying the information from Bleed or taking information away and overcommitting a little too many times.
I'd have to agree with that. In fact, when they were defenders, Ghetto Artists were defenders, I thought that one of the tricky situations that they had, despite having an anti-flank like chamber, was that, we have an ABC site over here, and you need more ground to cover at the end of the day. So even if you do have like that trap ready, it's not gonna be enough. But although I say that, we can see that 8 Lua, really phenomenal player over here, but Lene, something else on the Sova, Fluffy. I'm really proud of him. I'm pretty sure you are too. You're the lineup guy over here.
Yeah, I mean, but more than lineups, to have the aim to back it up, use the information is one thing for your team, but use it for yourself and be able to frag out as well is just such a valuable asset to have in one player.
Well, I'm looking at this now, and we do see the difference between having a chamber and a killjoy on the team. For you, Trix, would you have preferred having a killjoy over a chamber here on Haven?
I personally like the KJ because I feel that they're able to anchor a site better and use, their agent to actually look somewhere else because they have so much utility on one side, which I actually feel that's what Bleed did. They utilized the Killjoy, able to move their players around some more, so the rotations were on point as well.
Oh, I'm looking at Etau right now, and then we got the Lexi kill. I love these plays, man. Also, I want to point out that, yes, this is what you were talking about earlier. A lot of these breach, what is the skill called again? It's slipping my mind right now. Yeah, there we go. The fault lines, the aftershocks, really, really good use of utility to just give out more space for our fraggers out here to really get the kills that they wanted. And I talked about this earlier, how the aggression in Haven is something that's really rewarding, especially when you're on the defending side. And we saw that from time to time as the match progressed. Now, as we went to the second half, I'm telling you guys, give Fifth a pistol, he'll pop heads. Give Maxi an SMG, prepare for an absolute massacre. Give Lenny a shock ball, get electrocuted. Trix, Bleed Esports is just really out here to show us that, hey, we're here, we got control, that's all you need to know.
Bleed really performed better than I actually expected them to. Their aggression was so on point. Their map control was fantastic. The way they would read the opponents and decide, look, we have SMGs, so we're going to push here. That was also amazing.
And here we have Maxi as the series MVP all the way from Bleed Esports. Now, I gotta say, Fluffy, Maxi's psychological warfare that he initiated through his placements of the smokes and all of his utility really paved the way for this team to get victory.
Yeah, I mean, controlling space is the game for the Omen player, but also being able again to land those shots and have so much high impact on the team and being so erratic that you can really make a lot of plays happen solo. But as a team, like what Trix mentioned, I feel like they just had the game sense to know when they had to be aggressive, when that's the win condition, when that's the important fight, but also when to fall back and just play super disciplined. So that duality that Bleed Esports really presented this series, especially over the entire course of it, really proves why they're here in the play-ins.
I guess you could say that either way, it could have been anybody who was the series MVP for that team because they all performed really well. But it just so happens that when it came to the aim part, Maxi was really popping off today, right, Trix?
Maxi really popped off in so many different ways, just being able to assist his teammates, control parts of the map, just kind of shift the tide towards Bleed at the end of it.
Yeah, Bleed was something else today. And you know what other team was something else today? The team that had the same initials, which was actually Boom Esports. Let's take a recap of the games and how they went down today. Oh boy, what a phenomenal first day over here. We've got Boom Esports with a 2-1 versus Cerberus Esports, and Bleed Esports getting 2-1 versus Ghetto Artists. I almost said Ghetto Esports because every single team out here except for them have had esports in their names so far. Fluffy, I know your prediction, unlike mine, went the other way around, but would you say that you were pleasantly surprised of how things went?
Aside from my own personal loss with the predictions, I think overall, yeah, I was pretty pleased to see the gameplay that has evolved for all these teams. I mean, in the first series, you look at it, right? It was a nice reverse comeback. I mean, a nice comeback coming out from Bleed Boom against CES. CES just came out so strong in the first game. You thought that they already had it. They played so well, but they started losing the grip on the second and more on the third. But in game 2, you saw that Bleed started out strong, but then had a little gap in the middle and then ended really strong. So it's a nice duality from both, but at the end of the day, it also shows that all the teams are not willing to go down 2-0. They're really trying to put their all in because, as we mentioned earlier, based on the way the play-ins work, you basically cannot lose 2 games. So having the initial momentum, knowing that you already secured one of your victories, is such a great thing for your mental and also for your team's confidence moving forward.
Moving forward, indeed, we are taken to the updated version of our brackets. Here at the Group A play-ins, we can see that Boom Esports is the first team to progress over to the second round. On the other hand, for Group B play-ins, let's take a look in just a bit. All right then, Bleed Esports. Again, I don't know what it is about these initials, but I'm guessing that it's just the universe telling us that we have to be. B-E. Anyway, you guys didn't get the joke. Okay. I'm not gonna...
I see, okay.
Right, so on this side of the Group B play-ins, we've got Bleed Esports moving forward to match number 4. And we're gonna go tomorrow. I want to see the schedule that we're gonna have here because it's gonna be the deciding factor to find out who's actually gonna be fighting the teams that went forward at the upper bracket. Again, just want to clarify that none of the teams that have lost today are going to be eliminated. They still stand a chance of making it into the group stages. I'm sorry about that. I guess when we mentioned Cerberus Esports, my dogs just can't help it. But anyway, like Fluffy said earlier, majority of us here on the casting panels are Filipinos, so we're on board the RRQ train. But looking at the remaining teams for the play-in, Trix, is there any team you'd like to shed some light on?
I am currently looking forward to seeing Myth play again. I love watching them play. I feel they have such great teamwork. So I'm wondering if that has changed at all, if they have improved on it, to see how they can punish their opponents even more.
Made in Thailand. Interesting team. I don't want to reveal too much of our secrets. We still have a lot to reveal as their series goes on tomorrow. But for our lovely audience, make sure that you guys stay tuned tomorrow. A lot of exciting matches to come. This was just day number 1 of the play-ins. There's still a lot of action, of Valorant madness that we're going to be witnessing as the day progresses. We still have the play-ins. We got the group stages. We got the playoffs. A lot is in store before we head on over to Masters. So, okay then. I can't wait for day 2 to start. I need more of the Valorant action. I need more of the Rising Tides. I need it! Okay, I needed to get that out of my system. But now, as we close the show, we'd like to thank you guys for watching the broadcast. And we'll be back again tomorrow for more Valorant. See you then.
Beats on beat as we breathe deep, oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift, this right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had a touch. Never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom. Please respect her rule. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom. Please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like? What they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like? What they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving, I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop.